Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Penis. Penis? Penis. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Penis. We good? I think we're good. Too early for this shit? I mean, true. Late and muted. Blame my children. All right. Patriarch says, hey, Patriarch. Thank you for oiling last night, by the way. Patriarch with like the 30 gifted memberships. Absolutely insane amount of support. Thank you, King. Deeply appreciated. Christian Blair says, morning, got the notification this time. That's base. This is the third time Andrew didn't show up. He's dodging you worse than requiring the debate to... Now, again, I think this is my problem, is I have too many things going on at once. I do think that was a Jim Bob debate. Maybe next Thursday is the Andrew Wilson debate. I don't know. I'm talking to too many people, man. I'm talking to too many people. But the Jim Bob debate, I actually enjoyed. So Akrion, our local Serbian, was like, I don't think you did a good job. And it's like, I can't explain it. How else can I explain it? Okay. There's a constitution in the founding of the United States of America that is based in liberalism and libertarianism. Technically, as a part of that process, you can amend the Constitution of the United States. You can technically amend the Constitution of the United States to anything. You could create a communist government. You could create a fascist government. You could create a Christian theocratic government. But we can all agree, or we should be able to all agree, that if you modify the Constitution of the United States to no longer be liberal or libertarian, it's no longer the same thing. The exact analogy that we repeated 7 fucking times during that debate is that if you're playing American football and you make a rule that if 60% of the people vote in order to change the rules of American football, then obviously if you change the rules over time, that's still American football. However, if you take American football and then you change the nature of the game so drastically that you're not using a football anymore and you're beating the shit out of each other with crowbars, we can all agree that that is no longer American football. I can't explain it any easier than that. And if you don't understand that, I think you're a fucking R slur. Okay? So I really like, I explained that in the debate probably 7 or 8 times, and Jim Bob was just being obtuse. Now, I like sparring with Jim Bob. Jim Bob actually seems quite like tenacious, rhetorically gifted, intelligent. Like it was actually a really, really, really fun debate. But once again, if you can't understand the argument, I can't help you. So I don't blame Andrew Wilson. I think it's on my end. What was that guy's name? Speakeasy. Speakeasy was coordinating this debate. Somewhere in my DMs is another guy that's trying to coordinate a debate with Andrew Wilson. So we'll figure it out. Jen Wink says, "Oh my God, that Bubba guy was an arsler, like so effing stupid. I don't want to see your stupid facts." Bro, there was like legitimately, and when it came on, unfortunately, so I just hung out on the after panel. And I did some more. So my bolter, unfortunately, my bolter firing pin broke. I will not be spending this paycheck on the bolter. I will be just taking care of the monitors and the monitor stand and the Bob Ross wig. Although I'm effectively growing a Bob Ross wig. I know that doesn't count. And, Christian Blair has donated towards a Bob Ross wig. So I will get a Bob Ross wig. But I'm basically growing one. But yeah, the after panel was so dumb. The guy, and unfortunately, Jim Bob was kind of like throwing red meat to these guys where he's like, yeah, you can't trust the CDC. How do people do science? And I was like, oh, like you're one of those guys who's technically intelligent, meaning that you can like consume, digest, and regurgitate really complex information. But you also kind of have like the God complex towards your own intelligence, where you actually think that what you Google on the internet is more relevant than what like scientists and epidemiologists and virologists and economists, you actually think you know better than experts in their field who have spent 20 or 30 years studying specifically this one topic. So I like Jim Bob. I thought it was a fun debate. For a guy named Jim Bob, it was a way better debate than I thought it was going to be. But that being said, I think he trusts, in scripture, it says, rely not on your own understanding. I think Jim Bob relies on his own understanding a little bit too much. Well, QC John says, good morning, grill hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep your fingers while blowing stuff up. Amen. Amen. Time to buy the dunce cap. Damn, Christian Laris, you're so fucking mean. Late and muted. Connor is a new Helen Keller. True. Jim Bob really makes me question the freedom of religion portion of the First Amendment. Yeah. Brutal. Brutal. West Wendigo says, hey, we can hear you. Good morning. Randy Chang says, do kids know Helen Keller? Do they teach about her in schools? No. I learned it from South Park. They had an episode where Butters Stotch says that like the elementary school play about Native Americans is the best thing he's ever seen. And so the South Park kids create a play about Helen Keller, but they get like waterworks and pyrotechnics and they do all this crazy shit. And then the elementary school kids play sucks. Ooh, Jen Winkler says, please get your hair braided into cornrows before cutting it. I have a friend. His name is Alex. He's black. I have a black friend. Although I did say that I was more black than him when I came back from my deployment to Iraq, because I'd hung out, like 70% of my unit was black. So I'd hung out with black dudes for 7 months. And Alex is like a skater. He's not a stoner, but he's like a skater, straight edge kid who likes pop punk music and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, I think I'm technically blacker than you at this point. That was very racist of me to say. It also might have been accurate. But his mom said that if I grew my hair out sufficiently long to braid, she would braid it. So maybe that's like a 20-year-old offer, but she still lives a couple of miles away from me. So maybe I should take her up on that. Hearshot says the debate was a good time. I had a good time. My version of Jew jeans didn't come with financial responsibility. Damn, that sucks. Wilson, rim job, 6767. True. 6767. I don't even know what it means. I don't think there is a meaning to it. Jen Winkler says, I only heard 10 to 15 minutes of Bubba and he's actually mentally handicapped. That's what I was thinking. He was like, hey, you trust the CDC? I trust walking outside and looking to see if there's people who are infected with COVID immediately around me. What? That was fucking crazy. That was a crazy conversation. Christian Valera says, other than him wanting you to answer his questions immediately, right now, right. And he's like, why? He would ask like an actually pretty important philosophical question where he's like, why would revoking women's right to vote be anti-American? And I was like, well, let's go back to the way that we perceived voting in the early stages of America, and let's talk about how black people got to vote. He's like, no. Historical context. Answer me in a single sentence. And I was like, no, fuck you. I'm a free man. I say what I want. Quickly crap your pants says, dude, you had a long night. I stayed up until 1:30. Now, I would say the last like 90 minutes, I barely participated in the conversation besides to call that Dane guy subhuman. But I called that guy subhuman and I worked on my bolter. So all in all, not a bad way to spend my time. Jen Winkler says, make an Amazon wish list. You know what I'm actually going to do? Okay. What I'm going to do. Don't donate anything yet. Okay. I'm going to generate a PayPal link. There's like a 50% chance that I'm going to get paid by YouTube today, but sometimes YouTube takes like 2 or 3 days in order to process. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and check my bank account right now. Sometimes it takes, the payout date is supposed to be the 20th. Okay. But they do that thing where they take like 1 to 2 business days to process. So if the 20th ends up on a Friday or whatever, then sometimes they wait until like Monday or Tuesday to process it. And I have a bill to pay that kind of needs to get paid. So what I'm going to do, I don't see it yet. It's not there yet. I normally don't see it until 11. So I still got an hour. But instead, just if you'll indulge me, obviously super chats, memberships, whatever, if you got them, it's appreciated. But if you're going to oil today, I'm going to humbly request that you do so via PayPal, just so I can take care of this bill. So if you've already oiled, you're an oiler, you're tapped out, you don't have any money, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. You guys have been incredibly generous this week. Patriarch did 30 gifted memberships to the Counterpoints Politics channel last night. That's insane. I guarantee you that Christian Valeris threw $100 our way at some point this week. I guarantee you that Doobie did that $400 dono on Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever. Who else? Grassroots Hegemon is always oiling, so he's probably oiled a shitload this week. And then also Anonymous Chatter and God, there it's not like Void Perception or something like that, but Anonymous Chatter. I'm really trying to think. Entropy did like $100 randomly this week. So you guys have already done. And then, of course, we still got the 5s and the 10s coming in and all that kind of stuff. So you guys have already paid more than enough. So I'm not asking you for anything specific. There's nothing specific here. If you can oil, awesome. If you can't, don't worry about it. I'm just going to ask that for today, if you do choose to share some money, then please do so through the PayPal so I can handle this bill. Build the button, copy link. I will put this in my sticky notes. We will have good content today, by the way, as well. So just because I'm shilling a little bit harder than usual and asking for your financial support once again, don't worry, we will have good content. There's actually a lot of really crazy shit happening in the world right now, which is good for the channel. Here's the PayPal button. Again, if you've already oiled, you're tapped out, don't worry about it. You guys have been more than gracious enough. If you're a brokey, if you're a wagey, if you're just paying bills and working, don't worry about it. I will be fine. My family will be fine. I just want to take care of this thing. So if you do have money, help out. If you don't have money, I don't give a shit. It's totally fine. My family will be fine. Do not worry about us. Conservative Liberalism says, third reporting in, hit that button, people. We need more of that. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, engage with chat because there's lots of interesting, cool people in there. Rob Go Slow says, yup, Jim Bob just plays ultimate skeptic to low tier philosophicos speak bullshit. I mean, I agree. Cause and Effect says, don't call us fascists. Also, we never give unlawful orders. Yes. Yeah, that was legitimately fucking crazy. The sedition narrative is absolutely horrific. Rob says, if I do any good in this community, I hope to insulate y'all from the transcendental argument for God, not because you shouldn't believe in God, you just shouldn't be a twat about it. Agreed. Subry Keller says, I really don't like it when people talk about Helen Keller for obvious reasons. Why? Because we're all R-slurred. Cause and effect says, I definitely don't agree with short fat otaku that if Trump pardons himself, it's violence time. By that logic, the immunity ruling was way worse. Yeah. So I'm sorry for, I actually owe SFO a little bit of an apology because apparently he was deafened when I was talking about that. So he didn't have an opportunity to respond. And then I left before he came back. So he was like, damn, Connor, we good? And I was like, yeah, but like what you said was stupid as shit. So once again, I'll be happy to fight you guys in chat this morning. I'm still in debate mode from last night. You got to understand, I did a 2-hour debate with Destiny. Then I hung out for an hour with a bunch of people saying stupid shit in an open chat room. Then I did 2 hours with 2 hours with Jim Bob. Then I hung out in a chat room for 90 minutes. And some of the arguments I was hearing was some of the stupidest shit that I've ever heard in my entire life. But number one, should, okay? Moral oughts. Like I said, if I could, I would take Donald Trump and load him into a trebuchet and fire him into the Atlantic Ocean. He's a bad guy. He's responsible for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of deaths through incompetence. He's fucked up the global economy. He's wiped out $1 trillion worth of debt or wealth, excuse me. He has destroyed thousands, if not tens of thousands of small businesses. And he's probably an ephebophilic rapist based off of some of the things that are actually coming out today. Excuse me. So if I could, I would fire Donald Trump from a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. However, number one, if I started building a trebuchet, people would probably start asking questions. Number two, if I actually did it and I killed him, I would probably be charged with murder. Number three, the Secret Service would probably stop me from doing it. Therefore, even though I should, moral ought, be able to fire Donald Trump out of a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean, I cannot. Therefore, I'm not going to spend a lot of emotional and mental energy on firing Donald Trump out of a trebuchet into the Atlantic Ocean. Okay? My point is that a healthy chunk of liberals in my chat and a healthy chunk of liberals in Destiny's chat and Destiny himself are effectively moral frogging. I wish I could say the F slur. Moral frogging about their desire to incarcerate, imprison, or convict Trump and his cronies of sedition. And the reason why is because we could launch the impeachment process, but the Democrats do not have the seats in the House or the seats in the Senate in order to engage in that process. By midterms, I think it's actually pretty low. Somebody brought this up. In midterms, the Democrats could sweep the House, but the chances of them getting a large enough majority in the Senate in order to impeach Trump and his cronies is super low. So basically, until 2028, this is not even really possible. Maybe it's possible in 26, but it's unlikely. But let's go with probability. So from 26 to 28, you can't do anything. You're just stuck. Congress does not have the willpower to impeach, let alone criminally indict Trump and his cronies. Okay. So now we're talking about 28. Well, after 28, Donald Trump, similar to the way that Joe Biden pardoned Hunter Biden and pardoned a healthy chunk of people who were a part of the January 6th committee in order to make sure that Trump wasn't vindictive against the January 6th committee people, Trump will likely pardon his cronies and himself. If he just writes a pardon, I pardon Donald J. Trump for all crimes, past and present, in perpetuity. Go fuck yourself. That's a power of the presidency. And then if that's challenged in court, he can just step down one day early and have J.D. Vance sign a pardon. So if Donald Trump is pardoned, if all of his cronies are pardoned, then that's it. Game over. You can't do shit about it. So how about instead of if you want to do a January 6th style committee where you go over the varied crimes and corruptions of Trump, even if you can't indict him, even if you can't get a, what is it? Like, it wasn't sedition, insurrection. Even if you can't get like an insurrection finding through the January, like a January 6th style committee. Okay, cool. Do it. But I'm just telling you, I think that you're wasting valuable energy and resources on a project that will ultimately not succeed. And if you do not address the needs of the American people, radicalism on the left and right is going to continue to get worse. And so effectively, the damage is already done. We should start working on the next phase of American politics. But if you guys want to waste 2 years and a shitload of political capital trying to solve a problem that can't be solved, knock yourselves out. But I think you're a fucking dumbass. And I think I'm going to be vindicated by time. This is another thing, too. This is one of the things that pisses me off, is that consistently I've been correct about a healthy chunk of things. Let's say in reference to the Hunter Biden corruption. I still think I'm correct. I still think my perspective is absolutely correct. I think the only reason why liberals and progressives are able to sweep away what I'm saying is because Trump is substantively times worse. But if we had a normal Republican on the right side of the aisle, Hunter Biden would be a story worthy of talking about, and his corruption would be worthy of investigating and potentially prosecuting. Matter of fact, Merrick Garland, the state attorney of the United States, the head of the Department of Justice, he agrees with me, not you. So everybody in chat can go fuck yourselves. Who are Hunter Biden sweepers specifically. Not all of you. I love you. But all the Hunter Biden sweepers can go fuck yourselves. Now, so I've been vindicated by time, but 2 or 3 years ago, half a dozen DGG Sims and Destiny jumped down my dick for that, okay? But I've been vindicated by time. But do I get a party? Do I get a parade? Do people go, damn, you know what? Connor was right in retrospect. That was actually like the sane and sober take. I respect Connor more. No, nobody says that shit. What else? I think that's probably one of the main examples. Back in the day, there was a debate about the Afghan evacuation. And I said, hey, the airplanes taking off and killing people is bad. It's terrible. The fact that it's so anarchic is horrible. However, you can't just have the airplane sit there for the next 3 or 4 hours while you allow your enemy to maneuver on you. And there was some chick, trans chick, but chick. There was some chick in Twitch and YouTube politics who was saying, oh, no, the planes need to sit there because if you take off, it's a war crime because you're killing civilians intentionally. And I was like, if you wait, American soldiers are going to die and civilians are going to die because a suicide bomber is going to get into the crowd and they're going to kill people. Within 2 weeks, a suicide bomber killed 13 Marines. Vindicated once again. Did I get a parade? Did I get a Discord message? Did I get email saying, damn, Connor, you were right. You're so base, lol. No, I didn't get shit. Nobody gave a fuck. I think this is another one of those scenarios. I think in 2 to 3 years, we are not going to impeach him. Unless the Epstein stuff is really, 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 really bad to the point that the Republican Party turns on him. That's the only way that I would see an impeachment happening. But barring that, I don't think we're going to get an impeachment. I don't think we're going to get criminal indictments. I don't think Trump cronies are going to jail or prison. And I think that once we get to 28, Trump and his cronies are going to be pardoned, and there's not going to be the political will at the state level in order to hold these people accountable. So you guys are just moral frogging in my chat and being like self-righteous dickheads. Sorry for being spicy, but realistically, like somebody woke up this morning, they're like, Connor is such a hypocrite. He claims to be a cop and a Marine, but he's sweeping for the Trump admin. Kill yourself, okay? I know that's TOS, but go get a fucking lobotomy with an ice pick, you dumb fuck. That's mean. That's mean. Table, the person's name is Table in Discord, and they're actually talking to me, so I shouldn't be that mean, but I'm telling you that's how I feel. Jung Arnark says, as I was doing more research into the Hashashin, there was a quote said by Hassan Sabat, which said, nothing is true, everything is permitted. Well, for an assassin, that's probably true. Somebody donated, Sapien Green did 100 DKK, go buy yourself a cookie. Thank you. And by the way, use the PayPal link. I'm going to continue to shill it because I have a bill that I want to take care of. And I do appreciate, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. But if you want to support me via PayPal, you don't need to. You guys have been incredibly generous. I don't need your money. But if you're going to donate, do it through PayPal. Kay says, well, I don't really like Jim Bob. I do appreciate he always invites people to check out the church he's a part of. Yeah. He's like, go to an ortho church. It'll be based. And I was like, probably not, but thanks for the invite. Will QC John says, YouTube needs to fix the gift subscriptions. I tried 2 times to get my brother Sim Patty Beef and Beef Supreme Fell Runner subs, and they keep getting to names I've never seen here in chat. Whoops. Cause and Effect says, it's the experts are wrong more than 0% of the time. I'll take advice from this guy that's wrong 65% of the time. Dude. Yeah, they legitimately want to say that because there's the fog of war when it comes to like epidemiology and virology, and some details might have been incorrect about like the post hoc studies of COVID and vaccination, that we should question the entire pharmaceutical industry. It's so unbelievably cringe. And by the way, I'm sure I'm getting cancer. Okay, I'm sure I'm getting cancer. I'm sure that eating microplastics every day is killing me slowly. I'm sure that the pesticides that I barely wash off of my plants and fruits and veggies and produce, I'm sure that's killing me slowly. I'm sure that taking medicine every single day that's filled with gelatin capsules that probably have a minute amount of plastic, it's probably clogging my bloodstream and it might give me cardio issues later. I'm sure everything I'm doing is killing me slowly. I still think that statistically, the world is better off with modern technology and modern medicine than it is 150 years ago, where if you got a cut, you rub dirt into it, and then you got like a virological or a bacterial infection, and then you died because antibiotics had barely been invented. So sorry for being so spicy today, but I only got like 5 hours of sleep, and I'm still in debate mode from last night. Never forget grassroots are oiler. I'll never forget grassroots. Grassroots could die, and I would get a plaque and I would put it on the back wall in reference to, like, he doesn't even have to leave me in the will. I'll get a plaque for grassroots hegemon and put it on the back wall. Connor going Oilers like a Diddy freak. Trump admin plans on blackmailing Ukraine again. Pro peace through leveraging Ukrainian lies so he can get a political win. Truly the peace president. Yeah, he's a fucking piece of shit, and I should fire him from a trebuchet into the Atlantic. If our society is just, they would let me build a trebuchet and fire him into the Atlantic, but I can't. So I'm not going to waste time and energy on it. And other news, the Glock V turns out to be a converted to full auto, the one thing it was not supposed to be able to do, based. This chat is a baby the way it oils, true. Call the chat Diddy with how much oil we bring. Two Hinge says, you should have asked him why revoking voting rights and civil rights for Catholics would be bad. The U.S. has been historically very hostile to Catholics, especially 19th century Italian and Irish immigrants. I think if you didn't understand my argument after the 7th time I repeated it, you're either being obtuse or you have like a sub 80 IQ. I think everything I said is perfectly understandable. I will draw it if I need to, but I don't think I should need to. Games for Kids says, I'm still in debate mode after last night too. Crazy ass arguments last night. Dude, everybody was so bananas. Fellrunner says, you need to update the road to auto mind map and add the threats to U.S. senators. Yeah, I do. Subri already had me blocked for some reason. I don't give a fuck. Okay, Far4, play nice. That's not serious, Connor. The Destiny subreddit is still fucking tweaking. It's not a serious position. Getting Trump admin people, I'm just going to be posting the PayPal intermittently, but getting Trump admin people to be barred from running an office again for participating in the second Trump administration, even if all of their conduct is arguably legal, that's not going to happen. And then same thing with, what is it? They were talking about anybody who supported Trump, and you're going to wipe out a quarter of elected representatives. You're full of shit. Grassroots with the 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Maybe you just came in, but I parasocially love you anyways. Maybe you already oiled. I haven't even checked my email. Let me check my email. But I was saying I got a bill to take care of. Oh, no, I got paid. Don't worry about it. Although somebody already did. Christopher, thank you for the PayPal donation. I parasocially love you. My payments just came through. I just got it. I got the AdSense notification. 1 second. Victoria! Give me a second. Thank you for the oil. Don't worry about the PayPal. I'm good. I'll be right back. Victoria! Chat, don't worry. I'm here. But what I was going to say is, don't worry about the PayPal. I'm good. Do normal super chats, do normal gifted memberships, and thank you to the people. Number one, thank you to Chris. Thank you to Chris for the. Let me just check my Gmail one more time. Thank you to. Damn, Christian, you don't got to be that nice. Holy shit. Christian gave $100 via PayPal. You don't have to be that nice. I love it that you're that nice. Thank you for being that nice. You don't have to be that nice. Thank you, though. Thank you to Christopher and thank you to Christian for the PayPal donations. I'm actually not going to look at the PayPal for now on. So if you pay for PayPal, you're actually wasting it. But also thank you to Sapient Green for 100 DKK. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon for the 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Tagarung says, I'm broke, but donating anyways because I need you to think about Hunter Biden's John Thomas right now. Imagine it. Do it. I'm just imagining. You know what I'm imagining? There was, I'm going to be really vulgar, so I hope my mom isn't watching right now. There was a male pornographic actor named Peter North. And what he was famous for is he took like magnesium pills or something in order to make sure that he had a very large end of the session. And he had like a hi, thank you. He had like a baby's forearm. He had this thing. He had this thing poking out. It was crazy. And so I actually haven't really looked at Hunter's thing, but considering the way that you guys talk about it, I'm just assuming it's like this. It's just a human forearm. Grassroots Hegemon says, nah, F you, I do what I want. Well, thank you. Thank you, Grassroots. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Dr. Zayas. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you, Anonymous Chatter. Thank you, Entropy. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Sapient Green. And thank you, Tagarung. You guys are too kind. Seriously. You're too kind. You're too kind to me. But I thank you for it. All right. Let me scroll back up though, because I want to engage with chat on this stuff because I understand like a lot of people are actually kind of annoyed with my perspectives last night. I think I can defend everything I said last night and you guys can kind of go fuck yourselves. Not you. If you agree with me, awesome. And if you disagree with me, you're still welcome in my community. But I'm going to argue with you real quick because some people were saying shit in chat that was pissing me off. Fell Runner says you need to update the mind maps. I do. I need to update that chat. I need to do a lot of shit. My biggest disagreement with you was your implication that spending time prosecuting Trump means that the Democrats can't also make the world better. Can't the DOJ handle prosecution? No. I'm being partially sarcastic, okay? Yes, technically you could have the DOJ or a commission of senators or Congress people going after Trump and his cronies for a prolonged, let's say we did a January 6th commission. We just knew that we weren't going to get criminal convictions out of it. Let's say we did another January 6th commission. That might be a worthwhile venture in order to clarify and document all of the bad behavior of the Trump administration. That might be a worthwhile effort. But when it comes to the public, but what you're talking about is you're probably talking about 6 to 9 months of investigative work. You're talking about maybe 3 to 4 months of a public presentation. And you're also talking about maybe a 3 to 4 month news cycle. Okay. So if you're a year into an administration before you even get the committee, and then on top of that, that's a year out from midterms, you're talking about taking a lot of political capital right before midterms in order to do a January 6th style commission that ultimately is not going to have any criminal effect. So if you want to do that because you think like the documenting process is perfectly fine, yeah, of course. But at the same time, that political capital, you have to understand that Obama got the ACA through effectively by solely focusing on that issue for the better part of a year. That's how much capital it takes. You have to get the people who already agree with you. You have to whip the people in your own team that are disagreeing with you and they want their pound of flesh before they pass legislation. And you have to get a couple of defectors from the other side in order for you to pass legislation. So if we're talking about these 4 existential things, like I said, existential technological shifts, rapid demographic change, the dissolution of the social fabric, and there was one more. I'm going to memorize them eventually. There's one more. Rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts. Shit, let me just look it up. Sorry, guys. I almost have them memorized. Wealth inequality. That's why I wanted to reject that out of my brain because it's a lefty talking point. But legitimately, like wealth inequality is probably driving people fucking crazy. So, anyways. I think this is fast and bulbous, but he says, I can't give my opinion on this topic because I don't want to be put on a list or contacted by law enforcement. This should give you enough context on what I think should happen and what's pragmatic. Okay. Melody says 0 or 100 aren't the only options when it comes to holding people accountable. We can spend our capital in multiple areas. You say that. Fellow Runner says DGG mad is Connor not got to drop while Destiny was spurging out. That's Destiny's move. Based. Yeah. Me being like, hey guys, no, actually, I legitimately do have a debate. I'll see you later. That was fun. Normally it's in the other direction. Christian Blair says 26 if Dems get super majorities, investigate the most serious crimes by Trump admin officials. Trump cannot be gotten inside the law, at least not right now. Yeah, but then I think you're dealing with the pardon. And by the way, I think a super majority is possible, not probable. So once again, if you guys want to spend your capital on that, that's totally fine. I think you're wasting your time. Techlax says, thank God I was drunk listening to that panel last night. Holy hell, Destiny has lost it. I mean, that's what I'm kind of saying, man. Like the whole eliminating 25% of elected officials because they're Trump cronies, you're not dealing with the problem. The problem is that there's things that add to the it. Arian Collins says, explain the fake FD 1023 on the Bidens then. You guys are so fucking dumb. But Arian Collin, I'll assume that this is asked in good faith. There was a Russian oligarch who made up the fact that the Bidens took a $3 million payment from the Ukrainians for some kind of quid pro quo. That guy totally made up the story. It was not based in reality. It was not backed up by financial audits. It was not backed up by physical evidence. It was not backed up by Joe Biden. I don't even know if they financially audited Joe Biden, but effectively they said there's no evidence that this is true. Therefore, this guy lied. This guy apparently admitted to lying under questioning. And as a result, that FD 1023 got rejected. That still doesn't change the fact that Hunter Biden got crony and nepotistic jobs that are technically legal, but he worked for corrupt foreign energy organizations, taking between $50,000 and $100,000 a month in consultation fees. He made $11 million through this over the course of a decade. He funneled that money back to his family members, oftentimes untaxed. Okay, so who was it? Oh, and then they're like, oh, he paid his back taxes though. No, he didn't. A fucking DNC shill. This would be like if I owe the federal government, I don't know, $50,000 in back taxes because I don't pay my taxes for the next 5 years. And then Grassroots Hegemon is like, you know what, Connor? Connor, I love you. I'm going to pay your back taxes. That's like saying that I paid my back taxes. I didn't pay my back taxes. A rich guy took pity on me because I'm a fucking R slur, and then he paid my back taxes. So no, you guys are sweeping. You're covering, and you should just admit it. Just admit it that you're sweeping. You sweep for Hunter Biden because you like him. You think he's funny. You think he's charismatic. You think he's handsome. If you had $1 billion or $1 million, or if you had the ability to travel internationally and make millions of dollars off of no-show jobs, then you would do it too. And you would have fun doing crack cocaine and banging prostitutes. That's what you're saying. You're saying that you want to live like Hunter Biden lived. But that has nothing to do with whether or not there's like criminal liability there. Patriarch says Hunter is worthy talking about mostly because of how based he is. See what I'm saying? Rob said, damn, in retrospect, Connor was right. Thanks. Riddell, no, I recognize you. Purple Politics. This is the same guy in the cool Samoan shirt for Wix panel. I also don't agree with the violence point that was made. Yeah, Dev said that if Donald Trump pardons himself and pardons all of his cronies, then at that point, we have a constitutional crisis and we should engage in violence. And I was like, that's insane. Why would we kill each other over a guy who's no longer in power? That doesn't make any sense. Purple Politics Breakdown says, appreciate it. I'll probably appear on my WIC panels in the future. I had much more to say. Yeah, bro. Show up. Throw elbows. It's fun. Aaron Collins says, Burisma is a holding company. Hunter was asset gathering for investment. Same thing as my money management and funds do. Not illegal. Okay. Do you pay your taxes? Do you funnel the money that you get for, do you work with corrupt international energy industries? And the reason why I say corrupt is, of course, Burisma was accused of corruption. Poroshenko or Alashenko or Denishenko or some racist Ukrainian name, I don't even know. But that guy was effectively forced out of the company due to corruption. And Hunter Biden was brought in as a consultant in order to help rejuvenate the public reputation of this company while taking $50,000 to $100,000 a year. And then do you not pay your taxes, Mr. There was nothing criminal there? Arian colon, do you take your money and do you funnel it to your uncle who's also running an investment fund that random people donate to? Do you take your money and do you gift it to your minor nieces and nephews untaxed? Do you do that to the tune of $11 million? Do you have friends in China who are parts of energy companies in China that want to get in good with DC, and so they pay you $100,000 a month for no-show jobs? And then one of your friends in China got murdered. Do you have any friends who were murdered by the Chinese Communist government? You know, if you do, then maybe you should be audited. Sapien Green for 100 DKK says, go buy yourself a cookie. Thanks. I need a cookie. I am so grumpy. And Cope Dog says, impeachment will happen if the Democrats get a majority. It will be impeached like another badge of honor in his OPM file. There you go. Wow Man says, I swear to God, Prime Kai was paid opposition. Bro literally went, yeah, but there's a genocide in Gaza going on. The lefties just love Israel-Palestine, bro. They just love Israel-Palestine. I think Trump will be impeached for directing the Justice Department to fabricate false evidence and charges. Where was false in there? Okay. Because what he said was, go after Letitia James, go after this person, go after that person. And he says, everybody knows that they're guilty. Everybody knows that they're guilty. Why can't he say, now he's an idiot. So if he's a delusional idiot, is being a delusional idiot a crime? Can't he just say, oh no, everybody knows that these guys committed crimes. I was acting in good faith as the chief executive of law enforcement. What are you going to charge him with? Be specific. Far for the Mouse is framing it as disenfranchising 20% of the population bad when that 20% wants to disenfranchise more than 20% of the population seems funny to me. Okay, are they capable of disenfranchising 20% of the population, Far for the Mouse? Sorry, that's R-slurred. Weston X says, Connor, I think you should be happy to be right over the long arc of time, and that will be repressive. I think you might mean representative by the videos you put out. I might disagree with you, but you still are American in your core. Thank you, King. Thank you. AKA Batusai Grassroots with another 50 says, we stand tax fraud in this house. I forgot I was talking to libertarians. Help your neighbors and lie about it. It's good for you. It builds character. God, Grassroots. Just... how can I argue with a $50 super chat? I prefer my churches to have Jesus as leader. True. I shall fix that after a moment. Cool. Wow Man says, in Anita Sarkeesian voice, everything is Israel, everything is Palestine, and we've got to point it all out. Bro, unironically. Plastics in your balls. Exactly. Connor, bod-dwelling genetics probably saves him from cancer and shit from Iraqi burn pits. Connor bod dwelling genetics probably saves him from cancer and shit. I don't know what Connor bod is, but I definitely am Connor botted. That's for sure. Who's texting me? Who be texting my phone? Don't be texting my phone. Okay. Cool. Oh, dang. My wife has a video of my son doing the turkey presentation. I'll watch that later. That's cool. I can't believe how arsely the conversation got at the end of the debate. It was bad. It was bad. We got 100 people cross-platform. Thank you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. I promise I'll start the content momentarily. I'm just a little bit pissed off from last night because I got 5 hours of sleep and I'm still in debate mode. And there are people in my community who are like, I don't like that take. That's a bad take. And so I want to fight them. AKA Batusai says, Connor, people want to mess with you to pretend to not understand what you're saying. Thanks. I do appreciate that. I'm not being sarcastic. Grassroots, thank you for the gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Absolutely insane. Thank you for the support. I cannot do this without you guys. I can't do this without Patriarch, Grassroots, Christian Valaris, all the Oilers, all the small people, Numinax, Gen X, Dr. Zayas. Today we had Fell Runner, or last night I think we had Fell Runner. We got Tagarung, we had Sapien Green. Seriously, thank you. Tagarung with a 5. I'm broke, but donating anyways. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for making me think about Hunter Biden's Johnson. Laugh my ass off. Connor yells like I do for my wife. Oh my God. Woman, where are you when I call for you? I know. It's said with love. Thank you, Christian. Christian Valaris. Thank you for the massive support. Seriously. Ray Sunlight said he was using base logic arguments. Next time, ask him to include quantifiers like 3x. Boom. Now he's got now his gotcha is void. Bro, that's what he was like. P equals not P. You can amend the Constitution. Therefore, anything you amend the Constitution is definitionally American. And I was like, yes, but, and then I used my football analogy. I don't want to explain it again. I don't want to explain it again because I explained it 7 times. If you don't understand it, I think you're a dumbass or you're obtuse. Grassroots with 100, not F you, I do what you want. I appreciate you that while you're insulting me, you are throwing vast sums of cash my way. I seriously appreciate it. Scrolling. Tagroom says, don't lie to me, Connor. You've seen it. The Hog? I might have seen the Hog on Twitter, but I don't remember it. I don't have like a picture of Hunter's Hog in my mind's eye. Causes Hunter could have been an adult film star and made all the Burisma money without corruption. See, that's what I'm saying. Hunter Biden should have been an OnlyFans star, and then I wouldn't have complained half as much. AKA Bantusai says, when I think of Hunter, I think of a wallet that's gone missing and covered in junk and glitter. Ooh. Tagring says, I had to beg friends and family last month to afford the surgery to save my dog. This month is better, so I'm paying it forward. Well, thank you. Next time that your dog needs surgery or something, let me know. I'm a huge animal guy. Grassroots is a huge animal guy, so we would probably help out. I was just literally tapped out, and I had to bill to pay. PayPal pisses me off because in 2 millimeters from getting tax railed for $30, and I can give you $10 trillion a week, but refuse to buy a non-broken phone. Honestly, I know a lot of people like you. So Riddell says, I had a lot of disagreements with you and Wick last night that I wasn't able to articulate. In addition to January 6th, you can also go after the meme coin corruption. You also don't need to sacrifice capital. How? Okay. So in addition to January 6th, which I think that was, somebody brought that up. Somebody brought that there might be state level charges or federal charges that were put on the back burner in reference to Trump. But then I think that Trump is going to do a self-pardon or have Vance pardon him for all crimes forever. So I don't think you get a criminal conviction out of that. Now, maybe you could hit him with the insurrection thing, which bars him from future office at the state level. Like he can't be a congressman. He can't be a state senator. He can't be those kinds of representatives. So maybe you could use the Insurrection Act against Trump specifically on that. But then I think you can only get the one thing that I thought was like a decent compromise that wasn't a mean position was the fact that I think Josh Hawley and some other people were texting Stop the Steal people and texting Proud Boys during the January 6th events. Depending on the content of those text messages, even maybe without the content of those text messages, if they were encouraging insurrection or sedition, then they should be barred from office. And even if you didn't find them criminally liable and they were pardoned by the Trump administration, you could do what Destiny was saying, where you could find them guilty of insurrection and then bar them from office. I would be okay with that, but I would want the active participants in January 6, 2021. I would want them indicted. Ryan Nowicki says, maybe the top people won't be put behind bars by the investigation, but a lot of people who were just following orders would be in the crosshairs too. That's important. Okay, go for it. I think we have too much shit to do that's way too important to waste our time on this, but whatever. Connor, if they can create Doge, we can make another body to get the truth on record. Getting the truth on record is not my problem. I think you guys are going way too, what you think will happen, you'll get less than 1% of what you want. And you'll spend 10 times the energy that you want, and you'll get 1% of the result that you want. Can you expand on the demographic change part? What type of demographic? So number one, what I would say, and by the way, I'm not putting like a moral weight behind rapid demographic change, but short, the two things that I would say that are just descriptively true is number one, over the past 200 years, our birth rate has plummeted from like 4 or 6 children per household down to 2 or less than 2. And so we're not even at demographic replacement. Arguably, we're facing like demographic reduction. Like I think South Korea, as an example, within a generation, 33% of their population will disappear because of how few children they had, which means that traffic in Korea is going to get substantively better. However, that faces an economic issue because with capitalism is oftentimes the welfare state and the tax state is set up based off of perpetual growth. So we take our money, We slice off a piece of the pie off of the top. We put it into a growth vehicle like investment vehicles. And then those investment vehicles grow over time. And then since those investment vehicles grow over time, then we can make disbursements based off of that taxed and invested revenue. But what happens is if we see a economic reduction because we see a population reduction, then though the services that we're able to invest and then disperse shrinks as well, which means that we have to start cutting services. And so our economic model doesn't really work with degrowth. Some people, if we were doing this intentionally, you would call it degrowth. So that's one demographic issue. The other demographic issue is it seems like Western nations, partially due to demographic collapse, are using immigration as a stopgap economically in order to push off this economic issue. And so those are the two demographic issues that we're talking about. And so what I would say is integration. Integration is going to have to be the cornerstone of an immigration policy, and then pro-natal culture will have to be the response to the collapsing fertility rate. Fast and Bulba says you legit threw a grenade and left the convo. Good. The tribe said there's no justification. They're traitors. Okay. What's the punishment for destroying democracy? If they don't succeed in, I mean, death, but if they don't succeed in destroying democracy, then hopefully imprisonment. But if they're Trump's cronies, they're going to get a pardon. And I don't think there's a way around that. You guys can moral frog. I really wish I could say the F slur. You guys can moral frog in my chat all along. But whenever I ask you how, you don't have an answer. Bass Guitar says the debate last night was fun. Good to see you, King. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in and throwing elbows with those guys. Those guys were very R-slurred. Okay, but chat is still popping off. So I'm just going to read the super chats real quick, and then we're going to get into the content. Grassroots donated 100. Nah, fuck you. I do what I want. Thank you, King. Grassroots donated 50. We stand tax fraud in this house. Help your neighbors out and lie about it. It's good. It builds your character. Christian Valera says, what happened to your combo with Zip Zip over tit for tat? Wasn't that supposed to be today? Fuck. I need to set an alarm for 1 p.m. today. Or isn't it noon? I think it's noon. God damn it. I'm so busy, dude. It's not, it's all fun, guys. So when I'm complaining about like, oh, I got this debate, I got too much to do, it's all fun. So I'm not really complaining. I'm not really complaining at all. I have an awesome life. So I'm complaining because I'm Irish. I'm not complaining because I actually have the right to complain. I don't have the right to complain. I'm tearing up. I have a really good life. I'm crying. I'm crying because I have such a good life. Stop it. Stop it. You're being a pussy. Stop crying. Ugh. All right. E-court tit for tat. Okay. So 12 EST. Okay. Thank you for reminding me of that. That definitely means we need to get into the content. I need to text Dan Pace, though, and say, Dan, I have a conflicting debate. Can we push to 2 p.m. or push back to next week? ? Okay. Thank you for reminding me, Christian Valeris. I do appreciate it. But let's do a little bit of an intro. Let's pull a little bit of an intro and let's cover some stuff, because effectively we should talk about it. Even if it doesn't become like a 2-hour segment, we should talk about the sedition stuff, because what happened for the uninitiated, and I'll probably repeat myself in a second, but the Democrats came out with like a public service announcement. And it was like a few representatives. It was a few other people, like a former CIA officer who's a representative, this, that, the other. And what ended up happening was they basically said, hey, military members, intel members, we love you. We trust you. Do your own thing, blah, 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 blah. But you need to resist unlawful orders. You know, we know that you guys will follow the Constitution. And what happened is, Donald Trump said, in response to people saying don't follow unlawful orders, he said sedition is this is seditious behavior punishable by death. And it's like, why is saying resist illegal orders, particularly with a president who already tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States. Why is that sedition? In my opinion, that's loyalty to the Constitution of the United States. Now, what the Republicans are saying, why isn't my Twitter loading? I'm going to fucking freak out. The Republicans are saying that, oh, well, they know what they're doing. They're trying to undermine the commander-in-chief. There's no unlawful orders coming from Trump at this time. Something went wrong. Try reloading again. Why? Why aren't you loading? Do I need to pull up Firefox? What the fuck? I'll just log out and log back in. Give me a second. But that's long and the short of it. And then I will do it as a segment, though, momentarily. I'm just going to sign out of my Twitter profile and then sign back in because my page isn't loading. More monetization, settings, and privacy. Where the fuck is the sign out? Sorry. How do I sign out? Where's the sign out? I don't see it. I'm going to Firefox. What the fuck? Okay, cool. Then what I would say too is Firefox for Twitter. I'll pull that up. Oh, and then Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly. Did you guys see this already? Megyn Kelly already had one of the worst clips in reference to Epstein I've ever seen, which was, oh, well, he's into the barely legal type, like 15-year-olds. What? And then she was like, no, I'm not trying to excuse it. But she kind of said some sweeping shit in reference to that. And then today she said, the only thing that they have against Trump is that a new accuser said that he, like, underage, he gave her a hand job, or she gave him a hand job. That's all they have right now. I'm sorry. Is the president of the United States getting a hand job from a 15-year-old not concerning to you? Are you not? Something went wrong? Dude, is your guys' Twitter broken? My Twitter timeline is not loading right now. We might have to find other content. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. I'm getting notifications. But if I go to my profile, I can see my profile. But if I go to home on Firefox and on Chrome, my newsfeed isn't loading. Oh, okay. I clicked on something that'll work. I clicked on a newsfeed that loaded it up. And all the Trump MAGA people, by the way, they're all like, ugh! You can't say that. You can't say that. It's sedition. We should kill you. Here we go. I got the video. Okay, cool. I found it. Don't worry, guys. I know that was painful. Thank you for hanging out with me despite me being an arsler. Okay. So let me go ahead and take off this thing. Let me go ahead and expand this. Let me go ahead and add audio. Let me go ahead and stop being an arsler. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it. My parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream, not only with your eyeballs, but also with your financial support. I could not do this without you, and I parasocially love you for allowing me to do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. The Democrats released a spicy video the other day that was effectively calling troops in order to follow their oaths to the Constitution. We're going to take a look at it now because Donald Trump had a spicy response. Let's take a look.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris Deluzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
who take risks each day.
To keep Americans safe.
We know you are under
Any sedition so far?
enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
like us. You all swore an oath
Okay. Is that descriptively true? To me, that's descriptively true. We've used the military in order to deploy them to the ICE facilities, in order to defend the ICE facilities against protesters and rioters. But Donald Trump himself has said that if he could use the military in order to engage in law enforcement action on the home front, he would. So this is just descriptively true. When it comes to the intel agencies, I'm not sure how they've been pitted against the American people, but I would argue specifically in reference to illegal action, if the intel community is, this is as far as we go. Let me break this down for you. The global war on terror was launched because of 9/11 2001. And we had an authorization we never had a declaration of war against the Iraqi people or the Afghan people. And we called it the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, specifically because we were trying to differentiate having a war against the state of Iraq and the state of Afghanistan versus a war within them. Because we weren't trying to kill all Iraqis. We weren't trying to kill all Afghans. We were trying to specifically target jihadist terrorists who were hiding amongst them. Does that make sense? And so we had an authorization of use of military force that allowed the United States military and the intelligence services to go worldwide in order to attack international jihadist organizations. In reference to the alleged narco-terrorist, drug traffickers, human traffickers from South and Central America, to my knowledge, we do not have an AUMF in order to kill those people. We do not have Congress saying, we authorize the president to take lethal action against narco-terrorists from South and Central America. We just don't have that. But what the Trump administration has done is they declared Tren de Aragua and other organizations effectively terrorist organizations so they can use the moral reasoning of the war on terror in order to conduct kinetic operations against narco organizations in South and Central America. That's the rationale, but it's in a legal gray area. So the question is, will Congress impeach, indict, or hold criminally accountable Pete Hegseth or any of his subordinates for carrying out kinetic strikes in South and Central America without the approval of Congress? So far, the answer has been no, but that's largely because we have a Republican majority. If you get a Democratic supermajority, those people are potentially liable for criminal and civil prosecution if they disobeyed laws. Now, we would have to go through the DOJ, we would have to go through the courts, we'd have to figure all that shit out. But congressmen and women saying, hey, Donald Trump wants to use you against the oath of office that you took in order to be a military member or an intel member, and you need to remember your oath and only obey lawful orders. I think that's sane for the political moment that we're in. But let's see if there's anything else that's seditious in this video.
Protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
But from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
you must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law.
or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army,
Our Navy,
The Air Force.
your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
The American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws.
our Constitution,
And who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
don't give up.
don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
I'm 100% with this. If there was a civil war between MAGA and these people, I'm with these people. I'm just telling you, I'm with these people. Pretending that loyalty to the Constitution of the United States is sedition is fucking, it's not just cringe. It's like psychotic. And the oath of enlistment for military members. Let's take a look at this. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That's the opening of the oath of office of the enlistment. They don't say, you have unquestioned loyalty to the President of the United States. You have unquestioned loyalty to your chain of command. They don't say that you have to carry out illegal orders. They don't say any of that shit. The very first thing you say as a military member is I solemnly swear that I support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And by the way, if you try to overthrow the Republic of the United States, I would argue that you're an enemy of the Republic. Now, can we figure this out legally? Can we figure this out through the courts? Can we punish MAGA members through the criminal justice system? Absolutely. Like, as an example, the 1,500 people who were arrested and prosecuted and incarcerated for January 6th. But does that mean that if it came down to a fight for the ship, the proverbial ship, that those people, if they wanted to overthrow the Republic of the United States, they would become the enemies of the United States? I think that's just descriptively true. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to the regulations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God. This is important because this part basically says, be loyal to the Constitution. This part says, obey the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me. But the caveat to that is according to the regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. If you commit rape during warfare, you can be held accountable through the Uniform Code of Military Justice. If you slaughter civilians intentionally that are not a necessary part of the military operation, you can be held liable through the Uniform Code of Military Justice. If you kill civilians, for instance, bombing random Caribbean ships, you could be held liable through the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So that's where this reassertion of the oath of enlistment and the Constitution of the United States is not sedition. It is not sedition. And to pretend otherwise pisses me off. And so we got these like Fox News pundits. We got these veterans who are Trump dick suckers. We got all these people who are coming out of the woodwork saying, oh, the Democrats know what they're doing. They're encouraging the unlawful disobedience of orders. They're encouraging mutiny and sedition. And then I don't know if I'll be able to find it because my Twitter isn't loading. But it's loading now. That's cool. Oh my God. Why, Dev? What is wrong with you? Why would you show me that? That is horrifying. But anyways, Donald J. Trump says seditious behavior punishable by death. He just said that, reminding American servicemen and American intel operatives that they have a higher oath to the Constitution of the United States and they have a higher oath to disobey unlawful orders. That is sedition, punishable by death. Now, I think he's blowing hot steam. I don't think this is going to go anywhere. I think that he's going to get his fucking ass kicked in the midterms. I don't think that any of the people who made this video are going to be punished or killed. But let's just take a look at this because I retweeted this in reference to it.
If you give an order that directs a soldier to commit a criminal act, they should disobey that.
No shit. It's one of the things that we're taught in fucking boot camp. Okay. So, and then this news report, leading report, the Bush family led by George Bush plans to reclaim control of the Republican Party following Trump's term, per the Daily Mail. If that's true, I'm going to be the biggest Bush simp that you've ever seen. And sorry, this is another thing that's pertinent. So you think that this is a joke, right? You think it's a joke? Not you. I know my chat's not stupid, but you think that Donald Trump isn't so dumb. He's just being hyperbolic because his political enemies called him out. So he's being spicy on Twitter. Listen to Mark Esper. This was the temporary Secretary of Defense under Donald Trump. Listen to this quote. It's fucking crazy.
He's going to finally give a direct order to deploy paratroopers into the streets of Washington, D.C., and I'm thinking with weapons and bayonets. And this would be horrible.
What specifically was he suggesting that the U.S. military should do to these protesters?
He says, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something. And he's suggesting that that's what we should do, that we should bring in the troops and shoot the protesters.
The commander-in-chief was suggesting that the U.S. military shoot protesters.
Yes, in the streets of our nation's capital. That's right.
That's Donald Trump, bro. I don't know how you sweep this, bro. I'm not trying to sweep this, bro. We need to get to the midterms. We need to get this motherfucker out of office. We need to make him a lame duck for the next 2 years. And then he needs to be gone. And the Republican Party needs a total reformation. Everybody who's fighting for the ship or whatever, I'm not going to give up the ship. Fuck you. Kill me. How about that? So anyways, that's my sedition That's my Sedition mini segment. Let's move into Megyn Kelly sweeping for Epstein. And I'll give a brief summary for that, just in case like somebody's been living under a rock recently. So what happened in the 1980s, 1990s, and thousands was there was this billionaire named Jeffrey Epstein. And Jeffrey Epstein started dating this gal named Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell's father was Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell was a newspaper man, a media magnate, a tycoon in the UK, and he was, I think, a billionaire. He might have been a billionaire. And he was accused of like Ponzi schemes and tax evasion and fraud and this, that, the other. He was accused of all sorts of crazy shit. But he was a triple agent for Russia, the United Kingdom, and Israel. And when he died, the Israeli intelligence services went to his funeral, and somebody at his funeral said, nobody will know the contributions that Robert Maxwell has done for the Israeli state. That's Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. Well, Ghislaine Maxwell starts dating Jeffrey Epstein, and Jeffrey Epstein was like a teacher in New York or something. Like, he did not have that much money, but relatively speaking, overnight, he becomes a billionaire. And what he does with his wealth, who knows how he got his wealth? I'm not even going to, supposedly he's like a financial investor and he was good at it or some shit. That's how he supposedly got his billions. But let's just say that there's like some skepticism about the way that he got his money. Like maybe Robert Maxwell hid some money. Maybe Ghislaine Maxwell took up the family business of being a triple intelligence asset for multiple countries. And maybe she was using Jeffrey Epstein in order to run the intel ops. Okay, maybe. I don't know. That's just speculation. However, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, what he did in the 80s, 90s, and thousands is he partied with everybody. He partied with Hollywood executives. He partied with powerful people in New York. He partied with powerful people in Los Angeles. He partied with powerful people in the Senate and Congress and presidents and this, that, the other. And as a result, what he would do during these parties, allegedly, is he would use modeling agencies in order to recruit underage girls aged 14 to 17 to come model in New York. And then at nighttime, they would throw parties. And then after like 9 to 10 p.m. at night, all the sane people would go home. And then once the sane people went home, it became an orgy. And so some people just hung out with Jeffrey Epstein because he had money, clout, influence, and knew a lot of powerful people. Some people hung out with Jeffrey Epstein because they liked participating in orgies that involved underage sex trafficked girls. And so the hypothetical has been, or at least the allegation has been, that Jeffrey Epstein got powerful people to sleep with underage women in order to blackmail them so he could get more money, more power, more prestige. And I'm going to show you this mind map real quick because it's actually perfectly relevant to what we're talking about. This actually is not in factual dispute. Everything that I say for the next like 2 minutes or 3 minutes is not in factual dispute. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell ran a underage sex trafficking network that had 40 victims who were underage. Virginia Giuffre was one of them. Virginia Giuffre said that she had sex with Prince Andrew and Ehud Barak, the Prime Minister of Israel, and that she knew of 30 other powerful people who had sex with underage victims within this network. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell allowed Israeli intelligence to use their properties to conduct operations on United States soil. And during Trump's administration in 16 and 17, Jeffrey Epstein contacted the Russians saying, hey, I know how Donald Trump works. I know how to negotiate with him. Please let me know if I can help you guys in smoothing over diplomatic relations between Russians and Trump. So he had some Russian government and intel ties there. Jeffrey Epstein also allegedly hung out with Peter Thiel, Bill Gates, and Bill Clinton, although we don't know specifically if these people had sex with underage prostitutes. Although Bill Clinton has a picture of him getting a massage from an underage prostitute on the way to flying to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I think he's been on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet like 26 times. And the jet was known for having orgies on the jet. One of the things that Jeffrey Epstein brought up within the text messages and emails that have been released so far is that Hillary Clinton allegedly had an affair with Vince Foster, who was a DC operative who ultimately committed suicide. Alan Dershowitz, who was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, allegedly had sex with Virginia Giuffre, but then Virginia Giuffre said that maybe she mixed up who Alan Dershowitz was, which is probably bullshit. Maybe she mixed up who she was, but that was in a settlement where she was paid an unknown sum of money. Alan Dershowitz has been pretending that he's squeaky clean, but in 1997, he wrote an op-ed on why the age of consent should be dropped to 15. And this was when he was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, working for Jeffrey Epstein, et cetera, et cetera. Alan Dershowitz negotiated a sweetheart deal with Alex Acosta. Alex Acosta was the prosecuting attorney. I think he was federal over Florida at the time. And as a result, Jeffrey Epstein, despite sex trafficking underage women to dozens of people, only had to serve a 1.5-year sentence for soliciting prostitution for a woman at the age of 17. What's interesting about that as well is that they negotiated that sweetheart deal. Alex Acosta allegedly let it slip at least one time that the reason why the deal was so sweet was because he had intel ties. And then he also said that he never read the 40 sworn written affidavits of the victims of Epstein. And the victims of Epstein, allegedly, it goes as high as like 100 girls, but they got 40 sworn written affidavits specifically for the case against Jeffrey Epstein at that time. Alex Acosta was appointed to the Department of Transportation under Donald Trump. Why would Donald Trump appoint Alex Acosta, of all people, to be a part of his administration? Then not only that, Jeffrey Epstein was in direct communication with Steve Bannon during Trump's presidency. During Trump's presidency, Steve Bannon was texting Jeffrey Epstein in 2017, and I think maybe as recently as 2019, before Jeffrey Epstein died. Okay, so none of this necessarily comes back to Donald Trump yet, because he was boys with an ephebophilic sex trafficking rapist up through 2004. Then he says that he cut off contact, but there's evidence that they still kept a relationship on the back burner, except for the fact that 26 female victims accused Donald Trump of sexual assault, where he grabbed their boobs, grabbed their vagina, grabbed their, kissed them inappropriately, did this, that, the other. So there's 26 separate women who said that Donald Trump sexually assaulted them at one point or another. And then Katie Collins specifically said that she was a 13-year-old prostitute, that she had to give a hand job to Donald Trump at the penthouse in New York, that she had to do a threesome with another underage girl with Donald Trump, that she also was raped in a BDSM scenario by Donald Trump. So those are the accusations against Donald Trump, against Jeffrey Epstein. We just don't have sufficient evidence from the files, but those are the files that have been voted to be released. Now, I think I probably retweeted this, so let me see if I can find it real quick. But Megyn Kelly, it's going to be the one where I have her picture. Megyn Kelly,
not a single woman,
got in trouble
said
earlier in the week because she said, I don't think Jeffrey Epstein is technically a pedophile, because, or somebody that I know said that Jeffrey Epstein technically isn't a pedophile because he was into teenage girls instead of into prepubescent children. And I understand in Twitch and YouTube politics, we do differentiate between like ephebophilia, pedophilia, and a hebophilia or some shit. I understand we make these distinctions because we have like lolicons and sex degenerates within the Twitch and YouTube political space. And yeah, there is a distinction between specifically somebody who has sex with post-pubescent teenagers and a child, right? Those are different. They're still both incredibly illegal, both incredibly unethical, and it sounds like you're sweeping. It sounds like you're trying to minimize how serious it is that the president of the United States, at minimum, had awareness of an ephebophilic sex trafficking ring and helped sweep for it for decades. And at maximum, he participated in ephebophilic sex trafficking himself. Okay? Now, this is where it gets even crazier. Okay? Listen to this clip from Megyn Kelly after she already got shit for trying to minimize ephebophilic sex trafficking.
there is not a single woman who has said, yes, I was trafficked by Epstein to Trump. There's one who says Trump walked into a house with Epstein and allegedly fondled her upon meeting her. Okay, that's the best they have so far. And they're waiting for some sort of smoking gun in these materials. So I think Trump did his 180 because he had to. He knew he was going to lose it. There is not.
Dude, you have to understand that I grew up in the era where Bill Clinton, who, by the way, could be implicated by the Epstein files. Maybe Bill Clinton is an ephebophilic rapist. I have no idea. But you have to understand that I grew up in the era where Bill Clinton was impeached for lying about a blowjob from Monica Lewinsky. I grew up in an era where my conservative Republican parents told me that President Clinton had demeaned the office of the President of the United States through lying to Congress about the blowjob. You have to understand that when I was growing up, effectively, I was told that the Democrats are the sexual degenerates, and Kennedy was running around drinking booze and banging girls and cheating on his wife and this, that, the other, and isn't like, cheating on your wife so horrible. The Republican Party has fallen so far, so fast, it boggles the mind. It boggles the mind. Donald Trump cheated on his pregnant wife with a pornographic actress. Donald Trump has been accused of sexually assaulting 26 women. Donald Trump has been accused of raping an underage girl. Donald Trump, now apparently there's some underage girl who said Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were hanging out, and Donald Trump ran up to me and groped me without my permission. And you have a conservative, a Fox News pundit, Megyn Kelly, a voice within conservative news for decades, attempting to sweep. It's shameful. I would say that these people deserve the worst things imaginable. Cancer, AIDS, herpes, genital warts, plague, locusts, rivers of blood. These people deserve the worst things in the world. And I'll wrap a little bow on this before I kind of wrap this mini segment. The reason why they deserve it is because, in my opinion, they take God's name in vain. Okay. I know a healthy chunk of you are not religious, and I understand that. I'm a deist. I'm not a specifically religious person. I just believe in this vague Spinoza's natural God thing. Don't worry about it. But as Dennis Prager said, saying the words, God damn it, is taking the Lord's name in vain. But there's a worse way to take God's name in vain. And that is to cloak yourself in religious righteousness and to advocate for the opposite through your actions and through your words. It's to cloak yourself within the divinity of religion, within the ethereal divinity of religion and righteousness and principle and virtue, and yet do the opposite. And I think the Republicans and the conservatives who have swept for Trump, who have enabled Trump, who have supported Trump, who are calling the people who are saying that, affirming your oath and following the rule of law is sedition. I think that they are guilty probably of actually just taking God's name in vain by pretending to be religious while supporting a complete, utter fucking sexual degenerate. But I also think that they're guilty of that in reference to the Constitution of the United States and the Republic. I think that they take republicanism in vain. I think they take the Republic in vain. I think that they take conservatism in vain. I think these are the most corrupt, soul-desiccated, vampiric pieces of shit I've ever seen in politics. And considering American history, it's almost impressive how bad it is. End of rant. All right, I'm going to engage with chat real quick because technically we have a debate in 43 minutes. So I don't know if we have enough for a segment. Maybe I'll react to something real quick, but I just want to check in with chat because I went on a rant without really responding to chat. Kaiser says, last night was fun. Destiny was fucking with you. Well, when does Destiny not fuck with me? Rob says, I don't think federal pardons apply to state crimes. They don't. But who are you going to charge and what are you going to charge them with? Samson says, somebody made a good point against rim job. Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's American. Oh, you're calling Jim Bob? You're calling Jim Bob rim job? Oh, that's awesome. The tribe says the government isn't the guy over here. It's hundreds of thousands to millions who can do things incrementally. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but I'm going to keep scrolling. Riddell says, I don't see it as pure black and white circumstance. Even if you can't get convictions, it's undeniable you have enough precedent to change the pardon system and how it can be conditionally applied. I support pardon reform. Bud123 says, I will limp to the gym if I have to. Cause and Effect says, I wonder if Democrats could win over the contrarian business right by promising to make Social Security an investment vehicle instead of a direct transfer. I wish. That's one of the things that we should do. Grassroots says, universal basic imprisonment is the only answer. Every single day, I come closer to your position. First T News says, if it's true that the America is disproportionately chosen as a destination for economic migration, should the United States use that as leverage to be more selective in its legal migration? Yes, 100%. Somebody says use a calendar. That's probably true. The Melody says when stuff happens for Connor, it's an avalanche. Lol. True. First Team News says to maximize the solvency of America's social safety nets, that seems reasonable to me. I'm with you, 100%. Grassroots says I'm effing serious too about the tax fraud. Take your neighbor's roofing job and you take all that stuff home. Okay. Eli says happy Friday. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Connor is right. W. Connor. Thank you, King. Thank you for the counter core. Bud123 says you take mental damage for all of us to give us content with unreasonable Christian nationalists. I do. Hi, Jonah Zola. Hi. Trump so funny. I don't think any of this is funny, Justin. I wonder what you think is funny. I'm gonna scroll down just so I don't have to. I don't think I have to read everything. Tribe says triggered me. Jesus Christ, it was bad. Fuck you. I won't do what you tell me. Megan's friend too. I haven't even seen the entire segment, man. To be fair, she's a man. She swept for molesting children. Remind you, this woman has a fucking 14-year-old child. Yeah. Yep. Damn. Miss Jen, go hard. Grassroots lol. Scroll down, Connor. Twitter is down. Elon is gay. Yep. All right. I'm scrolling. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. I'm going to read super chats and I'm going to scroll to the bottom. If I miss whatever you said, write it again. Okay. Christian Blairs for 10 says, what happened to your combo with Zip Zip? That's what inspired me to set an alarm for 11:45. Grassroots for 10 says, this is so much easier if you just solemnly swear you are up to no good. That's you, brother, not me. Grassroots says, you cannot have sex with underage women. It's important to call this what it is. It's raping children. Yep. If I ever say like engaging with underage prostitutes, I'm sanitizing the term, not because I don't think that it's a phobophilic rape. It's obviously a phobophilic rape. But number one, I don't think that YouTube likes that word for monetization. I don't necessarily care about that, but I'm also trying to have I'm trying to preempt some of the arguments from the Republican right that's probably going to come out in the next month or two, where they're going to say, oh, well, these women, as an example, Katie Collins or whatever her name is, she was sex trafficked once when she was 14. She went to a party. She saw all the girls like kind of getting ready for the orgy. She stayed for the orgy. She participated in the orgy. She was paid money. And then she left and then she came back. And the reason why she came back probably wasn't social shame, although she was like in fear that her parents knew what she was doing, but she was doing it because she wanted a modeling opportunity. So she kept going back for the modeling opportunities and she was getting paid to be underage prostitute. And so if you were Alan Dershowitz, as an example, you might say that since the age of consent, let's say that Alan Dershowitz was able to click his fingers and as a result, the age of consent was reduced to 15. Well, at that point, Katie Collins, a year into her getting sex trafficked, she's an adult. She can make her own decisions. And the fact that she willingly participated in her own sex trafficking is indication of a level of like consent. I don't believe that shit. I think that when you're 15, 17, you're a fucking moron. So even if you think that you're doing something voluntarily, you don't know that you're being played. You don't know that adults are manipulating you. You don't know that the world is manipulating you. You don't know that you're being propagandized. And even if you suspect it, you still might make wildly terrible decisions due to youth and inexperience. And so I don't view Alan Dershowitz as arguing in good faith that 15-year-olds should be able to have the age of consent and should be able to do this and do that. I think Alan Dershowitz is making that argument because him and his friends want to predate on young people so they can take advantage of them sexually. That's what I think is going on, is that effectively you are engaging in predatory sexual behavior because you don't want to limit your sexual impulses. That's what's going on. Grassroots for 20 says, Mr. Woodchipper makes no distinction. Well, I wish we could do Mr. Woodchipper, but unfortunately, we're limited by the law. Quickly Crap Your Pants became a YouTube member. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. I'm going to scroll to the bottom. I'm going to scroll up like, I don't know, half a page or so, and I'm going to start engaging with chat there. So if I missed your question or comment, feel free to comment it again, and I'll interact with it. It's just Abby says, what just happened to the Andrew Wilson debate? It must be next week. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Jen Winkler says, they are the Christians and fake patriots cherry picking the Constitution and Bible to only superficially regarding the other. Yes. Gilroy says, I meant to use the Lord's name out loud only because saying the Lord's name in vain is modern church to keep children from swearing. Yes. Yes. Keycode says, wait, Destiny's fucking with you. What do we tell Victoria? He's not fucking me. He's fucking with me. Justin says, mid-debate yesterday, no one won. Well, Justin, considering that you were probably biased towards Jim Bob, I'll take that as a win. Jen Winkler says, Justin, we won. Getting you to concede the dumbass didn't win. I'm with Jen. Keycode says, you hear that. He's getting sick of reading our voices. No, chat's just popping off a little bit today, so it's difficult to keep up when there's this many people who are this engaged. Quick show, by the way. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Grassroots is already oiled. Thank you, King. Christian Blair is already oiled. Thank you, King. Quickly crap your pants. Thank you for the membership. Grassroots, thank you for the $50, the $100, and the multiple super chats. Thank you to Tagarin for the 5. Thank you to Grassroots for the 10 gifted. Thank you to Sapient Green for the 100 DKK. And also thank you to Patriarch. Patriarch was wiling out last night, dude. He gave 20 Valor Media Network memberships during the first debate. And then I left and I came back for an hour and then he gifted another 10. Absolutely insane. Patriarch was going off last night. So thank you for the financial support. It means a lot. Crayon says, listen to that We Are Charlie Kirk song. I would rather kill myself. What will your Thanksgiving week stream schedule be like? Okay, so Thanksgiving, I'm probably going to be gone Thursday, Friday, but I'll be with Destiny on Saturday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be normal streaming schedule. I might have some debates. I don't know. I might have an Andrew Wilson debate, and I got to double check the date in order to see when we're debating. It might be Monday. Then on Thursday is Thanksgiving. I'm going to spend that with the family. You guys should spend that with the family as well. Like I do, Parasocial, love you guys. I do want to hang out with you. If you don't have an IRL community or IRL family, I would love to spend time with you. However, I got a real family. I got to hang out with them. And sometimes I need to separate from electronics. Then on Friday, my mom is in town. She's in South Florida. She's selling that house and they're moving to Texas. My mom and my dad are moving to Texas. So I need to go down there and pick up some furniture that they're getting rid of. And my best friend, I have like 3 best friends. One of my best friends is in town from Canada. He's American, but he emigrated to Canada to work there. He's coming in. He's going to help me move the furniture, and we're going to hang out on Friday with my mom. And then on Saturday, I'll be with Destiny. We're going to go shoot guns, probably with my friend. And then we might do a podcast Saturday afternoon. No guarantees, though. Just because, like, I have shit I need to do. Like, I got to go move furniture and shit. And if we hang out with Steven, we're probably going to hang out until 8 p.m. And then driving from Miami to Orlando, I think is 3.5 hours. So driving 3.5 hours at 8 p.m. is kind of a big ask. But I don't know. We'll see. Jovan says, just watch Chatsony, Mog, Beta, Bill, a.k.a. Connor. I'm starting to believe BPD girls are the truth. Damn, Jovan, go fuck yourself. Oh, you guys are brutal. Privatize Mr. Woodchipper? No. Samson says, what the fuck are you talking about, Justin Lowell? He's talking about the debate from last night. I am Simba says 118 watchers, 37 Chads who like the stream. True. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, choose super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Melody says, doing your semi-monthly Destiny podcast, lol. Yeah, probably doing that on Saturday. I like the stream before I even heard a word. Thank you, Eben. You are a king amongst kings. Hey, at least we won't be spending Thanksgiving with Epstein like the president. True. I got to feed my old folks, but we are shutting down by 3 so everyone can be with their families. Based. Good job. Well, QC John says, doesn't having 3 best friends negate the whole best friend thing? Nope. I love them all. I love them all equally. I would kill and die for each one of those men. Sun Patriarch says, I'm doing a Habitat for Humanity build tomorrow with my wife and in-laws. Awesome, dude. Awesome. That's wholesome as fuck. Grassroots says he emigrated from Canada for guns. No, he's a U.S. citizen. He emigrated to Canada in order to work for a brewery because he got a degree in like microbiology or some shit. Christian Blair says, you and Destiny shooting on Saturday? Probably. We'll probably record the shooting on Saturday, but we're going to stream the normal thing that we stream. The nothing else. You should talk about the empathing thing, to be honest. That would be interesting. Yeah, maybe. It's kind of old and he hasn't hung out with her again. So I don't know if that's like dead news as far as Destiny goes, but I can at least bring it up and be like, hey, why did you hang out with a meth addicted Nazi when you're trying to rehabilitate your reputation? Kind of seems like something that's stupid as fuck, don't you think? Like, that seems dumb. So we got 30 minutes left. So I'm just going to pull up. I think there's a Piers Morgan thing about Nick Fuentes with Steven Crowder. It's not going to be a whole segment because we only have 30 minutes. I'm just trying to pass the time while we're hanging out. So I'm just going to pull it up because I could just respond to chat for the next 30 minutes. And I do love doing it. I'm going to be, you guys know me. I engage with chat even when I'm watching content. But I do want something, I'm going to be talking a lot during the debate. So I kind of need to take a little bit of a break from my voice. So flinging shit at each other, MAGA's civil war over Israel. Betty
with Crowder. Stephen, great to have you.
Dipshit.
Donald Trump is off.
He is now betraying the.
I was going to print it off for you. Obviously, is the left. The
succeed Trump.
You know what? Benny Johnson is such a dumbass. I want to see it. Benny Johnson fucking sucks. But I will watch Benny Johnson be a dumbass. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. And the fake Republicans who take republicanism in vain are out like termites. They are in droves, running across everything, destroying everything. They're being huge pieces of shit. This is going to be a mini segment, not a full segment. And effectively, we have Benny Johnson and Steven Crowder talking about MAGA's civil war in reference to Israel. And I want to take a look at it because these people are very dumb. And I want to criticize them while we're waiting to go do a debate. So let's do this together as a community. Let's suffer together.
MAGA versus MIGA. Let's go.
Nick Fuentes, of course, should have a platform if he's not breaking the law.
He's on record as saying he loves Hitler. What does he mean? The bloke's a fucking idiot.
If you're not an anti-Semite, why so much animosity towards Israel?
We do need to ask what radicalized them.
Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. Who are these people? They're attention seekers. They're click chasers.
American politicians feel like they have to be the world's daddy. And that's not why we elected you, damn it.
Holy shit. Benny Johnson is such a dumbass.
What's going on with my boys? And
fuck you, TS Phantom.
And in some cases, gals, the words of a perplexed president as he gazed over.
Sacred Snow says, the most important question, what's your favorite way to cook a turkey and why is it fried? Because it's delicious.
The enormous schisms in his MAGA empire caused by the Epstein files. He could just as well have used them again to describe the situation today. Leading conservatives are trading blows and jostling for influence. They want to define or maybe preserve America first for the post-Trump era. One side accuses the other of cancel culture and censorship in defense of Israel. The other says that Israel derangement syndrome has opened the door to anti-Semites and extremists. And when you look for it, the same dividing lines run through everything from the panic over bombing Iran to suspicions over why the Epstein files were covered up. And they are set to run all the way through the contest to succeed Trump. Axios is now reporting that Senator Ted Cruz is preparing a 2028 presidential bid that will lean into his feud with Tucker Carlson, who is, of course, a very close ally of the expected frontrunner, Vice President J.D. Vance. Once again, it's MAGA versus MIGA, and it's hard to see how these two sides can be united. To make sense of it all, we're going to do things a bit differently and speak directly to some of the influential people with different views on what comes next. Joining me first is Benny Johnson, host of The Benny Show. Benny, welcome back to us.
God, this guy's such an arsler. So real quick, though, Verdant 4 says, wait, who is the meth-addicted Nazi? Lol. Empath Chan. If you go onto Twitter, it's not safe for work, so don't do it if you're at work. But Empath Chan is literally a meth-addicted Nazi.
Expensive.
Well done, Piers. MAGA versus MIGA. Let's go. Yeah, I'm sure you can sell some merch on that. I'm sure you can sell some swag, and that's
I could sell it to everybody that way. I can cover all bases. Turning to the conservative right in America, it's kind of fascinating to watch what's been going on. How big a deal is this kind of schism that's been developing, and what do you fundamentally put it down to?
Oh, I just love this question. And I've come prepared, Piers, for this with a prop here. And I hope that your cameras can pick this up. And I wish I had time to print it off, but there we go. You can see here the fragments of both political ideologies. You can see exactly what Piers was talking about with woke. Now, the blue obviously is the left. The
Quickly, Crap Your Pants says, wait, I missed it. Who are you debating? I'm debating some guy. There's like 3 people in the group chat, but it's about whether or not Destiny's tit for tat strategy is viable.
Entire landscape of acceptable thought on the left, as charted out by very reputable and very good data scientists. The left is this teeny little blue dot right there. Teeny little blue dot. That's what the left is. That's the arena of acceptable opinions and thought. Piers was just talking about how illiberal actually the Democrat Party is, and how illiberal and how non-progressive. It's actually regressive. Oh, I'm going to butcher my child and turn him into a girl. That's regressive, man. That's sick, you know? Like that.
Holy shit, this guy's actually... All right, I'm going to fast forward because this guy's legitimately stupid and he fucking hurts me psychically. If he continues to hurt me psychically this badly, I'll move on to Steven Crowder. What he said, which I think is kind of dumb, is there's this heat map of, maybe heat map is the wrong term, but there's this map of intellectual differences between the left and the right. And if you look at it as a cluster, the left wing seems to be more cohesive around certain ideas. So if you're a liberal, you probably sign on to a healthy chunk of liberal ideas. If you're a progressive, you probably sign on to a healthy chunk of progressive ideas. If you're a leftist, like a socialist or a communist, you probably sign on to all that stuff. Whereas, at least according to this political map, which I don't even know if it's scientific at all, they said that the right wing has like 1 billion more factions that are all willing to coalesce with each other for political power, which is part of the reason why the right wing actually does have a lot of diversity. Even within like Christian nationalism, one of the funny things about last night's debate, and I'm happy Jim Bob kind of conceded it, but even within Christian nationalism, there's half a dozen factions of Christian nationalism. There's like neo-monarchist Christian authoritarians. There's constitutional reformists. There's what I would argue are probably just Christian conservatives, people who just think that like you should defer to the Constitution, but you should still advocate for Christian values within society. There's all sorts of different kinds of like political tribes as subsets of these groups. Now, I don't think that really makes a point for what's going on. If he's saying that like, oh, there's just a bunch of diversity of political opinion on the right wing, therefore MEGA versus MAGA is not really that big of a deal. Who gives a shit? Point taken. I think that if we're living in a liberal society where we actually believe in freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, you should be, like our dear friend Doobie, you should be allowed to be critical of Israel, even if we think your rationale sucks, right?
He is now betraying the ethos of America first. Many on the MAGA side say, look, Donald Trump promised full transparency on the Epstein files and then reneged on that promise. He promised no more engagement in futile foreign wars. Now he's gearing up for one potentially in Venezuela. He promised that he would bring, the prices down and end the raging inflation, but inflation has continued to go up. Prices are still very high. There's an affordability crisis. I know you feel strongly about that. That there's a number of things in the Making of America First pledge box which Trump is not delivering on. What do you say to people like Marjorie who say that?
And Marjorie did go on CNN and apologize for that. And I think
for being an asshole is what she apologized for. If you actually watch what she said, Benny, you stupid tool bag. I hate that I'm this guy's age. I hate that I'm this guy's age. I might even be older than this guy. This guy might be like late 20s, early 30s. Benny Johnson, age 38 years old. I am almost exactly this guy's age. The fact that I'm this guy's age pisses me off because I genuinely think he's such a dumbass. I'm ashamed that he is partially representative of my demographic.
I think she's going to try and make good with President Trump, but you're of course right about this, and it's the constructive criticism that makes it such a messy Thanksgiving. Listen, if you love your friend, are you just going to watch him like go home and beat his wife? No, you're going to try and stop it. You're going to try and like prevent something bad from happening. And I believe that, and I can tell you this from inside of the administration and the people that I talk with, that there has been an almost intoxicating effect that happens when you assume the most powerful position on earth. Donald Trump is often called the president of the world. Multiple world leaders have.
Doobie says, I just want to make it illegal to support countries I dislike. What?
Called him that. I don't want to call him that, but that's what world leaders have called him because the office itself is so unbelievably powerful, Piers, and you have military bases all over, and every second there's another world leader calling you for something. And I think there's a reality distortion field in DC that has been very pernicious in our politics in America for the last 50 years for sure since the Second World War, where America.
Second World War was what, 45? So that's 60, 80 to 85 years. I hate this guy.
American politicians feel like they have to be the world's police and they feel like they have to be the world's daddy. And that's not why we elected you, damn it. You know, we elected you to be daddy here, to care for your children, which are American. And I think that that's how a lot of administrations, Trump's and many others, have gotten sort of derailed and have soured with the American people because they do focus so much abroad. And it's like this lack of an ability to focus domestically here in a country that has a ton of problems, like a lot of real problems for real.
This is where like competent governments is so important. And funnily enough, I was arguing last night that you can't walk and chew gum in reference to taking on Trump in a January 6th style commission again, and then like executing a legislative agenda that addresses the major problems that are facing our current society. I actually don't think that we're capable of walking and chewing gum. Weirdly enough, I'm going to argue the opposite right now in reference to international affairs. If we were competent, which is a big if, so I actually should probably just totally change my tune. If we were competent, we could probably walk and chew gum in reference to international affairs. We would keep the world stabilized, we would keep the international economy humming, and we would provide for our people on the home front. So this whole like isolationism thing, the reason why it pisses me off, and maybe I'm just indoctrinated, but the narrative that I was told is that World War I was so devastating to Europe that it obviously affected Europe horribly, and the United States still eventually got sucked into the war, and hundreds of thousands of Americans died as a result of letting the war go on for so long that we just had to get involved in order to end the bloodshed and end the destruction and end the mass death and end the horrors of World War I. And so as a result, the United States just eventually had to get involved in order to stomp out the flames. Well, World War I set up, due to us being non-interventionist again, it set up the conditions in which World War II wasn't inevitable, but was probable. Germany getting a bad shake during the Treaty of Versailles, Germany being treated as a client state by the victors of the war, kind of like ultranationalism kind of becoming like the normal politics of the day. That all of those things set the stage for World War II to happen, and World War II was obviously devastating. Not only did hundreds of thousands of Americans die in the conflict, but also millions of people, tens of millions of people died in the conflict, and arguably tens of millions of people were wiped out intentionally by communists and by fascists for the crime of either thought crime, being anti-communist, or being the wrong ethnicity and religion in reference to Jews, Gypsies, Roma, disabled people, etc. And so the whole point of that is that after World War II was so horrible that the United States was like, it's easier to prevent World War III than it is to fight World War III after the fact. And that's why we've been interventionists for the past century, is because it's easier to go into Serbia and say, hey, you're doing ethno-religious purges, you're killing tens of thousands of people, you're not allowed to do that, and if you fuck with us, we're going to hit you with bombs. It's easier to go into the Mediterranean and the Red Sea and say, hey, you're blowing up ships, we're going to blow you the fuck up until you stop. It's easier to go to Israel's aid. I know Doobie hates this, but it's easier in 56, 67, and 73 to back Israel militarily with logistics than it is to watch millions of Jews get wiped out again for the second time in recent history. So yeah, I'm 100% supportive of the United States being a power broker and power player on the world stage to prevent World War III. So Benny Johnson's a dumbass, and his analogies are for children, and I hate his guts, and I hope he stubs his toe today. Grassroots for 5 says, you were elected to be daddy here. All right, I'll sweep the stairs. Sweet Jesus, woman. Yeah, and isn't this dude, somebody mentioned it, isn't this guy accused of having homosexual affairs with men at like conventions? Wasn't that the thing going around, that like multiple people saw him get drunk and go to a hotel room with a dude and leave his wife downstairs? What was that?
Americans, and they're the stakeholders in this nation. They're the ones who elect you. You should have allegiance to absolutely no one else other than this nation and its voters, and you should care.
Doobie says, yeah, that's dumb as fuck. Doobie, with respect, I think your perspective is dumb as fuck.
For them like your own children. That's your job. That's why we pay you, and that it's actually your moral duty, in fact, as a leader in this.
Would you include, Benny? Would you include Trump and the Trump administration, and indeed every American administration in modern times, the kind of slavish support for Israel? And the reason I ask that question is because if you look at the split on the conservative right, you can pretty well draw a line between the likes of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others, even Marjorie Taylor Greene to a degree, and others who have been critical of the Israeli government strategy, for example, in the war on Hamas, and those who have steadfastly defended everything Israel has done. There is a running line there developing between the two, and Israel does seem to be a common theme between the split.
Totally.
I've always been blunt about health. It's one thing you can't debate your way out of. Like all of you, I've had first-hand experience of vague doctor visits, which leave you guessing. Sometimes you need a lot more reassurance, and that's why superpower resonates with me. Superpower flips the script on preventative health.
Shut your butt. This guy loves commercials, by the way.
President, sorry what he did to you Brits, Piers. I know you'll never forgive him for it.
Actually, I blame King George III. He was such an imbecile.
Truly, that guy was your own Joe Biden. That was your Joe Biden. Piers in England. The two of them would have got along. George Washington, his final words to the American people, his final words, his last speech before he went off into the sunset, something Barack Obama refuses to do. But he went off into the sunset and lived out his days. He said, don't get embroiled in foreign entanglements. That's how we lose this place. That's how we destroy our country. These countries have problems of their own. They have blood feuds. I'm talking about Israel and Ukraine here, by the way. Blood feuds that go back thousands of years before there was an America. And how the hell we're supposed to go in and solve this? We're supposed to come in and somehow be the solution to something that it goes back to Abraham or back to the feudal times, like in the Roman Empire. If you're looking at Ukraine, this fanatic obsession. I was enraged, by the way, when somebody put up a Ukraine flag in my neighborhood. Yeah, I live here in Florida. That should be illegal, actually. But somebody put up these Ukraine flags. I would see them popping up all over my neighborhood. You go to DC, dude, you're more likely to find a pride flag or a Ukraine flag or an Israel flag than you are to find an American flag.
God, I hate this guy. He's such a fucking dumbass. Hedonic said, just got a year's worth of back pay for a phone stipend, sharing the wealth, grill shallah, fix my name as well. Thank you, Hedonic. Much appreciated. Now, okay. So this is the point that I wanted to make. Sorry, let me move this over here, make sure that we're paying attention to the debate. That's going to be kicking off in 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes until the debate, guys. It's almost happening. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, Doobie. Since World War II, 100,000 American service members have died in conflict. In World War II, 400,000 American service members died in conflict, and 100,000 died in World War II. So, or 400,000. Yeah. So it's like 500,000 total. So between 1914 and 1945, you're talking about a single generation. So within 30 years or 40 years, we lost 500,000 men in international conflict that was ultimately deemed necessary in order to secure the world. Yes, I'm going to go into the neocon nonsense, Doobie. Since then, we've lost a fifth of the amount of people. The way that we lost a fifth of the amount of people, Korea, Google Maps, was the Persian Gulf War, the Korean War, the war in Vietnam, and the global war on terror. So when it came to South Korea, matter of fact, population of Korea, South Korea, 50 million people are able to live in peace, security, and abundance as a result of American interventionism in South Korea. 50 million people. They could be underneath an authoritarian communist regime similar to China, but arguably North Korea became worse because of the war in Korea. I would never volunteer 50 million souls to fall to authoritarian communism. I'm happy that these people live in a mixed economy, capitalist, representative, democratic republic. That makes me happy. I am proud of the American service members who fought wars in order to secure South Korean freedom. When it came to Vietnam, we lost that war. We lost that war. So 50,000 young men died in the jungles of Vietnam, and they were not able to secure South Vietnamese freedom the way that we were able to secure Korean freedom. But at the same time, I don't view their sacrifice as in vain. I view their sacrifice as a failed attempt at saving the free world. It was a failed attempt. When it came to the Persian Gulf War, the Persian Gulf War was over the state of Kuwait. Kuwait is an independent nation separate from Iraq that was invaded by a megalomaniacal, psychotic, murderous piece of shit. And let's take a look at the Kuwaiti population. Kuwait population. 5 million people were saved from Saddam Hussein through the Persian Gulf War. So the 300 people who died in service in order to secure Kuwait, and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia being massive energy producers that stabilize the world trade, I don't view that as in vain. I view that as perfectly fine, not only materially rational, but morally rational. And then finally, when it comes to Afghanistan and Iraq, I would view that similar to Vietnam. We failed, okay? We failed to secure Afghanistan as a peaceable society that is democratic and liberal and democratic and mixed economy capitalist and a sane neighbor compared to its neighbors. We failed in Afghanistan. But I think that there are challenges there. And realistically, if we had invaded Afghanistan, gone into Pakistan and killed Osama bin Laden, I would have viewed that as a successful war on terror. Invading Iraq, I do think was a geopolitical mistake. I do think that we probably should have waited for Saddam Hussein to die and then tried to negotiate with Uday and Qusay to be less psychopathic, murdering pieces of shit. Although arguably Uday and Qusay were supposed to be worse than Saddam. They were arguably bigger pieces of shit than Saddam. But as a result of taking out Uday, Qusay, and Saddam, now Baghdad does, relatively speaking, have a representative pseudo-democratic government. The Shia are in power. Prior to when Saddam was in power, 20% of the population ruled the other 80% of the population in fear. The Kurds in the north, they weren't ruled through the consent of the governed. They were ruled because if they piped up, they got hit with chemical weapons. If the Shia in the south didn't participate in government because they were prohibited from government, and if they piped up about it, they got killed. So in my opinion, yeah, Iraq's fucked up. It's a fucking mess, okay? Now, Iraq is arguably an Iranian orbiter, even though Iraq is still willing to sell us oil. But I still think that Iraq, I think that like the polling that we saw was like, it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. 1/3 of Iraq thinks that, Iraq was worse off under Saddam. 1/3 thinks that nowadays are just as bad during the Iraq war. 1/3 think that they're better off now than they were under Saddam. So I don't know what Iraq is going to have to build its own future. It's going to have to figure its own shit. But at the same time, I still think a representative government that actually represents Kurds and Shia, where if they have a beef with the government, they can actually go to the government and have decent representation, is better than Saddam, Uday, and Qusay. Absolutely. And so, Iraq population. So the Iraqis being able to figure out their own destiny is another 50 million people who, while not fully emancipated from jihadist terrorism, are fully emancipated from the sway of Iran, or fully emancipated from the corruption that is inherent with their own society, they at least get to dictate their own future without Saddam, Uday, or Qusay. So, yeah. So, fuck that. Kuwait was based. Korea was based. Vietnam was based, but it was ultimately a failure. Iraq was not based. It was kind of cringe, but you got to do what you got to do. And then Afghanistan would have been based if we went in, invaded the country, killed Osama bin Laden, and then left. End of geopolitical yap.
What the hell is that, Piers? You know, it's self-loathing. It's this. I think what it really is, if I were to diagnose it, and I'm no good at this. If I would have the most empty therapy couch on earth if I opened up a therapy practice.
So why are you a political commentator?
People would be like, that guy's got enough problems of his own. But if I were to diagnose it, Piers, here's what I'd say. People know that their country's broken. And they know that this place needs so much work. And that it's going to be tough work, really hard to fix this place. And instead of doing that tough work, they're going to project onto some other country. And we're going to sit here and woke scold about Israel or Palestine, Hamas, Ukraine, and the Donetsk, whatever, Crimea, Russia, instead of fixing ourselves. It is so much easier to look at someone else and be like, they're a fat ass. They're such a slob. They need to go to the gym. Well, you're sitting there 150 pounds overweight on the couch. It's so much easier to sit there and like do the work, like say someone else needs to do work instead of.
This would hit a whole lot harder if they hadn't kicked 10 million people off of Medicaid. And if they hadn't just played chicken with food stamps in order for the Democrats to get ACA subsidies so more people had access to health care. And then they were effectively willing to starve 1 in 8 Americans in order to achieve their political goal. This would hit a little bit harder if we actually had, I don't know, solutions to the problems of American society proposed by Republicans.
Working on yourself. And so that's why I'm disgusted, frankly, by our obsession to just swap out the next country. Trust me, it'll be Taiwan next, okay? And then it'll be, Papua New Guinea, whatever, right? It's going to be, we're going to find some other obsession of some other little country that we're going to spend our time and our treasure on. And people are sick of it. I got to tell you, Piers, people are just sick of it. They're done.
Nick Fuentes has posted.
I love how the people who are most sick of it are oftentimes not even the people that deployed. That's like another great irony. And there are infantrymen, there are infantrymen who say, I don't know why we were in Iraq. Fuck the geopolitics, fuck Iraq, fuck the Iraqi police, fuck the Iraqi army. We should have never been there. There are grunts who say that shit. But oftentimes the people who are the most tired are the people who didn't participate. Kind of rubs me wrong.
On X, funny how Republicans became the party of censorship and cancel culture. The moment that
Fast and Bulba says, Iraq war was great content for a youthful me. They put on a great show. Jesus.
Americans started criticizing Israel. Any Republican that engages in these tactics on behalf of Israel should be removed from office. It's un-American. 2026, we will be watching. I mean, his influence is rising. Many people are horrified by that because of his obvious anti-Semitism over the years, his adoration of Adolf Hitler and so on. But you can't deny that he has a rising influence. And when he says that, for example, there'll be many people who may agree with it about the fact that you cannot criticize Israel and people that are trying to have an open mind about what's happened, for example, in the war and have been critical of the Israeli government, myself included, have been immediately branded anti-Semitic, which I think is absurd. But talk to me about Fuentes for a moment. What is your view of Fuentes? Well, what do you think? I mean,
by the way, that's insane. Okay, so I just want to take this to its logical fallacy, Piers.
Sacred Gnosis Connor, why do you expect Benny to participate in the military? They can pay in dollars, not rubles. Well, I mean, the Navy is very famous for having a large gay population. He could be on a boat, and he could be the queen of the boat. So, yeah, why not?
I have spent a considerable portion of the last few years on your show.
Yeah.
Criticizing Joe Biden and the Democrat Party. And I believe that they deserved an enormous amount.
What does that have to do with Fuentes?
Of criticism. I personally believe that Joe Biden was the worst president of my lifetime. and will go down in history as somebody who was so severely destructive to our land and our nation. So I'm criticizing Joe Biden and the way he's running the government. Does that mean I hate?
Is it okay? So hold on, guys. That I gotta share this with you before we move into the debate. We're about to move into the debate, but I used to call these people not conservatives. I used to, as recently as probably a few weeks ago. And that's because if I look at Burke, if I look at fiscal conservatism, social conservatism, if I look at constitutional conservatism, there's such obviously like hypocritical pieces of shit that don't believe in any of the underlying philosophy that I can either find where they're violating these concepts or they're hypocrites in reference to these concepts. But what I found was somebody mentioned like the NatCon conference. I think it, and I've heard of national conservatism before, but Ryan Mullally said like, oh, you know, there's a national conservatism conference. I'm thinking about going this, that, the other. And if you look at national conservatism, the ideology, I would say, is like a 1-to-1 to Trump. I kind of want to ask you guys if you agree with my assessment. So national conservatism is a variant of conservatism that prioritizes the defense of the national. Whenever somebody says nation, I think people and cultural identity, often based on a theory that the family as a model of the state. Benny Johnson just called the president and the government daddy. It is oriented towards upholding national sovereignty, securing the border, and making sure that mass immigration from Central and South America and the Middle East and North Africa is a part of the national sovereignty argument, which includes opposing illegal immigration or immigration per se and having a strong military. Well, even though they want to be isolationists, they still emphasize militarism. So, I mean, we could get into the details, but they use like Viktor Orban. And Viktor Orban, correct me if I'm wrong, has been like a fan of the Trump administration. And I think vice versa. So my question is, I used to call the Trump admin not conservative. I actually unironically believe that I might have been incorrect and that they're national conservatives. So let me know how you feel about that in the chat, because that was kind of a revelation to me. What's frustrating is I brought this up to like Gibbs and Rob Noor like a dozen times, and they never said, oh, no, he's a conservative. He's a national conservative. You should look up national conservatism. If we collectively in Twitch and YouTube politics had a higher IQ than 80, then that would have been the first argument. They could have owned me in the marketplace of ideas. They could have just said, oh, yeah. Like he's not a tradcon. He's not a social conservative. He's not a fiscal conservative. He's not a Burkean conservative. He's not a constitutional conservative. He's a national conservative. And I'd have been like, oh shit, you're probably right. So I guess I'm going to jump in here and see when people show up, and I'll just interact with chat while we're waiting. E-court tit for tat. I'm in the server. And then I'll hang out with you guys, because I parasocially love you. All right. Debate in a bit says zip. Yep. Already went there. Already went to it. Grassroots says these people are not conservatives. All conservatives have a nationalist bent, but it's not this. Well, I would challenge you to read the National Conservative Wikipedia and tell me how Trump doesn't fulfill it, because I think he does. Cisse Puede says, if you identify as a conservative like Benny does, then the only answer for the worst president is Bush, simply because of the amount of debt he put us in with the Iraq war and Afghanistan. Trump put us in more debt. The Iraq war and Afghan war was $2 trillion. Donald Trump amount increase to the debt. I think Donald Trump is responsible for like $8 to $10 trillion of the debt. How much did President Trump add to the debt? Yeah, in his first term, he added $7.8 trillion to the debt. Almost like a quarter of the national debt is Trump. Now, you can argue that COVID was like such a unique moment that it was necessary, but still, that's an absurd amount of cash. How much did Bush add to the debt? Hey, I'm doing good. Yeah, President George W. Bush added $6 trillion to the debt. Donald Trump's arguably worse. Hi. Let me go ahead and snap. Am I still in the server? What happened? Got you. Okay. Let me go ahead and move my stream over here and pop you guys out. And just make sure my chat can hear you. Add to stage. Okay. And you guys can hear me okay?
Yeah. You
Yes,
play,
sound fine.
Okay. And then, all right, cool. Then I am live. Just letting you guys
Yes.
know. And so, yeah,
Understood. No
ready
worries.
whenever you guys are.
Yeah. Kafka said right before we joined, we were doing our unban appeals pre-show. Right beforehand, he's taking a couple minutes before we get started, and I am figuring out the overlay. I see you're both cammed up. Great.
Cool. You can see my camera.
Cams on screen.
Yeah. Cool.
Yes, absolutely. Get that on screen for everybody, and we can do it that way.
And have you had much time, Connor, to do any painting recently?
I haven't. There's a guard platoon that's been sitting to my right. There's a company, third-party bits manufacturer called Reptilian Overlords. They make an excellent Catachan or Catachan third-party miniatures. They're amazing. They're beautiful sculpts. But I just haven't had time. I do have time to paint them, but there's just other projects that are sucking up my time right now.
Yeah, I feel you. Are you more of a painter? Do you play the game as well, right?
So I played probably maybe a dozen games, maybe 24 games in my life, which is a shame to say because I spent like 3 years building a 2,000-point army, meticulously painting each model in high detail, probably spending an average of 3 hours on each model. And realistically, I've played maybe a dozen to 24 games. And that's one of the things that I realized. It's like, I want to paint, but 3 hours on each model in order to play a game once every 3 months, once every 6 months, that's a shitload of time. So yeah, the pay to play ratio for Warhammer is just crazy.
Yeah, you have to enjoy the painting enough, otherwise it's just not worthwhile. I mean, I'm almost identical of a position, except I always played fantasy and Age of Sigmar.
But I noticed that the fantasy boys, they really do love fantasy a lot. And then I also noticed that the other thing you can do is you can just be rich. You can be rich, and then you can pay other people to paint your armies. And then at that point, you can have fun. Or you can just be like a player. Like, so for instance, there's this guy that I bought. I have a Chinese Fire Raptor. So for those of you who don't know, the Fire Raptor is the air support for the Marines. It's done by Forge World. It's beautiful. So I bought a Chinese sculpted Fire Raptor for $50 off of a Facebook group. That guy's, all of his armies are gray. He's never painted anything. He bought proxies and he bought models. He left them gray and he just plays the tabletop.
I know a lot of people that do this. I mean, in some places, it's actually they don't allow you to pay with, or you allowed to 20% of your models in unpainted plastic. But and if you're given the choice, would you only paint or only play? It sounds like you're more of a painter than a player then.
I think statistically, I've spent infinitely more time painting than playing. It's true. I do enjoy playing as well. But what's happened with me is since I have a family, I got 2 young kids. So like having 3 to 8 hours to play a 2,000-point game is pretty rare. And then what happens is it's so rare that I want to play the entire time. And so what's supposed to be like a 3 or 4 hour 2,000-point game, somebody walks in to the gaming store and they don't have a partner. And I'm so like, oh, let's create a narrative where this army comes in or whatever. And let me respawn my guys. That way we can have the points match up. And so like we do shit like that. But then what's supposed to be a 3 or 4 hour game turns into like a 10-hour slugfest. And I just don't have time like that.
Yeah, exactly.
What armies are you running?
Myself or Connor?
No, I was asking Connor, but you can say, I didn't know you were running an army right now.
Not right now. I mean, I can't even remember the names of them anymore. I mean, I just call them the undead. Like I had a skeleton horde. that I was painting up. And before that, I used to play High Elves when it was still fantasy. And then what else did I make that into? Like, you can make that into a form of Elves in Age of Sigmar. And then I rebased everything to round bases, and then got completely tilted when they decided to go back to square bases for fantasy. And that actually put me off. It's like I spent so long rebasing the models, and bases are so important for a good model. So I spent a lot of time on this, and then they said, "Hey, you know what? You can use square bases again." It's like all that time spent on the bases. So
that's how I feel about Terminators. So back in the day, it seemed like the Primaris line was coming out, and a lot of the Firstborn stuff was just getting, kind of shipped out. And Gravis came out, and Gravis sucked. Like I just compared to Terminator armor, it just sucks. And so what I did was somebody came up with a beautiful tutorial on how to effectively cut the Gravis models in half, put the Terminator back on it, and then the scaling works where you can make Primaris scale Terminators. And so I probably spent like 2 months like kit bashing Terminators and painting them. And I have I'm very proud of the models. The models are beautiful. But then they just came out with true scale Terminators, and I'm like, motherfucker.
Exactly, yeah.
I probably spent a quarter, like all the recreational time of a financial quarter, kit bashing and painting Terminator models. And then they just a year later or a year and a half later, they come out with Primaris scale Terminators. Fuck my ass.
It's also like the rule changes that they implement. And so suddenly models you spend hours working on, that the pride of your army, that your lore kind of is based around, just suddenly is lost, and it becomes an irrelevant model. And if you're lucky, they make a compendium rule set for you, but it's not really official rules anymore. And you feel like those models have no power anymore because they don't have the power of the numbers behind them.
That's why I always do rule of cool. Like, guys, if we don't start talking about the debate, then we're just going to talk about Warhammer for the next hour. But hold on, I did want to share this. No, this is important. I have to share this first. Okay, so number one, I always do
sports guys.
I always do rule of cool. So basically, I just bring whatever's cool, even if it sucks rules wise. And then number two, there was this game where with my rule of cool, I built an A10 Warthog model. I'll show it to you sometime. But it blasts, I fly it across the board and I wipe out a squad of Imperial Guardsmen except for a Melta. And then my 200-point model gets blasted off of the board immediately by tanks. And so I'm like, fuck, I just killed 9 guardsmen with a 200-point model. That was stupid as shit. And then what ends up happening is one guardsman with a Melta, they do the rule where the commissar shoots one of his own guys, so he passes the morale test. And then that model charges my lines and kills a Space Marine, charges my lines again, kills a Space Marine with a Melta. And then we're like, damn, this guardsman badass. We need to kidnap this guy, and we're going to say that he's a 16-year-old, and we're going to kidnap him and turn him into a Space Marine. But what I had power fists. And so I was like, easy day. I'm going to roll power fists, and we're going to knock him out, and we're going to kidnap him. Well, what ends up happening is the other guy makes the rule. He's like, no, you can't use a power fist, because if you use a power fist, you're going to kill him. You need to knock him on the back of the head with your base level strength. Well, I roll for 2 rounds, and I fail both rounds. And so this guardsman who had slagged 2 Space Marines with a Melta, he survives, and he doesn't get kidnapped and turned into a Space Marine. He just stays a badass guardsman. And those are the kind of cinematic moments that I love about tabletop. It's actually, it's really fun.
If we don't agree on anything this evening, we definitely agree on that then. So.
Now we can debate.
Yeah, I very much respect your commitment to role playing while tabletopping in 40K. Not many do that. Okay. We are going to go ahead and get started with our main event. Let me pull up this other document. 1 second. Here we go. Okay. So let's do this. Zip, when you are ready.
Absolutely. All rise for the Honorable Judge Kafka Esquire.
Okay. Hey there, everybody. Welcome to E-Court. Okay. You all be seated. Bailiff, please proceed.
All right, we've all come to this bench trial today to resolve a dispute between the parties. Connor, aka Counterpoints, and Reason Riffs. Be hearing arguments regarding tit for tat strategy. Is tit for tat a viable political strategy? This is not a forum for discussion or an exploration of ideas. It's an adversarial trial with the pursuit of resolution. Judge will be adjudicating this dispute and act as a fact finder. This means that all questions come from the judge, except when they don't, and will be answered by the parties. Parties won't speak with one another, except when they do. Nor will they interrupt the discussions between our judge and the other party.
While I'm a practicing attorney and this show is styled to resemble a court of law, this is not an official legal proceeding in any way. This show also is in no way an arbitration of any dispute therein. My final opinion, if any, is not legally binding, nor shall it constitute legal advice in any way. The content of this show is merely for the entertainment of the audience who views it. The bailiff, myself, and any person related to the production of the show and the participants all understand and agree with the foregoing statement.
All right. Both our parties have submitted position statements and evidence before this trial began. They both had the opportunity to review each other's evidence, and they've had the opportunity to give any extra information to the judge for him to consider during the interrogations of the parties. And after, we'll probably make some of the stuff available to y'all.
All right. To the parties, as mentioned before, I expect you to speak only to me and when spoken to. You'll be given every opportunity to address the arguments and statements of the opposing party. I will determine when to speak to each party and when to cut off a line of questioning. Do not attempt to assist me. I recommend that you answer questions directly to provide any supporting evidence or argument. If you're unable to answer a direct question, I will infer an answer. Your inability to answer will be included in such an inference. If I find your behavior to be disruptive, I'll direct the bailiff to mute your microphone when not directly addressed. I'd also recommend that you refer to the document provided, allowing you to see what options you have as actions as parties. Objections are available. You can also do a sidebar, which allows you both to address each other directly. We'll go over that again once we get to the end of this long speech.
Correct. We shall. And to everybody watching in the chat, so thank you for watching, firstly, in Connor's and mine's. If you guys want to submit questions to ask our parties, Connor and Reason Riffs, type them in my chat. I'm going to be compiling some stuff into an amicus brief, and sprinkled here through and through. I'll be giving these to our judge, and we'll be asking our parties the questions. Questions could be for anybody. I'll keep track of the most interesting ones. If you don't know a message or something, then you will get priority. Yep.
Okay, and so for the parties, our objections, you can object to just about anything, though you need to defend it. All right, if you object, I'm going to pause the line of questioning and we're going to see what your objection is. If I think it was the objection was worthwhile, then I might end that line of questioning. If not, you risk being muted for the rest of that line of interrogation. I'm asking you to use it when you really think you need it, not just when you might disagree with somebody. If you disagree with someone, I will give you every chance to respond. If you guys think that my interrogation is going too slow and you want to just go head to head, whoever is not presenting their argument can call a sidebar whenever they want. You get one. That's going to give you 5 minutes of head-to-head action with the other party. I will not interrupt it unless I think it's getting too hairy or something like that. Connor, you're going to be arguing in the affirmative. So you're going to give the first opening statement and presentation of argument. Reason Riffs, you're going to be presenting second. If you want, you can wait to do your opening statement until you present your argument, or you can do your opening statement directly after Connor's. Which would you prefer?
I think I would just I'll make my opening statement directly after Connor's. It's relatively short. So.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, and then Connor, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Yeah, just so my argumentation is actually lined up with my document.
Sure.
Can I pull it up somehow? Or can you guys pull it up somehow?
You can refer to your documents that you have, anything like that, that's fine.
I don't think I saved it. I think I just put it on your guys' drive.
Oh, it should be on the drive. I can send you a link to it.
Okay, yeah. Can you real quick? Just because if I go on like a long-winded, unrelated rant, I don't think that's a good way to start a legal
You
proceeding.
can either read your position statement or you can just give one that's not your position statement. Your opening statement is whatever you want it to be. So don't feel like you're confined by that position statement.
Okay, and then sorry, real quick, you where did you send it to me? You sent it to me on Discord, real quick.
In our group DM.
Okay, let me click on it because I do think that I want to keep my position statement relatively grounded in what I submitted. So, the position is that the tit for tat strategy is a race to the bottom. Republican successes have largely been due to a misframing of political reciprocity using unpopular left-wing behavior as a reason to excuse their own bad behavior. Moderates who decide elections are the people to cater to. Running to the fringes politically on behavior alienates the people you wish most to attract. And what I would additionally, how long is my opening statement?
Let's keep it under 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll easily be able to. So what I would say is that the right wing has been engaged in egregious behavior. I think we can all agree on that over the past decade. Whether you're talking about the overthrow or attempted overthrow of the government through the fake elector scheme in January 6, 2021, if you're talking about basically the violent language that Trump is currently engaged in today, where he's calling people who called for the military to obey their oaths of office, he called them seditious traitors deserving of death. There's an endless amount of bad behavior. Even right now, we were just reviewing how right-wing media pundits, despite claiming to be socially conservative, are sweeping for an ephemophilic sex trafficking ring in reference to Trump because they're effectively Trump cultists. There's no amount of endless bad behavior from the right wing that is not in dispute. What I would argue, though, is that tit for tat, while it can be a viable strategy in the fact that reciprocity is typically how humans operate, within the political binary, if the left was to argue for tit for tat, then you would need to do the same things. You would need to try to overthrow the Republic of the United States. You would need to sweep for ephemophilic sex trafficking rings. You would need to use propaganda in order to lie to the American people to win politics. And I think this is how we are going to destroy the Republic if we engage for tit for tat. Also, I think it opens up uncomfortable boxes. If we engage in politics as a binary, where there is this thing called the left and there's this thing called the right, and that is the political tribe to which we are set, then within the past 6 months, there was a left-winger who shot a right-winger and killed them. Are we actually going to be advocating that we should engage in political assassination because the other side did so? This is why I believe that these behavioral arguments are a race to the bottom, and it's going to destroy our republic. Actually, one more point before I could give up my time. Also, these things have had deleterious effects. They've had negative effects on the person advocating for them. Destiny has argued that rhetorical tit for tat is necessary in order to fight fire with fire in reference to the right wing. Well, guess what? When he fought fire with fire, when he said that Republicans are acting so poorly, they should be afraid of violence in reference to their advocacy for poor positions, what ended up happening? He got demonetized. As a result, he's a less effective rhetorician and advocate because he was civilly sanctioned for his behavior. So once again, like, this is a race to the bottom. It's going to destroy our republic. It's fraying our social fabric. It has negative consequences. And I don't even necessarily believe that you guys believe your own position. So with that, I'll yield the floor / time.
Great. Real quick, I apologize, everybody. I misspoke earlier saying that Connor was in the affirmative. It's Reason Riff's in the affirmative. Connor is in the negative. So, Connor, thank you for your opening statement. Reason Riffs, let's go ahead and get your opening statement. Please include, and once you're done with that, we're going to go over what we're going to use as tit for tat for our definition. I still want to hear y'all's opening statement without it. I want to have a quick discussion with both parties about what we are going to consider as tit for tat for this discussion. And then we're going to go into arguments. So Reason Riffs, you go right ahead.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your opening statement, Connor. And I understand a little bit more where we agree and disagree. So I will perhaps try and really address you in this regard. So I think one of the key things is to delineate here between what is rhetorically framed as what is being said and what the actions actually are. So we can see that actions aren't always the same as what is being described, but especially by the other side. And frankly, to some extent, we have to ignore that because that can always be framed however it wants to be framed. The other question is then, okay, if it's not a tit for tat strategy, if you want to be critical of it, you have to pose a genuine alternative. And I don't see a genuine, reasonable alternative that's not some variant of tit for tat, which I think we'll go into the definition in a minute, we'll clarify. we've also seen historically, and this is something we do agree on, in the US context, and it's not just in the US context we see this, but that the Republicans have misbehaved and been atrocious and have slowly eroded and destroyed democracy in the US. I argue that in some cases, the Democrats have aided and abetted this through appeasement. And I think realistically, that's the alternative is tit for tat or appeasement at this point. So there isn't really many more things to say on the matter. There is the actual application of the game theory of tit for tat, and that has its ambiguities in itself. And I think that's a place where we disagree, and probably agree more than we disagree if we look at how I would consider that being applied. And then there are variants of tit for tat for more complex models. So the original tit for tat was between two players, and it was simply a binary system of either defect or aid and cooperate. But that doesn't include noise, for example. And so you've got generous tit for tat, which is an offshoot of tit for tat itself. And I include in my description here generous tit for tat, for example. So I'm not stating that tit for tat is a perfect strategy in all applications. I'm not saying it's always perfectly clear as to how it will be utilized, but there are clearly cases historically where it hasn't been utilized, and it's only aided and allowed the Republicans to misbehave. And I use the analogy of a child that keeps throwing its toys out of the pram. Do you keep putting that toy back in the pram, or do you at some point no longer put the toy back in the pram such that the child stops learning to throw the toys out of the pram? So I think on that analogy, I'll close my statement.
Thank you. Okay. And so when we're talking about tit for tat strategy, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. It's a strategy in which we have two parties and they have the option of collaborating or acting selfishly to the detriment of the other party. They have the choice to make one of those two things, and neither side knows what the other side is going to make that choice until the choice happens. Okay. And whenever we're saying tit for tat, we say that because of we're going to make the same choice as the other side's previous choice, essentially, right? So if the other side said collaborate, we are going to collaborate. If the other side, their previous choice was they're going to act selfishly, we're going to act selfishly. And we're going to do that until they start acting like they're going to cooperate again. Okay. Is that a fair summation of what we're talking about for tit for tat strategy?
Yeah. I would maybe add that it has an implication of like negative reciprocity, where oftentimes it's used negatively, but I also agree that it's not necessarily negative. So for instance, like you said, if the other part becomes collaborative, you mirror their collaboration. And the hope is that eventually they will mirror collaboration.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure we understand that. And then are there any other terms that we want to make sure we're defining now so that we don't get lost in a fight over definitions later? I didn't see any other ones, but if you all think there is, I'm happy to explore it right now.
Yes, I mean, I wasn't particularly clear in my opening statement on this, so forgive me if it's my lack of clarity it's brought this about. But the reciprocity could be in reciprocating cooperation, but it can also be reciprocating defection. So in both cases, that is a reciprocal action. You're mirroring in terms of the behavior in terms of whether you're not cooperating or cooperating. So defection is a synonym for non-cooperation. So if I use defection, I mean non-cooperation in a sense. And the other thing was that there was this notion of generous tit for tat. And to clarify this is given in the evidence of the offshoots of tit for tat. It simply means that 5 to 10% of the time, which is one of the optimal percentages they found, if you just randomly cooperate occasionally rather than purely reciprocating, this can be a little bit more beneficial than pure tit for tat. But I would argue, so sorry.
We can get into that once we're in your argument. Connor, I apologize. I know I said you're going first, but we do like the affirmative argument to go first, just so they can make the argument and then the affirmative can come in, or the negative can come in. So Reason Riffs, we're going to go to you first. So I appreciate your argument, though I would like to hear why you think, or how you would explain that tit for tat is not a mutually assured destruction. If I do tit for tat, I'm not looking down the barrel of everything being destroyed. And why does it not result in that?
Well, from a purely theoretical standpoint, which is not the only standpoint, but it's one that's of the clearest. When you implement a tit for tat strategy, you discourage the other side from non-cooperation by making it less rewarding. And so you see that if you implement this kind of strategy, rather than purely cooperating or purely defecting and non-cooperating, that the other side is more likely to actually go towards cooperation in the medium to long term. In practice, we've seen this historically. When appeasement has been put in place, it's very nice in the short term. There's no suffering, right? But in the longer term, it means the other side continues to defect, to grow, and to take up and use more and more of the good nature of the other side. So it's about the medium to long-term perspective. The short-term, that there can be some disadvantage. There is, of course, a loss of easiness and uncertainty in the shortest of terms. But in the longer term, it actually reduces the overall suffering and loss that can occur, and is often minimal. So that's shown on a theoretical basis, but it's also, you can see historical examples of that. I also gave some of those as evidence.
Okay, so Connor, whenever I've heard your arguments about tit for tat, and I don't think I've heard you make the mutually assured destruction argument. Are you worried at all about that? About this, and maybe not necessarily like in the moment, they're going to immediately destroy each other, but kind of a runaway. I think you said a race to the bottom, and I think that's similar kind of to this mutually assured destruction. Like in your mind, you think the tit for tat's going to just force us into a civil war that is so horrible that it just basically ends America? Is that am I summarizing that correctly?
I'm hoping we're smarter than that. But yeah, like as an example, I appreciate Reason Riff's not being autistic in his definition, where like, for instance, something that I thought was brought up was interesting, that tit for tat with 10% or whatever reciprocity is actually something that's like a better game theory or something like that. I appreciate the lack of autism in reference to that argument. But yeah, like if we were being hyper fixated on tit for tat, then we would say that everything the Republicans have done should be negatively mirrored by the opposition. And I think there are some behaviors that are so negative from the right wing, they should not be reciprocated. I would cite the fake elector scheme. Actually, gerrymandering, we should probably talk about at some point. There's a whole host of bad behaviors that the right wing has engaged in that if reciprocated by the left, it would probably mean the doom of the republic.
Well, I think that leads into kind of my second question to Reason Riffs, where, whether we get to that end state of doom of the republic, I think that you would agree that in the short term, at the very least, there's a destabilizing effect to tit for tat. We're asking very powerful groups to act in, harmful ways, right? I mean, there's going to be negative externalities coming from this, and like, how do you gauge that, and then make that determination that that's okay versus other strategies that might not be as destabilizing?
Well, I think this is a good opportunity to make a point that I felt that Connor's argument was somewhat of a straw man argument in regards to framing the negativity of the reciprocal action, because and it's understandable, because in the theory, you just defect, right? And a defect looks like a defect, and it looks like the same thing, which it is in terms of the theory. But in practice, there are many ways in which you can defect. So you don't have to replicate the means, but the magnitude and the direction, right? So what they might do that's considered illegal, you don't have to break the law just because they broke the law, but you have to non-cooperate to the same strength and level such that it harms them as much as you harmed yourself. So I believe Democrats, frankly, are more intelligent than Republicans, and are able thus, and with a level of self-control Republicans don't have, and thus are able to reciprocate in a way of defecting and not cooperating with them, but in a way that's a little bit more intelligent. And I can give you examples of that.
Well, one second. I think that let's start at the wide view with that. Connor, what do you think about this idea that he's presenting here, where it's a tit for tat, but maybe it's not that we're going to perfectly mirror their actions, but we're going to say, okay, that action was of this magnitude and it caused this amount of harm to us. So we're going to take a legal, maybe a institutional based action that will harm them to the same magnitude, right? So like the shutdown, maybe the shutdown that was legal for the Democrats to do, and let's say they do that in response to illegal actions of the Republicans, but the magnitude of harm to each party is equal. How do you view that kind of tit for tat?
Yeah, I think that's infinitely preferable, obviously.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, I think that would probably be the differentiation between you use the word appeasement. I'm not for appeasement. I don't like appeasement. I don't think it's smart. I think that power abhors a vacuum. And I was going to bring up elections as kind of like the reciprocal power that should respond to the abuses of the Republicans. However, as an example, I would bring up. I want to bring forward gerrymandering, if you'll indulge me real quick.
I'm
So
happy to.
gerrymandering, we live in a representative republic, and gerrymandering, as far as I understand it, is drawing borders around districts specifically so that your political opposition does not gain seats that it would otherwise be entitled to, and that's gerrymandering.
Right.
And so there were conservative governments, conservative state governments that were openly saying, we're going to gerrymander on purpose, and we are going to rob the Democrats of 10 to 15 seats. And California responded with Proposition 50, which is legal. It was voted for by the public. The governor signed it into law. It's a perfectly legal action. And they engaged in gerrymandering that effectively, I think, nullified and might have scared the Republicans off of that dangerous course of action. But I think we can both agree that while legal and while tit for tat, if the Republicans follow through on their desire to gerrymander districts, we still have disenfranchised voters. And so that's kind of like the concession that I want people to understand, is that when we're engaging in this reciprocity, if we're talking about losing the Republic, then obviously gerrymander, because losing the Republic is more important than disenfranchised voters. But we still need to acknowledge that negative harm that we have done, because now we have disenfranchised voters in red states and we have disenfranchised voters in blue states. And the system is kind of fucked in a way that's difficult to unfuck. And so that is where my frustration with Stephen, because let's be real, this is about Stephen's course of action. Stephen's course of action, number one, it didn't seem to recognize the harm being done by playing into negative tit for tat. It also didn't seem to carry the nuance that's being brought up here today, where maybe you reciprocate part of the time in order to encourage cooperation, and then also maybe you do legal shit. I feel like that nuance was not forwarded by the person who sparked this conversation.
That's fair. And Connor, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're advocating, at the very least, or at least saying you're giving approval of some kind of virtuous tit for tat. I think that's kind of what we're discussing here.
Well, and
think
legality is one of my principal concerns. I would say legality was always one of my principal concerns, because when you say, oh, I'm going to engage in tit for tat or whatever, I don't think like Stephen's a criminal. But at the same time, like, Tucker Carlson technically doesn't commit crimes, even though he engages in what I believe to be stochastic rhetoric that would lead to violence. So I don't want Stephen to become a stochastic rhetorician that leads to violence in order to legally tit for tat with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's table that line real quick, because I do want to come back to Reason Riffs. Reason, I believe you had something. If you want to give me a quick response to that, that's fine. I have another question that's going to follow up what we just discussed.
I would like to respond to that, because let's not confuse Destiny's ambiguity with having contradicted, frankly, anything of what I'm suggesting of the strategy here. He's never really spoken in detail about the application of the strategy. Moreover, in terms of the general tit for tat strategy, we've had our or forgive me for saying I'm not an American, but you've had, as someone on the good side in America, the 5-10% of the generous part of the generous tit for tat. And now is the time, frankly, for some harsher tit for tat. And I feel like for a decade now, Democrats have feared the harm in the short term, and it's caused or played a role in the harm in the long term. That might be something that Destiny would disagree with me on, but I don't want to put words in his mouth. But he has been ambiguous for good and for bad, which has been provocative, but it hasn't been that he's staunchly taken something contradictory to what I've said, or frankly, staunchly said anything particularly terrible. I can't speak for his intent. That's speculation, and you would object rightfully in that part. Then
I think we're not going to read some implication. I don't think we'll read intent into Destiny's speech, but I think we can say the negative space that's left by him not clarifying is not to his benefit in Connor's argument. He's saying that negative space puts Connor on edge, the sense that he doesn't know necessarily what's going there. And with that, I would like to ask, I think Reason Risk, you would obviously also agree with the virtuous form of tit for tat, but when it comes to tit for tat strategy,
objection. In terms of definition here, there is no such thing as a virtuous form or non-virtuous form of tit for tat. Effective in terms of the strategy. We're talking about application, but that really isn't necessarily the debate here. We're talking a priori whether tit for tat is a bad strategy, right?
Well, what was that? No. I'm only saying in the sense that I don't think there's any part of the quote the novel term we're saying here of saying if you want to respond to their actions with only legal actions right now, that's not something that you would necessarily
maybe legal
with.
or moral.
Yeah.
Can we agree on legal or moral?
Sure, but then I want us to now move into the next part and say, okay, we've carved out that area. The tit for tat makes sense there. Okay, when I'm looking at tit for tat strategy now, am I saying, are we then extending it also to violence? And if not, well, let's say violence for immediate self-defense. I don't think anybody here has a huge issue with that as far as tit for tat strategy. But then beyond that, tit for tat for violence outside of immediate self-defense. How do you feel about that? Reason said, I'm not asking you to Fed post right now. We're speaking hypothetically. We're saying in an environment in which there is a tit for tat strategy, not even a political one, but tit for tat strategy involving violence that is not immediate self-defense. How do you view that in your version of tit for tat?
Well, I don't think violence, in terms of if you anticipate violence, you can always frame it as defensive, right? And I'd have to be so hypothetical in any applicable context right now to suggest that violence is warranted. But the idea of just outwardly saying violence is always wrong as part of the strategy, I think it's a bit like saying murder is always wrong and then giving a bunch of exceptions. So I think it would be disingenuous to say that violence is always wrong, even if it's not viewed directly as against your harm in the short term.
Let me phrase this maybe a little bit easier. Does your version is this tit for tat strategy we're discussing right now? Is it the alternative to violence, or is it within the system in which violence could happen at some point, or are we doing this to try to avoid violence in your mind?
Tit for tat is a tool, okay? And how you use that tool can be in an intelligent way, which is what I was trying to pose before, which I think is what the synonym for virtuous in this regard.
Sure.
But in terms of how that tool applies, it's very much contextual, right? And in the context we're talking about now in terms of the US, that I can see no space for anything near violence, physical or even verbal. And that's another issue, by the way, the rhetorical side of things. So it depends on how speculative you want to be with this. I mean, we can be very speculative, but I don't think that's.
Can I address this without?
Well, one second, Connor. I think that's fine. Reason, I don't want us to get too deep into the violence thing, Fed posting aside and other things. I think it's a little too much. But I do want to just touch on this point with you and Connor real quick. Connor, I know that you own and make guns, and I know that you are a Second Amendment defender and self-defense advocate. However, I want to hear your thoughts on this, because I think you would agree that tit for tat, immediate harm, violence makes sense. Do you, in your mind, do you see the tit for tat as a alternative to violence, or do you think that it is a tool, like Reason Riff might argue and say that that's not really an appropriate question to ask about it? I
think I could answer all of this without Fed posting, just because of my law enforcement background. So effectively, like what I'm advocating for with liberals in particular is like somebody said, legal self-defense. So we should not embrace violence. Most people who embrace violence are either psychopaths, sociopaths, sadistic, traumatic, they're traumatized, there's something. We should never embrace violence, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be prepared for violence. And so what I think is that liberal or progressive allergy to firearms and self-defense topics is actually a weakness that conservatives who are more comfortable with violence potentially could take advantage of. So shoring up that weakness is important. I do think that any violence that does happen should be legal and defensive. But just even arguing from a historical perspective, there's of course times where extra legal violence could be justified. And I'll use Colombia as an example. In Colombia, law enforcement was so corrupt where either half of them were anti-cartel militias and half of them were bought and paid for by the cartel, that the anti-cartel militias and civilians eventually formed a militia group that went on to fight with Pablo Escobar, because Pablo Escobar was consistently getting out of prison, getting reduced sentences, being ignored by corrupt officials, participating in assassinations, participating in terrorism, participating in the killing of cops. It was so egregious that effectively the social contract had been violated to the point that extra-legal and extrajudicial violence was taken upon by the citizenry because legality and morality were no longer lined up. Now, that being said, I think I'm with reason that we're not there yet. There are definitely lines that MAGA could cross where they effectively take the entirety of the republic and throw it out the window. And if they threw, like, for instance, let's say Trump said, I'm dictator for life. And enough of the military and enough of Trump's base said, yeah, he's dictator for life. We don't care what the Constitution says. At that point, it's time.
Okay, that's fine. We'll go ahead and pause that. We'll stray back away from the violence talk. Reason. Let's look into. I'm sorry, Mr. Riffs. Let's go into something that I want to make sure I understand why we would advocate for tit for tat over other strategies, and I'm going to give you some to contend with. Why do you think that a tit for tat strategy in the current political climate is better than a civil disobedience? And if we need to, I can define civil disobedience as we want to discuss it, unless both parties feel comfortable discussing without one.
Can I just reply to Connor's comment before?
Let's do a quick reply, and then
it's really quick to simply to saying I actually think in terms of the bar for violence, we sound basically in agreement on that. Okay, so he's basically voicing my own position with regards to that. So sorry, can you rephrase, restate your comment, your question?
Sure. So I'm wondering why we would use in the current political climate in America, why we should be advocating for a tit for tat strategy over civil disobedience.
Well, again, this is let's delineate civil disobedience from tit for tat. I mean, civil disobedience could be an implementation of tit for tat, right? Whether it be strikes of the federal workforce could be very effective if the Democrats called for that. So tit for tat in itself is, as I say, is just a tool. How you apply it takes a little bit of imagination. And I think that a lack of imagination and how that's applied historically in the past 10 years has been true of the Democrats. So forgive the lack of clarity with regards to my memory with this, but if you look at Supreme Court justices and the blocking in, was it 2016, just before, I think Trump had already been elected, but Obama was trying to push forward his nominee, and it was blocked by the Republicans. And then when Amy Coney was coming in very, very similar circumstances towards the end of the term, the Democrats didn't bother to push against that. And this is a great example of what I mean. I think Democrats need to be have a bit of more of a spine and threaten things that in the short term may be a little bit uncomfortable. And I don't mean anything illegal here, but it could also be civil disobedience in again a non-violent way. But that's about the implementation side of tit for tat, not about tit for tat itself.
Okay, well, so then you're saying tit for tat's a tool. It feels like tit for tat might be kind of an ethos or a strategy by which we're applying these other things, right? Like I feel like tit for tat is saying, like, you're talking about the application of your different kind of smaller tools or strategies, right? So I'm imagining you would have the same answer for, say, nonviolence, akin to kind of the Indian Revolution or American civil rights. You'd say the same thing. If that would just be folded into the tit for tat rather than being its own independent strategy.
Exactly. I think Black people in America today have the rights they have because tit for tat was employed.
So, Connor, whenever I'm thinking about tit for tat, and you're, we've discussed this kind of virtue tit for tat that might be what you're advocating for. In your mind, do you see an alternative to replace tit for tat with right here? Do you think that whenever we see the Republicans do something, incredibly heinous, like very, very, very clearly attacking the Republic, trying to destroy the Republic, Do you see a different strategy from tit for tat, or just a different way of applying it than what you've been hearing advocated?
No, not trying to be like, oh, blood sports debate, you suck, but like, no, that this is infinitely more reasonable than what Stephen is advocating for, and I do think that like reciprocity, if you're being smart, is intelligent. So for instance, like let's say that Prop 50 had been proposed by California, and then every Republican freaked out and they said, "Whoops, our bad. We didn't mean to open up Pandora's box. We're backing off of that topic." Then the tit for tat response, I think, would be not the Democrats proceeding with Prop 50. They would have said, "Oh, okay, we backed off of the cliff. Let's back off of the cliff as well." And so that's still legal. That's still reciprocal. It's still intelligent. I'm okay with that. I think that due to the lack of clarity in reference to tit for tat, I was probably operating with the autistic definition of number one, there's never reciprocity because effectively like reciprocity would be, some people call that appeasement, right? But I think that what Reason said is that maybe 10% of the time, maybe 5% of the time, you actually show a willingness to collaborate in order to encourage collaboration. That's brilliant. And then also adding in the safeguards of legality and adding in the safeguards of morality, I think also means that just because somebody on your team gets politically assassinated doesn't mean that you politically assassinate the opposite side. It means that, let's say that that person was in charge of logistics for the DNC or something, and there's some kind of like protest that you can do that would fuck up the logistics of the RNC. And so because they took through extra legal and violence, they take out your logistics capacity, you take out their logistics capacity through legal, moral means. I'm not opposed to that whatsoever. That's obviously intelligent. But I just need to emphasize this. Stephen himself, and I know I'm involving a third party, just as an example, yesterday, we were debating this last night. He was saying that the correct tit for tat in reference to what's going on in the American government right now is convicting all of the Trump administration of insurrection, because by participating in the Trump administration, they have been supporting an insurrectionist. And then when I asked him for like specific crimes that have been committed by members of the cabinet that would warrant this criminal charge and barring from office, he got really fucking vague with it. And not only did he get vague with it, I think that he was implying that we'll fabricate a case, and if they get convicted, they get convicted. And for me, that's the kind of thing where
speculation.
We're actually going to take this objection in real quick, Connor, because I actually came into that call right after you left and discussed the legal methods by which it could be done. That doesn't take away from the fact that that's what Destiny advocated with his own statements. So I'm not going to say that you're incorrect to say that. But we will say that I think that you're right to say that he is not advocating for the legal methods in that time when he said it. However, I'm going to actually agree with Reason Riffs here on the speculation aspect of, I think that we are talking about that negative space, right? I think we've already all come together and said, hey, there's some negative space in Destiny's statements that make certain people uneasy. I think that's fair to make that critique here, but I don't think anybody here's going to defend that. So we don't need to, I don't want to explore that negative space too much anymore. Connor, if you've got anything more you want to say on that, let's avoid the negative space. You can. I've got two more questions for Mr. Riffs, and then I'm going to come back over to you for that negative argument.
Yeah, sure. I would just say that these additional intelligent caveats, I think, like so, for instance, just keeping it on the topic, tit for tat sounds like negative reciprocity. Adding in the caveat of cooperation to encourage cooperation some of the time within game theory, awesome. And then also keeping it legal and moral, that actually alleviates a majority of my objections to the strategy.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Points. Mr. Riffs, whenever we're talking about cooperation, very specifically in the American political context, it seems like we're kind of begging a question or baking in some ideas by saying cooperation, because how are we supposed to say that it's cooperation when a lot of the times to the Republicans, it's probably going to feel like to them, we just have to do what the Democrats say, right? Let's look back at the shutdown fight. You know, the Democrats said, this is what we want. If y'all don't give us this, we're not going to open the government. Now, it's easy for us to frame that as cooperation, but I think from the Republicans' perspective, they might frame that as, well, we have to go along with the Democrats and agree with them, and then they will let us open the shutdown. Do you see where I'm coming at with this? Where sometimes I have a hard time seeing whether or not Republicans will see it as cooperation. Does that make sense? Because I feel like what we're doing is we're saying Democrats, don't open the government, don't cooperate, and force them to come cooperate with you. And the Republicans might say, well, this isn't really cooperation for us. This is us capitulating to their demands. And so now we need to get back at them for that. So how do we overcome that framing?
Well, I think, well, exactly. You used the key word here, framing, right? So again, the strategy itself is not a strategy of rhetorical framing. It's a strategy of the effect of your action. And the framing, if you look at the studies on populism, this is something we have to be really careful about, is populism survives and thrives on victimization of itself. They're the ultimate snowflakes. So you mustn't feed this victim narrative that they're trying to pursue. Now, of course, they're going to try and pursue it. It doesn't matter what you do. They are going to state that they have been victimized. There's no cooperation going on. But in terms of the effect, cooperation favors them, even though they may be a little bit grumpy outwardly and in terms of how they frame it, because that's the way they do, that's how they self-identify as the victims. In practice, they've got a little bit easier that time round when they've had cooperation reciprocated. And the politicians will learn that. And so however they frame it, we're not in control of that, right? That's how they want to frame it. Their media wants to frame it. You have to kind of, to some extent, ignore that, because they're going to frame it whatever suits their agenda. That's not because of the actual action behind your political action, what you've done. So we should ignore that.
Let me follow that up, because I like how you talked about framing there, and I want to see this. So do you think that, and I've heard some discussion around this, and I really like this idea, and not just because my Christian bias, but do you think that there should be more grace in victory from the Republicans? So let's say we had that shutdown, and let's say the Republicans go, you know what, fine, we'll do the healthcare thing, we'll let you guys do it, and now we can reopen the government. Should the Democrats have come out and said, hey, everybody, we cooperated with the Republicans, and the Republicans worked with us to reopen the government. This is a victory for both sides of the aisle. Or should the Democrats have come out and rubbed the Republicans' nose in it and said, fuck them, we got it, we owned them, this is awesome, fuck Trump? In your mind, which framing should I be using in tit for tat?
Well, I mean, are we talking about the strategy from the Republicans' perspective or the Democrats' perspective?
Democrats' perspective, doing tit for tat. Democrats, they
okay, but we shouldn't expect at this point in time. It's like going back to this analogy of a badly behaved child, right? When you start disciplining the child in the right way, and that involves carrot and stick, yeah, then the child's going to be really grumpy at first. You're not going to see much. I mean, forgive me, I'm not a parent, so if this is an analogy falls flat in his face, then so be it. But I do think there's an aspect of a child that's not experienced enough balance between stick and carrot. And when they start to experience that, they're going to be grumpy. They're going to be annoyed, right? And that's where the Republicans are now. But what you're going to create in the future, right? And this is the thing, is about the patience Democrats are going to have, is a Republican Party that I can foresee Connor being able to rejoin again. Because it will be that kind of party that says, you cooperated there. And historically, we've seen this in the Republicans. They've been wonderfully acknowledging of cooperation, right?
Well, so, but I want a direct answer on this one. The Democrats win the shutdown. They get what they want out of the shutdown. Chuck Schumer comes on TV that night and he's going to say one of two things. He's going to say, this was great. We got to work with the Republicans. They came to us and we cooperated and got this done. Or does Chuck Schumer say, haha, fuck you losers. Democrats won this one and we're going to keep fucking winning. What is the narrative?
Rhetorically, it shouldn't be too black and white. I think the problems for the Democrats, right, were that it was all a bit disorganized how they ended the shutdown, and so the messaging wasn't very clear around it. But in an ideal world, they could vocalize the cooperation, and as you pointing out here, I think this is what you're insinuating. There shouldn't be a vindictive element at all rhetorically to what Democrats say. That aspect of the rhetoric does not help from the politicians. But let's not assume that what the politicians say are what necessarily political pundits should say, because what they might say may lead to a debate like we're having right now, which wouldn't have happened if they weren't a little bit ambiguous and provocative.
And I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you to solve the whole thing. I'm just kind of trying to get an idea of holistic, kind of more like, okay, the Democrats do this strategy. How are we then moving forward and looking at it? That is the last question that I have for you, Reason Riff. Connor, I want to make sure you have a chance to respond to anything he said. If there's a part where you feel like you didn't get to respond to something, now's the time. Feel free to bring it up. And then Reason Riff will come back to you, and then we'll go into Connor, or we'll do an amicus brief and then go into Connor's argument.
Yeah. So one of the things that we bumped into through that conversation that I want to address is also my anxiety about populism. I don't like populism. I think that the mob, we're in a representative democracy for a reason. If you look at the founding fathers, they believe that the elites of our society should be elected into office so they can craft technocratic policy that's good for everyone. Unfortunately, it feels like Republicans and to some degree Democrats have abdicated in that responsibility for the past 50 years, and they've let really, really bad systemic issues fester. And I think that's causing radicalism, and it's causing the popularity of populism. The reason why I'm anxious about populism when it comes to tit for tat is because people can look at Trump's effectiveness when it comes to rallying the populist base. They can look at him playing on the anxieties of economic and social anxiety, and they can say, damn, that's really effective. Let's go ahead and adopt that strategy. And I think my fear with that, particularly with the left, is not only does that naturally fall in with the left, because the left historically have been advocates for the people, but also I think there's some really, really nefarious characters who are waiting in the wings to basically seize power upon a left-wing populist wave. By that, I mean that we have a socialist mayor in New York. We have people like Hassan Piker, who unfortunately are some of the most popular voices on the left wing. There are authoritarian leftists who, while unpopular now, they could be popular in a decade. And so my anxiety is that what I effectively watch happen on the right is bad behavior consistently get rewarded and dismissed as not important because that bad behavior was fringe. It was nominal. It was a part of a fluke of politics or whatever excuses they came up with. It became the norm. And so I don't want to excuse bad behavior on the left because I'm afraid that the identical thing will happen where once again, we'll have a race to the bottom, mutually assured destruction. And I was just discussing this with my chat. If we break this system, what waits for us is anarchic reciprocal violence, similar to like failed states all across the globe. And I'm not interested in that.
I think that's totally fair. And we're going to get into some of that whenever we come to your argument. I do want to touch on some of those things. I just want to make sure we finish out Mr. Riffs pretty well. Thank you, Mr. Points. Mr. Riffs, is there any points that you feel like you didn't get to make or anything that you feel like wasn't addressed for your affirmative argument? You will get a chance to critique Connor's arguments whenever we get to his.
Well, I mean, can I respond to Connor's point there? Because I was going to object in some respects, but I also like the fact he was in flow and wanted to hear what he had to say.
That's fine. Let's go ahead and do one. Let's not take too much time, though, because you are going to get plenty of time to respond.
Well, it's just speculative about Mandani, and he also condemned Hassan. So I'm open to seeing whether he's a bad or good influence on American politics, but I don't think he's the mirror of Trump. I have hope. And I think he may actually be a force for good for the Democrats. But we'll wait and see. The proof will be in what he actually does.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's well said. I think that's good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call it for the affirmative argument for for Mr. Riffs, and I appreciate both parties on that. We're going to go over to the bailiff. Bailiff, did we have an amicus brief ready?
We do. We have just a few questions for amicus brief. Reminder to y'all, if you want to ask either of our parties any questions, go ahead and type it in any of my chats. Switch Super Kick. We do have a couple. I have two questions from I Have Eaten Foliage, friend of the stream. How is the justice system not tit for tat for violations of law, judicial and lawful means versus lawless and reckless means? This question is for Connor, I believe. And I believe it's getting at the justice system as tit for tat in the way it behaves, and why I assume it's about some proposed disagreements with using the judiciary against Republicans.
Yeah, I'm once again, I'm happy that we all have the right kind of autism today. So that's excellent. What I would say is that arguably it's the intelligent tit for tat, not the autistic tit for tat. So as an example, if you shoplift, let's say that you steal $20 worth of shit, the state doesn't come in and steal $20 worth of your shit. That would be the autistic tit for tat. Making the example even more extreme, for murder, although we do capital punishment, oftentimes for murder, the motivation behind capital punishment is actually not like as an example, a serial killer who beats to death multiple women with a hammer. We don't beat the serial killer to death with a hammer. What we do is we euthanize them because we're effectively saying, you are such a dangerous person. You can no longer be a part of our population. You're too dangerous to release. As a result, we're putting you down. It's kind of like euthanizing a dog. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what capital punishment is. So I think that it is the same tit for tat where legalistically as morally as we can, we're reciprocating the social harm that you have done and imposing a consequence that hopefully gets your attention, but we're not literally doing exactly what you're doing back to you. That's how I would differentiate.
Okay. I would ask Ms. Rivers, ask your response. However, I realize that capital punishment was brought up, so it'll be a little easy for this one to spiral out. So let's go ahead and move to the next question.
Yeah, you've hit on a bunch of points that follow up into the next few questions. So we've also got a question from Ivory. They asked, and which you kind of just addressed a bit. Last night you said to not cry about a stolen bike if the perp was arrested / tried. Kind of getting at what you just said. Does restitution factor into analysis? And I have Ian Foliage, who asked the previous question, responded in chat just now, except the state does come and steal $20 of your shit to make you pay it back and then more. What do you say to that, Connor?
I would say, and then more. So as an example, $20 like might be cash restitution to the theft, but they don't literally come into your house, inventory your personal property, and then take $20 worth of personal property. I think we can understand the difference between restitutional payments and the state literally taking $20 worth. Like so for instance, you steal a candy bar,
But
the
it is
state
against your
walks
will,
in.
right? You're forced to. So
What's that?
It's not stealing, but it's stealing in the way that libertarians call taxes, right?
Taking your property. Okay. So the state,
Connor,
the state doesn't come in and take a reciprocal amount of food, right?
Yeah,
They
Connor,
make you pay for the candy bar.
Connor, how do you like this? Real quick, just because I thought of this just now. You are fine with this intelligent tit for tat we just find here. You're not okay with eye for an eye. Eye for an eye is you're literally doing the same thing from one person to the other. Tit for tat, you can hear it in the name, is talking about different responses for this, back and forth maybe, but the responses are not entirely equal, right? I think that we can talk about that.
No, I think that's well said. I am not, weirdly enough, I am for eye for an eye in certain circumstances, but I'm not for eye for an eye in general. I think turning the other cheek is better. And I also think that this more intelligent version of tit for tat is better. And sorry, there was like another part of the question though that I wanted to address. The bike. Can I address the bike thing?
Sure.
So when it comes to the bike thing, my statement is not about justice. Okay. When it comes to justice, the Trump administration should, which was the debate, should be held to account for its illicit actions. Pete Hegseth, if he violates the law in order to drone strike civilians in the Caribbean, should be held to legal account. Donald Trump, if he used the office for private gain and there's a statute that he has violated that can be proven in a court of law, he should be impeached. He should be incarcerated. However, we're dealing with a system that I think we all understand is kind of complex, but we're dealing in a system where realistically, unless the Senate flips, I very much doubt there's going to be a successful impeachment and incarceration or incrimination of Trump through 2028. I also think that when you could say it's a false tit for tat, but the Republicans are going to argue, well, the reason why Trump is comfortable pardoning himself and his cabinet and his cronies and this and that is because of the pardons of Hunter Biden and the January 6th committee. So they'll be arguing tit for tat in order to excuse their own bad behavior. Until the legislature modifies the power of the pardon, as far as I know, the power of the pardon is final. There's actually like there's no way to get around it. So if you want to have a truth commission where we discuss the many sins of the Trump administration, that's fine. That's not what Destiny was arguing for, though, last night. What he was, and maybe I should leave that for specifics, but effectively that was not what Stephen was arguing for.
What do you think
night.
Destiny was arguing for then? What was the alternative that you think Destiny was arguing that wasn't that?
Yeah,
so I put my own question in the amicus brief from ZipZip. Destiny's proposed targeting Republicans and barring them from office included legal avenues like charging them under the 14th Amendment as insurrectionists, and also included things such as impeaching Supreme Court justices, packing the court, constitutional amendments, possibly if you need to tighten up language on things. Is that sort of legality? Would you oppose that sort of actions?
Yeah.
Are you against that principally, or are you against that on you don't think it'll happen?
I think this is part of the negative race to the bottom, and I'll try to differentiate. So once again, if we could hold these people to legal account, we should. We can't. Now, when it comes to the shit, you were talking about packing the court. I actually don't think there's technically anything legalistically standing in the way of packing the court.
Correct.
However, my fear is that, let's say that we have a 5-4 conservative majority in the court right now. Let's say that you just add 1 or 2 justices, or let's say you double the size of the court, but you make them all liberal.
So you
or
had 40, hypothetically.
What's that?
Say you added 40, hypothetically.
Added 40, sure. Then what's to stop the next conservative government from adding another 40? And what's to stop the the next liberal government from adding another 40? It's a race to the bottom. And then I want to address the legal punishment for insurrectionists. If these people are guilty of insurrection, let's say that Josh Hawley, as an example, I'm pretty sure that he was in direct telephone communication with people who were involved in Stop the Steal, and maybe even Proud Boys. He might have been texting them or calling them. If there is any indication that Josh Hawley, number one, doesn't get a pardon, and maybe even if he got a pardon, you could do the insurrection thing that Stephen was arguing about, then where you don't criminally convict him, but you charge him with insurrection, therefore he's barred from office.
Well, the part about insurrection, right, isn't just it's engaging in insurrection or aiding and abetting the perpetrators thereof, right? So it can include more than just.
But I think the aiding and abetting
it could include people who aided.
But with the aiding and abetting, I think that the aiding and abetting would be specifically like in reference to aiding them and abetting them in reference to insurrection. So, for instance, like if somebody participates in insurrection, they're convicted of that, and then, I just want to finish this example. Let's say that somebody participates in insurrection, but then they get old, and I help them with their groceries across the street. Well, I just aided them. Is that the intent of the law? Is to basically punish anybody who helps the person who's guilty of insurrection ever? Obviously not. I almost guarantee you that the intent of the law is aiding and abetting them specifically with an insurrection. So just to wrap it up, because I know I'm verbose, if you want to go after Josh Hawley because he's specifically guilty of insurrection, that's totally fine. However, if Marco Rubio had nothing to do with January 6, 2021, but you want to charge him after the fact with insurrection, I think that's fucking insane.
Okay. All right. How many more questions do we got? Let's try to him these in.
Can I respond to some of Connor's points there? Actually, frankly disagreed on. So I mean, I didn't hear Destiny's debate with on Wick last night, so I'm a bit of a weak spot with regards to that. But I did hear a little bit of what he said and what you've also just described now. And I don't think that those applications of because we're talking now about how tit for tat's applied, right? And I think packing the Supreme Court might be the thing to do. I think the problem is that it's about gauging what too much is and what too little is, right? And the risk with too little is it is appeasement, by the way. And Democrats are effectively for too long been appeasing Republicans, and they've turned them into this monster, partly being responsible for turning them into this monster. But of course, there's the other risk of doing too much, being overzealous. And that, of course, can accelerate and become a form of brinkmanship, right? But I think most of the time it's avoiding risk rather than taking the right amount of risk that Democrats have done. And I think maybe the right amount of risk has come to the point of packing the Supreme Court. I also think there's imaginative ways legally you can do this as well, right? In terms of continuing to support an insurrection by denying it. So you can make the law stay alive in terms of then people start to deny it in the future, and they're starting to actively break the law. Now it's about how following the letter of the law is about the intent of the law, right? I can't foresee at this point in time Marco Rubio being considered guilty of that per se. We can see his role is one of, he's probably the only sane person in that government. I think most of us would agree on that. So it is about the implementation is about following the intent of the law, right? It's not just how it can be interpreted in a cold way. It's about how it's intended to be implemented. There is an aspect of that, right?
I'll just a quick point on there. You said Marco Rubio is possibly the sanest person in the administration. We can all agree.
Yeah.
As a Venezuelan American myself, I'm not sure if I completely agree, but yeah,
it's a low bar, right?
I understand your point, but yes, he's the sanest. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to pick out. Okay, Zip. Any more questions for this amicus brief?
That's all we had.
Okay, great. Then Mr. Points, you already gave us your opening statement. But I think we all have a good understanding of your position now. Going into this, I was hoping actually we'd kind of end up at the position that we kind of defined earlier, and I thought that's where you were going to go with it. However, I do want to kind of address some of the extreme actions of the Republicans and kind of the lack of action by Democrats. So whenever I see the Democrats showing restraint, I don't see a lot of acknowledgement of that restraint from the Republicans. I see a lot of irrational behavior of them claiming things happened that didn't happen, or overstating things that happened such that they can justify their even greater illegal actions. So whenever I see that kind of thing, I don't look to Democrats and go, why aren't you acting unhinged like that shit? However, it does make it hard for me to accept any kind of behavior other than a punishment or a kind of a reckoning, as some of the language we recently had. Do you think there should be, I mean, I'm not asking for appeasement here, but I'm saying, how much of a measured response do you think Democrats should have here? Because right now it seems like the Republicans are giving them kind of carte blanche to take whatever means necessary.
Yeah, but
so
one second, Mr. Riffs. Go ahead, Mr. Points.
No, I mean, this is
Mr. Riffs. This was to Mr. Points.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I forgot my surname from over there. Sorry.
Did we flip the line of questioning?
Bailiff will mute you.
Yeah, Mr. Points is the one responding to my primary question. So go ahead.
Sure.
You're fine.
So can you restate your question in like a single sentence? Like,
let me get it. Yeah,
Republican.
Sure. That was a little rambly. So whenever I see do you think that whenever I see how unhinged the Republicans are getting and how little Democrat restraint has done to kind of show the correct actions, how am I supposed to understand? How should I look at the Democrats and ask them for restraint? How can I expect restraint from the Democrats whenever Republicans are acting as severely as they are? Does that make sense?
It does. I think the problem, though, is we could probably bring up half a dozen false equivalencies that I do not believe to be genuine, but propagandistically they work on the right wing. And what I mean by that is, if you bring up January 6th, they bring up BLM, right? If you bring up if you bring up the hammer attack on the Pelosi's, they bring up Charlie Kirk. And there's a host of reasons why these scenarios are separate, but within the mind of the Republican or within the mind of MAGA, it is reciprocal. They're allegedly engaging in negative behavior that mirrors the negative behavior of the left. And actually, a healthy chunk of them would argue that, for instance, the sweeping of the media for the BLM riots, where they're like, oh, fiery, but mostly peaceful or whatever. I hear that shit all the time, right? And so unfortunately, it's not illegal to be stupid in the United States of America. It's not stupid. It's not illegal to be a conspiracist. It's not illegal to believe in conspiracies. And frankly, I don't think that barring like a complete redevelopment of our Constitution, we're not going to be adopting European style, let's say like anti-Nazism laws, where you're actually prohibited from advocating for Nazism as an ideology in some parts of Europe. We're not going to have that in the United States. You're allowed to be a dumbass. You're allowed to be a political zealot. You're allowed to be a religious zealot within the United States. So you're saying like, well, why can't?
One moment.
Yeah.
I understand your point, and I think you're making a good one. And I'm gonna follow up with you, and then I'm gonna go to Mr. Riffs on this. I agree. I think that I agree with you that there are a balance in the Republican mind there. But I think you've heard the phrase, war is not a bilateral decision, war is a unilateral decision, right? And what it sounds like you're describing to me is that the Republicans have already accepted the fact that they're at war. And so I'm asking you, what should I be valuing and what should I care about such that Democrats should not be doing the same thing? What am I protecting by showing this level of restraint that you're talking about? Now,
Sure. Well, that's if I'm not strawmanning my opposition, that's where I think the sane tit for tat, the legal, self-defensive, proportional, intelligent tit for tat is probably appropriate. I am not in favor of appeasement and turning the other cheek, which a question that was asked earlier in this conversation was, what's an alternative to what's an alternative to tit for tat? Well, the alternative is turning the other cheek, right? Where they do something bad and you say, listen, I'm above freaking out, right? But that can be interpreted oftentimes like within the Christian moral framework. What that's supposed to do is that's supposed to shock your opponent, where your opponent is shocked by your restraint in reference to their offense against you, and they start questioning their own moral system. However, I've seen no willingness from the Republicans to do something shocking like January 6, 2021, to have the country proverbially turn the other cheek in reference to not indicting Donald Trump for his attempted insurrection, and then them to go, wow, that was really scary. We almost fucked up the Republic of the United States, and the Democrats gave us a pass. Let's wake up morally and behave better. That didn't happen. And so for me, the intelligent tit for tat actually makes sense. But again, legal, defensive, sane, proportional, which once again, I know Reason is advocating for, I would argue other people are not.
Well, but I think we've come into a little bit of an area where we might find disagreement. Mr. Riffs, I think that you would say that there have been times where that turning of the other cheek has happened, where you would say, look, the Democrats turn their cheek here. Do you feel that way? Do you feel that the Democrats have turned their cheek?
Let me be clear. We're now talking about the implementation of tit for tat. And by that very nature, we seem to have come to an agreement that tit for tat can be a viable strategy, and not even just a viable strategy. Connor's argument there was against appeasement, and that maybe it's time to stop, and how appeasement has failed. I mean, I couldn't argue for tit for tat better than Connor's just done. So in terms of the debate about tit for tat now, it's more about the implementation than it is about the strategy itself.
And by the way, I'm not trying to jump ahead, but effectively, like, I have no problem going through the line of questioning. I have no problem answering the questions, et cetera, et cetera. But I do think what we're talking about now effectively is that I had the autistic definition, which realistically I think somebody identified. It's eye for an eye. It's actually arguably not tit for tat. But unfortunately, I think that outside of this room of sane gentlemen, tit for tat is synonymous with eye for an eye, and people are really bad advocates for the tit for tat, the sane tit for tat line of political prosecution that Reason Riffs has been arguing for.
I mean, I'm going to
that's where the
object on that
contention is going to
speculation.
be.
So that is speculative. The fact that people aren't necessarily fully understanding what tit for tat can mean in practice is a reflection of their own ignorance, not the strategy itself. And I actually don't think the people that are worthless, I mean, we're trying to communicate with other Democrats, other people in the center left. We're not trying to communicate with the wildest ones out there. And I get the impression, actually, Democrats are using tit for tat right now, but going any further.
I'm going to let the line of questioning
One
proceed,
second.
but I would say
Yeah.
Stephen is unfortunately somebody who I would not see as a good advocate of what you're arguing for.
Well, okay, we can explore that in 1 second, but I will say, I think that, Mr. Riss, I understand your position in that, like, it seems like we're getting to a point where we have an answer to our original question for this debate. And as is common, whenever we come into this room of gentle people, we're able to actually get to it very quickly. It's happened before, and it's probably going to happen in the future. That's kind of the point of this kind of structure, is to allow us to have that kind of understanding. However, the other side of it is to then say, okay, great, we got to the answer to the first question. Let's dig a little deeper. And that's what I'm trying to do here with you. I think Connor did bring up a good question before, a good position before, that I think that you will disagree with, is that he thinks that the Democrats have not provided a turn the other cheek, a wake up moment for the Republicans. And I'm asking you, do you think one of those existed in the past? And if not, that's fine. But I'm just asking, do you think there was a wake up moment that the Democrats gave the Republicans?
Look, I'm not going to be too hard on the Democrats, because hindsight it's much easier to see this kind of behavior, right? But I think, forgive my ignorance as to the history of the recent history of U.S. Political history. I think it was after McCain stood for president. Basically, the Republican Party's been hijacked somewhere after that. McCain was a wonderful individual and potentially a good president, the last good president that the Republicans could have put forward or have put forward. And I think ever since then, you've had this behavior on the part of the Republicans of trying to put a spanner in the works of everything good that the Democrats try and do, even if it's in line with their policy positions. And so you've had this non-cooperation after another. And there are examples of government shutdowns that the Republicans have pushed forward in the past, and the Democrats didn't take that as an act of non-cooperation, and then start to take a small risk in the short term by looking for ways and avenues to change the system to make it even harder for Republicans to do that again in the future, and say and communicate, we're going to do that if you keep doing this. And Republicans in the past have done that multiple times. So I think historically they have Democrats. And I think Democrats have appeased on far too many occasions in the past. But in hindsight, including under Biden, by the way.
I think no, and that's fair. And I think that you actually brought something up earlier that I should have jumped on. We're going to bring it in here. You talked about a self-victimization complex. And I think that fits what we're talking about right now, Connor. Whenever you're talking about this turning the other cheek, where I think, and as you said, they're using whatever they can to make things reciprocal. So I struggle to think of a way in which we could have the Democrats turn the other cheek and the Republicans would not self-victimize in a way and create something so that actually, no, they didn't turn the other cheek. This was reciprocal, or we should be doing it, and do you think we're in that kind of environment right now? And if so, do you think then that's why turning the other cheek might not be the strategy we should be using right now?
Yeah, so I think that it might have been a mistake. Just to clarify my argument in reference to January 6, 2021, turning the other cheek probably was a mistake. So I can understand the sanity of the moment and the adults in the room's hesitation to do tit for tat. So as tit for tat, just to be clear, John Eastman, a lawyer, wrote a political scheme in which the vice president's role over counting electoral votes was not ceremonial. Mike Pence could arbitrarily throw out the vote, and he could kick it back to the states, who would have to recertify their elections, a power that he doesn't really have. And then they even argued that even if he doesn't have the power, he should just do it and we should fight it out in court. And here's 3 ways that we can win. Number one was declaring Donald Trump the unilateral victor. The other one was to kick it to the House of Representatives, which I think the Republicans had a majority at the time, so Trump would win that way. And then the final way, I think, was to get it in front of a court somehow. And at that point, I think they were just trying to play out the time so there would be enough confusion around the situation that eventually the courts might just hand Trump the presidency. And that was the Eastman memo. So in reference to that, as far as I can understand, that is effectively an attempt to overthrow the Republic of the United States through lying. That's what it was. It was lying, and they whipped up a protest and a mob in order to do that. Well, all those people, in my opinion, not only did they commit crimes, they're deserving of punishment for those crimes, but because it was such a crazy moment and because Donald Trump was so powerful within the Republican caucus, they were not able to get enough people to impeach and indict Trump or his co-conspirators. They just didn't. And so they let it slide. But as a result of letting it slide, that emboldened the Trump campaign. And I forget who the speaker was at the time, but the whoever the head of the Republican Party in the House of Representatives was at the time, he was at Mar-a-Lago within 2 weeks after they were considering indicting Trump, and he was embracing Trump. And that effectively normalized it within the Republican caucus. Oh, shit. Even though Trump just got lost, got kicked out of power, and tried to overthrow the republic, he's still a power broker within the Republican Party. We still have to make peace with the MAGA movement. So sorry for being long-winded, but the reason why I'm trying to describe this in accurate detail is because, in my opinion, Congress, Democrats, Republicans of good faith turned the other cheek, hoping that the American people would wake up, and they failed to do so. So once you turn the other cheek and your enemy strikes you again, at that point, it's probably time for legal defensive reciprocity.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that response. I think I see where you're coming from on this. Now let's go ahead and focus on Destiny's statements, because those will come up quite a bit. We're going to focus on that a little bit. And I want to ask Ms. Points, do you think that Destiny's statements about tit for tat, do you think he's coming from a place of cooperation, or do you think Destiny's advocacy is more about the reciprocity, about causing harm and getting back at the Republicans? Do you see it as Destiny wanting to return to a state of cooperation, or him just trying to find a way to hurt Republicans?
Honestly, my answer to this, I'll keep it short. He wants revenge. He wants revenge.
Okay. Mr. Riffs, do you have an opinion about that? Do you think Destiny, while he's advocating your something akin to your position?
Well, if you're going to invite speculation, then I might as well answer to that. So I think we wouldn't be debating this right now if Destiny hadn't said what he said.
Well, sure. I'm not sure. No, but I'm saying, do you think that Destiny truly wants cooperation, and he wants this as a base of cooperation, or is Destiny finding a strategy that lets him hurt?
All right. I don't think that there's necessarily an intent behind some of these actions. I think they're very effective in getting us and probably the Democratic Party, at least some Democratic politicians, to talk about this stuff. And then I've seen it again and again. It's a strategy he seems to have, whether it's intentional or not. He says something wild and ambiguous. He gets 20% more people watching his stream. And then he makes sure it's ambiguous enough that he hasn't actually said anything terrible. And then he pulls it back a little bit and then goes to the sensible point. And that seems to involve a level of control that if someone was really vengeful, I think he would have said something that was not ambiguous, that was just atrocious. But he hasn't actually done. He's incredibly clever. I must be, if that's his intent.
I can respect that. But what I will say, though, is I'm bringing this back to what Connor Points was talking about earlier around populism, where I think I probably agree with you that I think that Destiny is being a little cheeky with his language and maybe a little provocative, because he likes to go on Piers Morgan. But I think there's a good amount of populist sentiment out there, and I'm worried about it. And people see this strategy and they don't hear the cooperative part. They hear, we have a moral justification to reciprocate.
Yeah, but that's one point that Destiny's made himself very coherently. And whether that's true, I'll leave that to the academics to study it. But he's not a Democrat politician. It's what the Democrat politicians say in that regard. If I saw Newsom speaking the way Destiny's spoken, I would have a problem with that. But as a political pundit whose role is a little different here, I mean, he's had some positive influences. He's got us talking about this today. He's maybe even, I don't know what was happening behind closed doors in the Democratic Party, but I hope they're listening to the fact they need to take a little bit more risk in the short term to lower the risk in the longer term. And if it's helped that discussion, then he's had a positive influence.
But
what he's
can I
actually said in the
add?
short term will be forgotten.
Can I add? I gave Stephen multiple outs last night. Okay, so what I said probably about halfway through, because his position was so extreme, and I'll remind people of the position. Stephen's position was that even people who did not participate in January 6, 2021, if they are a Republican who supported the Trump administration or the MAGA agenda in any way, they should be charged with insurrection. And even if they're not criminally convicted, they should be deemed insurrectionists legally, so they could be barred from participating in politics. And what I said, because
declaratory judgment, like a civil declaratory judgment, saying that these people participated in insurrection,
right? And or if they participated with the second Trump administration, they were aiding and abetting an insurrectionist, and therefore they were deserving of being barred from political power. And so what he's really talking about is he's talking about a quarter of the representatives of the United States, and I would say half of the Republican Party easily, maybe 2/3 of the Republican Party, being barred from holding future office as insurrectionists. And what I said to him, probably, I don't know, a quarter of the way through the debate, I was like, number one, you've staked out an absurd position, hoping that everybody will crawl towards you looking for rationalism, because that's what Prime Kai and Staxiums were trying to do. They were trying to find the steel man in the hyperbolic statement. They were trying to find the negotiation in the hyperbolic statement. And then I said, and then of course the famous quote about Donald Trump is, don't take him literally, take him seriously. Meaning that whatever position he has, the words around the position are not what matters. What matters is that he's staking out an emotional position in this approximate quadrant of policy. And so you need to move towards him, or else he's going to try to fuck you up. And so that's what I kind of said about Stephen. He was like, no. Take me seriously and take me literally. And then at that point I was like, okay, you're being a fucking lunatic. That's what happened last night.
Okay, I mean, I wasn't there, to be fair, and so it's a little bit difficult to really
Also,
reply to that. But
let's put on the record real quick. Let's put on the record. Wick was there being really soy as well. But go ahead.
Okay, I mean, one thing I would say is I think there's again, it takes a bit of imagination. I think both Connor and I have demonstrated an imagination about how this kind of level of, should we say, non-cooperation as a reciprocal action to the Republicans could be employed. And I think if there's a continued denial of January 6th, that's effectively like a continuation of the insurrection, of pushing for the illegitimacy of the US system in which you hold dear. And therefore, if any politician is suggesting that, I think there is space for some kind of new law developed in the United States that is easily applied. So, of course, in the end, it's about, you've got to be able to prove it beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law. So, I mean, maybe it's 25% of Republican politicians theoretically could be held account, but then you need the evidence there. So it's going to be a far smaller percentage that effectively you could prosecute with such a law. But I think there's definitely space for that, because if you continue to say that the elections were null and void, you're saying that the current system is null and void because of all the presidents you've had since then. So I think there's space for some creativity there in terms of pushing and taking a little risk in just how threatening it is in terms of action. What the Democrats could put forward, but how the rhetorics behind that shouldn't be too aggressive or victorioric. It should be really pushing towards the actual action of deterrence through making it completely illegal to denounce an election with no evidence whatsoever. It's insane that you're then bringing it into disrepute. It's crazy.
So my frustration with this, though, and this is where some of my conservative and Republican bona fides I think are going to come out, is that the procedure matters. And so when you say, and maybe I misunderstood you just here, but I think Stephen effectively said it. The reason why that you would consider anybody who participated in the second Trump government as somebody who aided and abetted an insurrectionist is that we largely know the facts surrounding the January 6, 2021. That they did not substantiate their fraud claims. They did not find outcome determinative fraud. They made these statements. They've been sued. I mean, Dominion sued Fox News for $750 million, and I think they won. And then not just that, the people in New York sued Rudy Giuliani, and I think they won a $150 million lawsuit for defamation for the people who counted votes in Georgia. And it seems like the Republicans have omitted intentionally facts that are inconvenient to the stolen election narrative, and they propagandize their base to believe that that the 2020 election was stolen. And so what's happened, though, is that procedure has to be followed through. And what I mean by that is those people, you can't just say that in public, declare them insurrectionists, and say that the past 4 years were null and void. Because effectively, if you don't go through the process of proving this in a court of law and convicting these people, then you don't have the authority of the state behind these statements. And all of your statements of invalidation, the Republicans are going to mirror. Now, you could argue the Republicans are already mirroring it by, for instance, the auto pen with Biden. That's them undermining the previous administration. I think they undermined it with Obama as well, where they said like he didn't have the authority to negotiate the Iran nuclear deal or some shit. I forget.
Well, they question his birth, so I mean,
well, right,
already legitimacy is questioned there, right?
You can say they're already there, but that's where I wouldn't see that as Democrats making a sober tit for tat reciprocal legal move in
sorry, I'm being misunderstood. What I'm stating is that you could put a law in place that if you continue to deny that that the election of Biden was legitimate, if you continue to question Obama's birth without any evidence, this factual base of putting forward a view, and I mean in the public sphere, really in a public way, not between your friends around a beer, having a beer, but I mean really actually. And it's also, this goes on to another point we haven't discussed, by the way, is the right-wing media, and whether anything whether they should be taken responsible for the mess that's in the US right now.
Let's one second. Mr. Rivers, I'm going to give you a second to respond, but real quick, I think we were mostly all moving away from kind of the original point. I think we got through our stuff. How about this? We've still got some time on the clock. Do you guys want to do? Can we do? I'm going to let you finish, Mr. Riffs. If y'all want to do some quick closing statements, if you feel like you need them. We can do our last amicus brief, and then I can close us out. And if y'all want to keep talking, I'm going to let y'all do it. I have to get back to work, but I'll let y'all keep doing that after this. But Mr. Rich, go ahead and finish out what you got, and then we can let's go ahead and finish out. Maybe you do a closing argument, and then Mr. Points, you can do your closing argument, and we'll get the amicus brief.
Well, I appreciate the good faith debate that we've had this evening, midday, whatever time zone you're in. And I feel quite convinced that actually we're both on the same page in terms of the tit for tat strategy. The implementation is always going to be the harder point. And it's also been quite clear that Democrats haven't utilized such an effective strategy in the past. And frankly, too much appeasement, I think, regarding January 6th has taken place. And it's led to the bigger risk that's facing the US right now. I would say in regards to Destiny's statements, I don't agree 100% necessarily with his wording and everything he says, but it's also about intent, and being provocative sometimes is quite effective. And I'm appreciative that his provocativeness has led to this discussion today, which I think we can both agree may not have happened if he hadn't have been so, right? So yeah, in terms of discussing and speculating his intent, that's another thing. And yeah, okay, maybe he goes a little bit too far sometimes, but it's perhaps better to go too far sometimes than not go far enough on other times. And I think he's overall a good force for political discussion, pragmatism, right, which is really quite a rare thing in politics today, to listen to views across the political spectrum, of the reasonable part of the spectrum. And so I really do appreciate him and his influence for that. Even if we disagree with him, maybe it's even 10% or less of the time. So yeah, I thank the court for hearing this case today, and hope my point about tit for tat being a reasonable strategy is being vindicated.
Thank you. And then Mr. Points, let's go ahead and hear your closing statement.
Yeah, if I was a memeing asshole, I'd be like, my opponent sucks. He sucks ass. His arguments are dog shit. Fuck that. Like I'd be a dick. But no, I think what we've successfully done through, and I do like this, by the way. I really like the way that it was formulated, and it wasn't as blood sports is awesome. Blood sports is fun, but it's not always productive. And what I would say is, I don't know if we would have arrived at, there's a differentiation between tit for tat and eye for an eye. I don't know if we would have arrived at that if we had taken a blood sports approach. Just to reiterate my case, though, I think that Stephen has been ambiguous in the way that he's communicated tit for tat. I also think that through some of his hyperbolic language and also through some of his proposed solutions, they're not as well considered as the solutions that we've considered here. As a result, it seems like they're motivated by vengeance rather than political pragmatism or actual effectiveness. And that hyperbole obviously sparked a conversation, which again, Stephen is very good at. However, I think that the caveats that my opponent has drawn out are the necessary caveats that I would need in order to sign on to a tit for tat strategy. As an example, using legal, defensive, moral means in order to impose consequences on your political opponent, unless society has totally collapsed. That's an important caveat that I don't often hear articulated. There was another thing too that was like super important for tit for tat. The reciprocity. The minimum reciprocity between 5 or 10%, where you are, I forget the word that you use, but effectively you're not reciprocal a majority of the time in order to try to mirror your opponent. But
I just need to clarify some terminology, because you've said it a few times now, and it's just a lingo thing. But you mean to cooperate. Reciprocate means you just copy what the other person does.
Right.
It's literally what tit for tat. But you mean that 5-10% of the time, You just cooperate even if the other person isn't cooperated. That's
Right.
what you mean,
So
yeah.
sorry, reciprocate can mean negative and positive. Right.
Yeah, yeah.
So so you cooperate 5 to 10% of the time. That way, there's an opening for you guys to build a collaborative relationship that hopefully restores some level of social trust and re-energizes the society. Those are important caveats that I had not heard articulated prior to this conversation. And so as a result, eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth should be used very rarely. Tit for tat with these important caveats should probably come after turning the other cheek a couple of times, but then you can't turn the other cheek in perpetuity, because if you turn the other cheek in perpetuity, it's just appeasement and you're rewarding your enemies. And that's kind of how I feel about the overview of the discussion that we've had today.
There's another clarification with regards to tit for tat that I didn't make at the beginning, but the first move you always make is to cooperate with regards to tit for tat. So there's also an ambiguity there as to what the first move is. So if you want to look in terms of the election of Trump, part 2, the first move could have been at the beginning of the year when there was also a possibility for a lockdown, and they said, shutdown, sorry. They said, no, we won't shut down, right? And Schumer was kind of damned for doing that. But maybe that could be seen as, okay, we're going to cooperate on the first move. And so they're using these opportunities for shutdowns as the turns of the game, should we say. So that's also in accordance with tit for tat, is to cooperate at first to make sure that it's clear that you're willing to cooperate, and then you begin the reciprocal behavior thereafter.
Okay. Well, here. Bailiff, let's go ahead and get that last amicus brief in. Let's get some questions, and then I'll give a ruling. And then if we want to keep talking, we can.
All right. You want to do questions?
Yes, sir.
All right. We got quite a few questions from our chats in our amicus brief. First question, lighthearted one. This will be asked to everybody, but the question was directed towards Connor. Connor, Mr. Points, do you like your toast light, medium, or burnt?
Weirdly enough, I like all of them. If I'm choosing, I'm probably going light. But every now and then, man, just like some burnt shit where you can like taste the charcoal, that hits too.
Okay, understood. Mr. Riffs?
I don't want it to be charcoal, but it is nice when there's that little bit of an edge to it, especially with a bacon sandwich or something like this. So medium done. Yeah.
Your Honor, your answer?
I'm a light toast man. I can eat all the toast. I'm fine with it. But yeah, if I'm choosing, if I'm making it, it's gonna be a light toast. I like it to still have a little soft kind of bite to it, just with a crisp on the outside.
For myself as well, I do like medium to light. I need it to be a little squishy.
So just to clarify, we're all moderates in regards to toast as well, then.
Yeah, no extremists here.
Yeah. No extreme. Next question is from I Have Eaten. The last question was from Tropic. Next question is from I Have Eaten Foliage. This question is for Reason Riffs. Can you expand on tit for tat and its value, even if the opponent doesn't learn their lesson? Performance versus appeasement under those conditions.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually an interesting point, because on the theoretical side, when they look at the effectiveness of tit for tat, it's against other players with randomly generated strategies, right? Whereas in practice, you have to kind of gauge the strategy of your opponent. So in the end, if your opponent's always going to not cooperate, I mean, you can see what's happening now in the American context, but historically in other cases, I mean, okay, you can go back to Hitler. It doesn't really matter if the other side it just completely appeases. It's going to become terrible in the end. So it's also about the nature of your opponent. But in the end, by having tit for tat, it's so damaging to them. It's just no longer interesting to not cooperate. So they have to be an incredibly irrational player to persist with that. So tit for tat really makes it worthwhile for them to cooperate, even however selfish they are. And so you're making selfishness a good thing in that regard. And it's a very effective.
Great answer. All right. Thank you. Next question is from I Am Ivory. This question is to Connor. It's quite an inflammatory one, maybe. Should Republicans just have to make peace with the communists and socialists in the party? MAGA is a cancer in the Republican Party. Democrats aren't okay with the communists in the party, but you want us to be okay with MAGA? Is that true, Connor? You want us to be okay with MAGA?
No. I want you to be okay with hopefully the post MAGA consensus. And I brought this up in last night, and I understand it's a little bit idealistic. It's a little overly vague, but I still want people to seriously consider it. I think that what is pushing radicalism in the United States is wealth inequality, rapid demographic change, existential technological shifts, and the dissolution of the social fabric. I think if you think about those 4 reasons, they can kind of be tied to like the vast majority of problems that people bitch about on the internet almost every single day. And so effectively, like what's going to happen is those are the things that motivated the radicalism of Trump. Those are the things that, in my opinion, are motivating people to pursue socialism and communism. And so if we want to keep a liberal republic with mixed economy capitalism, and we're serious about that prospect, we have to start addressing those issues. And so once Trump's gone, hopefully there is not another cult leader that can take his place. That alliance is going to fracture. And then if you want those people to become a part of your political movement, you're going to have actual solutions for those people, or at least speak to those issues. Donald Trump doesn't have real solutions to these problems. He just speaks to these issues. But at minimum, you're going to have to speak to these issues. At maximum, you're going to have solutions.
Okay, my own question, is that cope? That could be. Reason, what do you have?
I'm kind of shocked by Connor's response because of how much I like it. And it wouldn't be fair for me to say this somewhat behind his back without saying it to his face. But sometimes you really do sound like a Democrat in Republicans' clothing. You're talking about wage inequality as a cause of the strife in America, and not just in America. You look at statistically across the Western world, or the decoupling of wage growth from GDP growth, and but I think an even more important factor is this discrepancy between the poorest and the richest, right? So I think in America, it was taken from 1970s, the minimum wage, the spending power today of the minimum wage is 73% of the minimum wage in one of the years in the 70s. Forgive me for forgetting that statistic. So you can see that the people on the minimum wage, their spending power is now 73%, but the average wage has increased, almost doubled. So that means that they're competing against the middle class that's got more than 200% of their spending power. And that kind of dictates what people have, right? Whether it be mobile phones and laptops and such like. It's hard if you're on that end of the spectrum. And you don't see that from just looking at the average wage. So if you say, oh, look at the mean wage, yeah, but that's not looking at the distribution. So the fact that you brought up this point is a really, really important one. And I also agree that I think it's fueling the far left as a simplistic solution. Ironically, like the right have simplistic solutions around, getting rid of migrants. The left have simplistic solutions by putting billionaires in prison, right? And so both of these extremes are being fueled. And I think this is an example of the cause, but I really feel like you're a part of the center left when you say that. And I'd love to welcome you there or here.
Well,
but,
if you guys want me on the center left, you're going to have to become a little bit more racist, and you're going to have to like guns more. But just addressing that though.
Hey, I love guns. I'm kind of happy in Europe that it's a bit hard to get hold of them, but the first thing I'd do if I went to the States would be to go to a gun range with you guys. It looks
if you're ever in Orlando,
fun.
hit me up. But addressing this though, I think that if you look at the right wing, so even if you're talking about Fuentes or you're talking about Trump, they've used economic populism with which to bolster their populism. And I think that conservatives and Republicans so the Republican project, or at least the philosophy as I've been explained it, is that we believe that like the elites or whatever, we should elect the best amongst us to craft technocratically competent policy that makes a healthy, happy, thriving republic. That's at least the idea behind republicanism. And by the way, like republicanism, actually, like the Irish Republicans, I'm pretty sure are socialist, right? They believe in a republic, but their economics are socialist. So actually economics can be a broad array within Republican philosophy. But I agree with you that historically, especially in the United States, the Republicans are typically more laissez-faire economics. However, I think we can all recognize that there's an imbalance, that the laissez-faire, neoliberal, and neoconservative economics of the past 50 years have created a underclass within America, a working class underclass. The underclass is pissed, and they're turning to political radicalism in order to try to solve their problems. And so my options are make sure that the working class have a dignified life, which is probably a moral good anyways, or it's allow the underclass to continue to suffer and then either turn to fascism or communism in order to alleviate their suffering. So for me, if it's providing working class people a dignified life, I would rather do that than fall into a fascist or communist society.
So just to clarify, Colin, because you started to answer a question I had for you. So are you saying that in hindsight that our system, and I'm not even saying whether Democrats or Republicans, and it's the same in Europe, that in some respects, for example, some levels of it could be market control or the cost of living, for example, that there could have been a little bit more state intervention to kind of address the lowest ebb of poverty? In hindsight, I mean,
weirdly enough, I think it's needed now. So just as an example, the 2008 financial crisis was spurred on by housing development being subsidized by the government. I would argue that we need that now, even if it creates a new bubble and implodes. Like, we need state intervention in the economy in order to, like, what is it? Socialism. Okay. So I've done a lot of studying of a lot of political philosophies. I'll try to keep this brief. Socialism, the moral predicate of socialism is they're trying to alleviate the oppressions of capitalism. That's like, if you look at pre-Marxian socialism, that's what they're trying to do. Okay. So if you, as a capitalist who believes in entrepreneurship, private property rights, all that kind of stuff, if you believe in capitalism generally, you can't let the oppressions of capitalism become so grievous that the population turns to socialism or fascism in order to escape the oppressions of socialism, or excuse me, the oppressions of capitalism. So it's actually like, again, trying to be brief, it's like the communist statement of, like, the capitalists will sell us the last rope with which we will hang him. And that's what I feel like American capitalists are right now, where they've gutted the social safety net so aggressively. They've allowed the working class to immiserate so badly that anyone who just thinks that tax cuts and deregulation are going to solve our problems, they're effectively coping.
Well, okay. Before you respond, let me come in here real quick. I'm going to go ahead and close this out. And if we have more questions or more discussion to do after that, that's totally fine. But I have a whole lot of billing and lawyer work to go do. Hard out at 2. So at 1. So I'm going to go ahead and close this out. So I would first thank everybody for coming. Parties, both of y'all did a great job today, keeping it civil, and that really helped us get to kind of the root of the question. I think that for me, I think that tit for tat is a strategy that can be useful politically, and I think that both sides are going to be in agreement and happy to say that. I think that what we came to and kind of the caveats you made here really make it so that we can understand what tit for tat means, what it doesn't mean, and why it should be used effectively in our current political environment. That being said, everybody in the chat, thank you for your questions and watching with us. This is our 3rd episode of this, and we've really enjoyed doing it. Zip and I are really trying hard to find a way to get our schedules to where we can make this a more regular thing, and trying to find more people to come on and do it. So we don't need you to be big and famous like Counterpoints here. You can be just a chatter. If you find somebody that you think would be fun to have a debate with, that would be a good time for you to come on and have this back and forth. Bring them to us. We don't mind. We'd love to bring some people on. And even if it's a smaller idea or maybe not as big and important. I'm going to do some quick plugs real quick. Everybody go and read the Pragmatic Papers. We got some great stuff out there. We'd really love it if you came by. Me and Reason Riffs both are pretty regular contributors to it. And it's really just a good way for DGG to stay informed.
I actually wrote about game theory in my last article, and that was published yesterday. So,
yeah, we have a new volume out, and Reason Riff's most recent article actually addresses some of the things we discussed here today. So that actually be a good follow-up, maybe kind of fill in some holes if you had any. I'm also going to shout out to, let's see, I've been asked to shout out The Bunker and to the Gilmore and Gondam, I'm saying that name right, podcast. They asked me to shout that out so that you guys can go and listen. They actually put out some good stuff from time to time. They have some pretty cool interviews and discussions. So I recommend you'll go listen to that. With that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the courts. Y'all, that does not mean that it has to end now. It just means that I'm leaving to go change out of this robe. So again, everybody, y'all have a great day. Connor, it was great to meet you.
Pleasure.
Reason Riffs, it was great to see you again. And Zip, you know, when we're forced to work together like this, I can stand it. So, you know, hopefully it's really well. But yeah, you'll have a great one.
And Kafka, a big thanks to you, man, for being a fair judge. And
well, easy for you to say.
I'm sure you'll blast me later for what I've said. But
oh yeah. You'll have a good one. Bye-bye.
Take care, man.
See you, bud. Yeah, I'll just I'll hang out for a second if you guys want. The all I was gonna say though is like the same way that people have said, like, so for instance, Nancy Pelosi got a lot of shit for saying like, oh, we need like a strong, sane right wing for a healthy American society, and I do view conservatism. So like I've read a biography about Burke. Burkean conservatism, as far as I understand it, is effectively like a reaction to the French Revolution, where effectively what happened was the rigid traditionalists who were supporting the French monarchy and supporting the church were so brittle and so resistant to reform that they effectively radicalized a zealous base, and that radicalized left wing is what ushered in the Reign of Terror. And so Edmund Burke saw that and he was like, damn, that's super fucked up. I don't want the monarchy and the current government in England to get overthrown. So as a result, we need to figure out a new system. And I don't know if he ever even called it conservatism. I don't even know if he ever named it. But he effectively, at least the way that I've heard it interpreted by the book, is that it's like, it is the job of a conservative to presume the status quo, to presume institutions, because institutions and the status quo were not built in a moment. They were built over centuries or millennia of tradition. However, progressives and liberals, people who are emphatic on justice and freedom, they will have criticisms of the establishment. It's the role of the conservative to needle, critique, and question these reform suggestions. That way the bad ones die and the good ones rise to the top, and then the good ideas are implemented incrementally. And so some people have said that conservatism, what is conservatism conserved? And also conservatism is just progressivism doing the speed limit. I don't view those as insults. I actually think that's like almost an accurate description of Burke.
It's in the term, you conserve versus the progressive who's trying to progress. And it'll naturally be an adversarial thing, even if you are progressing, the conservatives, you know, trying to conserve it and just limiting whatever progress wants to be made.
I mean, of course, that only works if there's a respect across the aisle, right? That people are actually listening to each other's arguments, and it's not just a shout fest that a lot of our political systems have become. And of course, the big Republican elephant in the room is the right-wing media, and it's just trampling all over our ability to have that reasonable discussion. It's fueling this polarization, this hatred towards politicians. And I think a lot of politicians have a lot of blame. And okay, the Margaret politicians are crazy, but in generally blaming all politicians are all the same, this mentality, you know, their lives are under this crazy magnifying glass, and then they're just burnt by the sun because the media just takes some joy in it and it creates controversy. So I think we need a little bit more respect across the aisle in that regard for it to work. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
As somebody who's working in alt media, there's a perverse incentive, obviously, to be sensational and to have the hot takes. I think it's why Steven's successful. I think why Nick Fuentes is successful. I think it's why Son Piker is successful to a degree. And I do see the perverse incentive for the media, where particularly if you have a sensational program, everybody's like Piers Morgan, people are going to be like, oh, you had Andrew Tate on, you're a fucking piece of shit. But guess what the views are going to say? The views are going to say 2 million views, you know, freaking $20,000 in ad revenue in 24 hours. That's what, so realistically, even with my chat, there's a perverse incentive to piss off my chat. Sometimes they complain. They're like, God, please no, I don't want to watch this content. This guy sucks. He's infuriating. He's a piece of shit. But you know what happens statistically? Chat is popping off. Super chats are rolling in because they're so mad they love to hate the thing that they're looking at. And so
I know
that's
it's
where
disappointing. We didn't disagree enough today. You know, I mean,
that's fine.
But I mean,
let's talk about immigration sometime. So but I do want to.
Okay, we can talk about immigration. Let's go for it.
but I did want to hit this real quick. So I think that in our current political moment, there were things that set off the right wing that maybe they don't want to admit. And what I would say is, I don't think the reaction to Obama matched Obama as a president. I don't think that the counter reaction to Obama actually matches. We passed the Affordable Care Act. That doesn't make sense to me. And then same thing with trans people, trans kids, trans rights, trans this, trans that. I also don't think the political backlash meets the political moment of what's actually happening. But it seems like there's a lot of energy contained and resentment within the right wing, where effectively having a black president, cool that we had a black president, but realistically, I don't know if the country was ready for that. And then also the conversation around trans stuff, I don't know if the country was ready for that. And so I think that's part of the rocket fuel that has fueled the right over the past 5 to 10 years.
What do you mean when you say the country wasn't ready for that? Because Obama won very handily in his elections, right? Unless you're using it in a different way, meaning that the people who didn't vote for him weren't ready for it, or there were people who voted for him that were not actually ready for it, even if they thought they were.
Yeah,
I
think it was rocket fuel for Trump, because remember, Trump was like a birther conspiracy theorist. He probably said like Obama was like the worst, weakest president who'd ever ruled, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then you also have to bear in mind within the American electorate that 1/3 votes left, 1/3 votes right, 1/3 doesn't vote at all. And so also Trump allegedly energized a lot of typical non-voters through populist rhetoric. So yeah.
Sure.
I mean, it's a bit paradoxical though, right? Like if Obama was never elected, then it's also about normalizing these things. And I would delineate between, the trans rights, which is a bit more of a complicated hot topic, and just having a black president, which should be just having a black president rather than it being some kind of crazy thing. At some point, you needed to have a black president, otherwise it would just frankly never happen. So it hasn't worked out, and there's a whole host of reasons, but I think it needed to be done, frankly. And I think that in isolation wouldn't have caused Trump. I think there's other things at play, and some of them you've highlighted yourself. So I don't really see that as being, and especially such a gifted orator as Obama.
Well, no, we were lucky that he was like, I don't even know if he was Ivy League, but we were lucky that he was like Ivy League educated,
the whole world
politically
envied
astute.
America for that leader, the way he spoke. And if you look, there's a real interesting statistic about the vocabulary use of presidents. And decade by decade have been dropping. And then Obama gets into power, and you look at that graph, and it's the big anomaly, the big, beautiful anomaly. And Obama's breadth of the and use of the English language, it was poetry sometimes.
Boy. And then afterwards, what do we get?
The funny thing though is watching George W. Bush speeches now and George W. Bush interviews, because he was deemed he was the dumb president. He was the idiot fumbling president. And now you watch him and you're like, holy shit, like this guy's a fucking genius. And it's just because we're used to effectively and this is something that I think about too. A lot of I think the average literacy for Americans that have graduated high school is effectively middle school. Like middle school level vocabulary, middle school level like reading comprehension, middle school level everything. And so when you think about that, like how stupid you were in like 7th or 8th grade, and then you look at American politics, you're like, oh yeah, like that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And actually there's something for the Democrats to learn. I mean, there's nothing, you don't lose too much by just using a bit more of a limited vocabulary. If that's the way now to communicate with voters, you're going to have to take that route.
So be it, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, as much as I like hearing Obama speak, it's not necessarily the most effective rhetoric anymore.
Does Trump actually specify policy? Never. I don't think he's ever specified policy once. And if he does, he sounds like an asshole.
Plan, famously.
I think every single Trump speech has been the people who are against me are bad guys. I am a good guy. If you vote for me, awesome things will happen. And if you vote for the other person, it'll be the end of the world. And that's like
Also,
every fucking
immigrants are
speech.
killing everybody.
That's every, and it's like you've been shafted. The economy's against you. The elites are against you. Blah blah blah. It's like grievance politics and it's economic populism. But the whole point is that like I think we're all verbose here, and oftentimes when Democrats get into a debate, they start explaining, and so they have like a 2 to 3 minute like analysis of policy. Whereas realistically, if they had broken that 2 minutes down into, if you vote for me, I have policy good, policy fix this problem. That would have been better.
So obviously the solution is just, give the same information in less words or whatever. But I think the obvious like retort is that the reason that happens is because Democrats have to explain, because Democrats on average are whatever, more educated than Republicans. Republicans are operating on a different set of information, so you have to explain what the accurate, correct information is. Because maybe if they had the correct information, they would agree with the conclusion. So,
yeah, but that's again, that's like presuming rationalism, and so like
exactly.
one of the things that, like,
it's a bit more. There's a bit more to that, though, right? I mean, I think one of the criticisms I would have of politics of the past few decades, it's been far too reactive. But if you're going to be proactive in terms of saying, "Hey, this policy is actually pretty good. We should be on board with this," then you're going to have to some extent explain things. The problem I think the left has had is not explaining it from an economic standpoint, but it's all about vibes and, this is the moral thing to do, rather than looking at the economics of things, but including on migration, for example, that you're just shooting yourself in the foot often with a lot of these right-wing policies economically, which is going to cost more. And it's going to mean you have worse roads, you have worse schools, you have more crime. And so you should always root it back to this kind of economic argument, whilst making it clear. But you are going to have to argue some of these policies, because otherwise you're just reactive to what the polls say. And I think that's been a bigger problem in politics.
I think one of my things though has been integration, and I'm not going to lie. One of my frustrations with liberals, because oftentimes like liberals are about maximal human freedom. Like I use that as a definition. I think it's true. Liberals believe in maximal human freedom. So if I'm going to impose upon somebody else, and I'm going to say, you have to buy into the civic project of the United States of America. You have to buy into the Constitution of the United States. You have to buy into the Declaration of Independence and Bill of Rights. You have to learn English. You have to participate in our economy. You have to do this. You have to do that. All of these duties that I'm forcing upon someone. I've had liberals and progressives who basically be like, oh, that's so crazy of you to impose all these duties on a stranger. If they're not hurting you, who cares? But I think that from a conservative perspective, it's like, well, I don't want to live next to somebody who doesn't consider or care about these duties or responsibilities. And
sure, but do you really think
very
that's
interesting?
So they get hostile.
No, but do you not think that do you really believe that some of these things have been the cause of the lack of integration of migrants? That the fact that there hasn't been an active actively seeking to improve their English or learn about the culture? Do you think it's because their lack of activity?
I think America is actually really, really, really good at integration, but I think that the objection is not necessarily whether or not most Spanish-speaking people also speak English or Spanglish. I think it's the lack of intentionality. It feels chaotic. It feels anarchic. And so as an example, like within public schools, we have like English as a second language classes or whatever. But then the problem is oftentimes there's like accommodations for education where effectively some people make it through the school system without learning English. And so that's where like I lived in Belgium as a child. I went to a French speaking school. I had 2 weeks to speak English. And then after that, they threw me in the deep end.
So, kind of, where did you live?
And they were like,
Brussels?
figure it the fuck out. Sorry, what was the question?
You lived in Brussels? Or...
Yep. I lived in
Cool.
Overijssel.
But I also lived in Belgium. I lived in Brugge.
Oh, cool. Cool.
En ik heb ook een beetje Vlaams geleerd. But you probably
I
learned
can't speak
French.
Flemish for shit.
Yeah, you know, I tried to
Flemish.
You didn't know what the fuck that was.
I tried to integrate,
French,
and I integrated quite well. I mean, I had my Belgian girlfriend.
But that's what I'm saying though, is that that integrative expectation, you either rise to it or you don't, and that's where I'm saying like maybe this is like an American centric thing, but effectively like when this is brought up in political circles, it seems like liberals or progressives are hesitant to impose duties on other people, whereas conservatives are like, no, that's necessary for the social cohesion of society. And they resent liberals and progressives lowering the bar of what's socially acceptable.
Okay, let me push back. Let me push back a bit against this, because I actually think, we both, let's both agree that we want, even if America's doing it pretty well, we want more integration, because you can never really have too much integration, I would say, right? But the problem isn't necessarily the intent of the immigrant. It's also about how immigrants are necessarily welcomed into the society, whether it's by the individuals of that society, but also by the institutions. So in a country like Belgium or Germany, you get free German lessons if you're certainly if you're a refugee here, right? And there are classes you go to, the opportunities are given. The other thing is, and this is a really difficult thing, I don't have a solution to this, but I do see it as a problem. So I lived in also the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, and I lived in an area that was predominantly Moroccan and Turkish. I really liked it because they had the best markets, and I'd spent months in Turkey before this. My neighbor was like, wow, you've been to the region of Turkey that I'm from? So I got on really well with the people there. But every time I spoke to Dutch people and mentioned that I lived in this area of Amsterdam, like, isn't it dangerous? And I was having to explain, no, I get on really well with my neighbors, yada, yada, yada. So the point being is, so many people moved out of the area. It wasn't just the people moving in that created the segregation. So it's both sides of the native people that live there, as well as the people coming in. There needs to be some incentive and actually some energy put in to getting people together to understand and learn about each other. But I'm sure maybe I surprise you with this, but I do think that anyone that's coming to our liberal democracies, they better have a basic level of liberalism in them in terms of respecting other people. But from what I see right now, and also, I was brought up in a really poor area in the UK. I may not sound that way. My parents are pretty well educated. But I was brought up in what's called a council estate, like it's social housing in the UK. And I experienced physical assaults. I've been spat at. I've also lived in other poor areas of the UK. And there's this inverse snobbery among the poorest in the community. And they are not liberal. They do not like me for having long hair, for speaking and pronouncing my T's at the end of the words. And so I learned that the most liberal people that I have ever come across, that they are the native ones. So frankly, I don't really care if it's migrants coming in and they're Islamic, frankly, extremists, if they have a problem with me for being atheist or having a Jewish background or that kind of thing, or whether it be a bunch of skinheads not liking my long hair. I'm going to be agnostic as to which one I have a problem with, but I have problems with, with all of that.
Well, but that's ultimately, so I view the United States as a liberal or libertarian project. I really do. And what I mean by that is it seems like we've put as a cornerstone of our civic philosophy, like freedom from the government effectively in order to pursue life, liberty, and property, or the pursuit of happiness. And so within that frame, I think that the game works, okay? Freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, limited government, limited by these Bill of Rights, etc. The game works as long as everybody subscribes to the game. And the frustrating part for me with MAGA is that they've said, we no longer subscribe to the game. What are you going to do about it? And that's like my frustration with liberals and also progressives, but also to a certain degree, the never Trump Republicans in the center right, is that effectively they've been like, well, we'll just keep playing the game and hope that eventually you come around.
Sure.
And that's been the response so far. But that's where I feel like it's really important to starve, because I do think this radicalism is being caused by unaddressed social problems. We have to starve this movement of the fuel that causes it, or else we're fucked. Because people, what it looks like to me, Biden, from a rule of law standpoint and actually following the courts and following the game, he was infinitely better than Trump. And yet, because the economy was anemic, we voted in Trump again. And so as a result, that tells me is that shitloads, literally probably millions, maybe tens of millions of people, they do not care about the game of liberalism if they're doing poor materially. They will vote for any political philosophy or representative as long as it promises them better social material circumstance.
Yeah, that's a priority, is to be able to have good food on the table rather than to have the freedom to speak. And it kind of makes sense. And I think you can tap into understanding that and respecting that. I think Democrats have failed to acknowledge inequality as being so serious as you have done. And that's why I say I think you voice more center-left policies sometimes than some Democrats have done.
Yeah.
But I do think that the liberalism thing is an issue, and I think you could tackle the bad side of migration when there is this lack of integration, when there isn't the embracing of saying, hey, you can't tell people how to, what religion to believe in or how to look if you come to the United States or you come to Europe. But at the same time, you could say, well, but that's also happening on the far right. They're very similar. This is the irony, right? They should all go and live on an island together where they complain about what God they believe in or whatever they want to complain about, so that the other person should be doing this. Because their problem isn't with what they can do themselves. They make an excuse for that. Their problem is they want to see everyone else doing this.
My favorite quote, or my favorite clip in reference to that, is Louis Theroux doing a interview with a white South African who has lunch with a black South African. And he's like, oh, wait, I thought you were racist. Why do you hang out with that guy? And he's like, oh, because he's racist too. They both hate each other. They're both evolution. They're both ethno-religious racial tribalists, but because they're both ethno-religious racial tribalists, they get along.
In physics, we call that an unstable equilibrium.
Probably gonna go in a minute just because it's getting later in the day, but sure. I'd love to chat again. But my problem though is that, so what people assume is because I think that the working class of America, because dude, I've been working class majority. My parents are the lower part of the upper middle class segment of society. And what I mean by that is there's the professionals, like the doctors, the lawyers, the accountants, the engineers, and they make a few $100,000 a year and they're able to afford a house and they can buy their cars and they can put their kids into good schools. I was raised in the bottom of that social strata. But as a result of being raised in the bottom of that social strata, I got along with, but had beef with the rich kids. And I got along with, but I had beef with the poor kids. And so I was never really in either world. And then coming up under my own economic destiny, because my parents didn't hand anything to me necessarily. They handed me a couple of things, but not that much. Effectively, I've been working class my entire life. I've made less than $100,000 a year almost my entire life. And most of the time I was probably making less than $50,000 a year. That's a tough life. It's a tough life to work 40 to 60 hours a week, pay all of your bills, still be behind on 1 or 2 bills by 2 weeks, and then be behind and then just not be able to pay it. You just have to call the person who is running your cell phone, running your electricity, running your whatever. And you have to say, hey man, I'm working my dick off. I'll have money for you in 2 weeks. Please don't shut my shit off. But that is not an isolated incident for the working class of America. That's every single month for years upon years upon years upon years. And so when you live like that, I've probably lived like that arguably my entire adult life, but realistically probably 5 or 10 years. It was really bad. When you live like that for a while, you get so exhausted and so tired, you want any kind of relief from that situation.
Sure.
I'm smart enough that I'm able to escape that lifestyle through my own talents. There are plenty of people who cannot. And I feel for those people because it's not a dignified life. It feels shitty.
And you can get bad luck sometimes. And you can have the talents, but just bad luck.
Yeah.
Right. And to be frank about it, if I look at the US, if there's not that safety net there, it's not just that you don't end up practically using it. It's knowing that it isn't there, right? And knowing that you're going to be potentially destitute. Yeah, but it's not it's too much stick and not enough carrot, right?
Yes.
I mean, and to be frank, European countries are very, very diverse. So when I see Germany and I see what poverty is in Germany, it does exist, but it's so minute in compared to the UK. Where this was a statistic from the end of the last Labour administration, 100,000 children in a tiny little island country like Britain, in 1 year went without food for a whole day. And that means other days they were getting below what they needed, but there's a whole day where they didn't eat, children. I just find that kind of horrific statistic to remind us that it doesn't matter what the average wage is, when there's people being left behind at the bottom, I completely agree with you, Connor. I think it's one of the biggest problems we face today, and I think it may be exacerbated. And we need to confront that, and politicians need to start talking about that.
Well, and I would be a libertarian if I thought it was possible. And what I mean by that is, like, libertarians are oftentimes minimalist statists. They just believe in maybe a security apparatus for the state, but realistically, you should make it on your own merits and rise and fall on your own merits. I really would be that kind of person. However, number one, I don't think that everybody has sufficient merit in order to make it in society. And so as a result, you have to account for those people. So one option is letting them die in the gutter. The other option is genociding them. Okay, those are both horrific. Those aren't real options. The final option that I think is probably the most humane and the most sensible is creating a sane, moderate welfare state. And I heard somebody refer to welfare as a riot tax. And I think that's a perfectly sane position, which is effectively like, okay, you can't make it on your own merits. You're either not smart enough, you're disabled, you have injury in the family, illness in the family, bad luck, whatever. We'll make sure that you have a roof over your head and you're not going to starve. And as a result of that, don't destroy your surrounding society. But libertarians in the right wing seem to say, no, actually letting them die in the gutter is preferable. And I think they do so at their own peril.
This is really, really funny because I was brought up in a very left-wing household. And my politics were always, I think at some point in my life, I would have called myself a socialist. So I actually joined the Labour Party. I never joined any, crazy left-wing party. But I think at some point I thought ideally we'd live in a socialist utopia. But now in the past 10 years, I've come to realize, that isn't even the ideal. And part of the reason is that the ownership model, and also seeing in Germany how powerful unions can be in a really negative way. So in Germany, we have a lot of staff in the trains. And we have lots of staff in the trains, not because it makes the trains better, but because the unions negotiated that they could stay on working in the trains. You can automate an awful lot on trains. And it's really, really wise to do so because about 40% of the cost of running trains is staff. So if you automate it, you reduce the cost of public transport. That's why trains are so expensive. People think it's a conspiracy. It's not. It's just that on average more expensive to run than planes. And part of the problem is the unions. So if we have this wonderfully unified, this system that's run by a bunch of unions, run by the state, then there is, in certain markets, there's just not going to be a competition. The market I give as an example, because I'm biased towards this, are the gyms in Germany, for example. There's loads of these budget gyms. It's great. And why do they exist? Because of market dynamics, because of competition. They found where they could save the money. And I now pay 25 euros a month and go to an excellent gym with decent equipment. And that was because of capitalism. So in an ideal world, you would also have that. So there is no ideal, kind of crazy free market that effectively is a form of anarchy. So anarchists, in my opinion, are wild capitalists. They just don't realize it. And at the same time, like an entirely state-owned system is so undynamic that you don't get the competition in the right places, that you get decision-making that's so gradual and slow that a snail would outpace them.
That's where, for me, I've been in Twitch and YouTube politics for a really long time. I really tried to understand my opponents, even when I hated them. And as far as I know, Marxian socialism, like I said, socialism in general is trying to emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. At least that's how I understood it. And then with Marxist socialism, it's typically the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, food, water, shelter free. And then also you get a stake in whatever productive venture that you're a part of. And so there's market systems, there's vanguard systems, there's estate systems, there's all this different shit. But the reason why that's not ideal to me is kind of similar to what you said. I think that there is something to be said for having a vision as an individual, finding positive collaborators for your vision, taking a risk on that vision, and then letting kind of the creative chaos either take off or implode. And these are the kind of things that create revolutionary technologies within free societies, but it's also something that can make somebody incredibly wealthy. And so as somebody who's running an entrepreneurial venture right now, I'll tell you it's a pain in the ass. I'll also tell you, I don't know if I would say I would rather die than go back to work. This is a lot more fun than work. This is a lot more fun than, arguably, I could have less hours, less stress, better benefits being an employee. This is a lot of stress and a lot of hours. it's also a lot of fucking fun. So that's where I think the market needs to leave enough room for entrepreneurs to be able to climb up, create the creative destruction that capitalism is known for. The only time that I'm going to sign on to socialism, decommodification of basic human needs, and workers owning the means of production is if we actually create a like android robot race that almost makes human labor unnecessary for the continued, not even continued survival, for the thriving of society. If we get to that point, then we can decommodify everything, and we can get stakes in the productive companies that are left that help subsidize our lives. Then I'm okay with socialism. But that's like, for me, maybe 500 years off, 1,000 years off, even if we're around as a species. Like, so that's socialism.
I mean, I will push back.
So you want basically a good government social safety net. It's not too over the line to be towards socialism.
I'm ultimately a centrist, man.
You know,
Mixed economy capitalism.
left,
What's the problem?
Yeah, but
Republicans don't want that. Republicans don't want what you want, but sure.
Yeah, but the centre's a bit relative. So I mean, I think frankly that we're all on the left side of centre right now because the centre's moved rightwards. It's relative to the Overton window, right? But the other thing is just pushing back on like what socialism is described as. There was a founding father of the SPD, the left-wing party in Germany, called Edward Bernstein, and he was kind of particularly disliked by, because I think at the end of Engels' life, Bernstein was starting to publish his work, and he said, "Oh no, in the ideal system, it wouldn't be entirely state-owned, not even in the ideal." So kind of along the lines of what I was saying, and he gave birth to a lot of the ideals of left-wing parties in Europe that we see today. And even people like Tony Blair were still calling themselves until quite recently socialist, but he meant this type of socialism. And that was becoming the norm for what people who call themselves socialists believe. And I think more recently, and you see this within Hassan, there's been this sudden explosion of people who believe in a very radical Marxist form of socialism, hijacking that school and hijacking those parties. And it's particularly dangerous in countries like the UK and the US, where effectively you have a two-party system. You don't have proportional representation. We just have to accept that's the way it is. I think, frankly, it's not going to change anytime soon. And that means they're going to be in our own parties. Now, if they're willing to accept some compromise and say, yeah, okay, but we will support the candidate in the end. You know, like Walsh, before the last election, he openly said, I'm voting for Harris. She's the best option. You know, that to me reaches the threshold of okay, I'm going to listen to your, frankly, I find a bit wild ideas that the state is, you know, perfectly or Marxist socialist. But if you're willing to compromise on my views, then I'm willing to listen to yours. Maybe, you know.
My fear, though, my genuine fear is that I've appealed to political pragmatism in the past. I've appealed to political pragmatism for my own vote for Harris, that the threat to the Republic was so overwhelming that I will go with somebody that I have objections to their policy on just because the Republic is more important than my policy objections. Now, that being said, I think that the right wing did that with the Christian nationalists, with the far right, with the dissident right, with the Proud Boys, with all these dissident organizations. And what would happen is when anybody called out how extreme they were like, oh yeah, but they're such a small fragment. They're so online. Nobody listens to them. They're not that big of a deal. And so I'm not saying that you guys can't maybe correctly use similar excuses for Hassan or maybe for Mamdani. And whenever those people get in public, they effectively advocate for social democratic policies. Very rarely are they like, we need to decommodify basic human needs and workers need to own the means of production and we need to kill landlords. Very rarely in public will they say something like that. But I do think that they're probably incrementalists, where they know that you would probably need people to get used to social democracy before they start considering more radical socialism. And that's where, for me, it's like a Trojan horse.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing for Hassan here. His rare moment of honesty, he's even admitted to that. So, I mean, forget Hassan. He did not even say that he was going to vote for Harris. He did not even push for that. That's what I'm saying. Is just that borderline difference where before the last election, Walsh did say, sorry, his name is so German, I find it hard to pronounce in an English way. He said, well, Harris is the better choice here. We should vote for Harris, or I'm voting for Harris. Hassan was ambiguous. It's only afterwards he said, "Oh yeah, I think I, basically voted."
Yeah,
for
no,
her.
he said
I
I'm
can't
not
trust
gonna,
anything he
I
says.
saw a clip where he said, "I'm not going to tell you who I voted for."
Yeah,
which sounds like a Jill Stein.
I'm not going to
voter,
tell
by
you
the
who
way.
to vote for.
And let's be clear, the majority of people are never going to vote for Trump. So if most people vote, Trump can never win. The reason he wins is just about as much about the people who don't vote as the people who vote for him. And so if you create an apathy like Hassan's been doing, it's just as cancerous as Trump himself. And you can never really trust him again after this.
Then to me, the objection to Hassan and to whoever who is similar to Hassan, the objection isn't, oh, their ideology is terrible. It's, they're not politically pragmatic. And I'm not gonna lie, that does rub me like we're just getting to know each other. So I'm not saying that, but like Pisco, I consider to be like a pretty rational dude. Like overall, like he plays footsie with progressives too much. Maybe he gets like backed into an argumentative corner and he fights a little bit too aggressively. But overall, like I think he's an intelligent guy who's capable of like some pretty decent insight. So when I'm bringing up these like anxieties and fears and he's like, oh, it's not a big deal. They're not going to infiltrate us. We'll infiltrate them. Don't worry about it. And I'm just like, man, we really do not see this. I see it as dangerous. He doesn't see it as dangerous at all. He sees it as political pragmatism.
Well, I would say let's be pragmatically pragmatic here. And what I mean by that is that I don't lump all these people on that side in the same place. And I will lay out my biases here. As I say, like my parents are pretty left-wing. My father was very active in politics and at one point was an acquaintance of Jeremy Corbyn, who is the former leader of the Labour Party in the UK, was on the left of the Labour Party, but he was a loyal member and he was kicked out. So I see that and I think, wait a minute, he was loyal until the last moment and you kick him out? And now it's created this division in the left in the UK, which the UK can't afford because we don't have proportional representation. So the vote is now split between three parties on the left, and we're looking at the far right, proper MAGA, not MAGA light, proper MAGA getting in the next election. And part of the reason, again, falls on the left, and I think the responsibility is on the left. And I think I've heard Destiny kind of not, he's said, oh, it's not really the responsibility of the Democrats that MAGA exist. And I'd push back on that. And this is what one of the points about the debate today, is that I look back, and okay, it's in hindsight, so I'm going to be fair on them in regards to the Democrats in the US. It's like, you've been way too soft on Republicans. You should have tried to find ways to put spanners in the works when they've been in power. And when you've been in power, you just steamroll through a little bit because they won't learn otherwise. And I'm seeing this across the board. And the other aspect of that is to do that, you also need to unify. And I think actually in America so far, you've had more of that pragmatism on the left than I've seen in the UK. But that's...
look who it is.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa.
Is that the
I was literally about to hang up. So the funniest thing I could do, the funniest thing I could do right now is be like, all right, I gotta go. Doop. But what's up?
It's possible you could run.
Nah, I'm okay. What's up?
Oh no, I just heard you guys were chatting, so I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So actually, Stephen, why don't we summarize it for you a little bit? We had a debate about tit for tat. And I think what Reason kind of articulated was that within the tit for tat framework, it's not eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. You use legal, defensive tit for tat and proportional tit for tat. And then not just that, but also you cooperate, not reciprocate. You cooperate with the other side 5% of the time, 10% of the time in order to encourage cooperation.
Let me clarify, because I feel like that's really super muddy, but you just mentioned like it needs to be proportional reciprocity. So if they don't cooperate, you don't cooperate back. And it's not, like a little slap on the wrist if they've, gone and given you a stab in the back. It's a very intelligent equivalent to a stab in the back. And you're giving, for example, how the judicial system is reciprocal, right? So if someone commits murder, they may even face capital punishment. But not in the same ruthless way, but in a more humane way, frankly. And so that's an example of tit for tat in action. And you agreed that actually is quite a good thing, right?
I just didn't like Stephen's schizo. Let's convict all MAGA Republicans of insurrection, even if they didn't participate in January 6, 2021. I thought that was fucking crazy.
But are you opposed to it because it doesn't it wouldn't be within the bounds of the law, or because it's not, you just don't agree with it? Because what if you could just pass a law that made it so that would be included in the Second
so
Amendment?
as a specific example, Marco Rubio, to my knowledge, did not participate in January 6, 2021. Convicting him of aiding and abetting an insurrectionist in what I feel is a violation of the spirit of the law, I think that's fucking cringe and stupid and gay.
What if you changed it? What if you had enough to get a constitutional amendment on that, or just made a new law?
Yeah, but that's
and the court, so
I'm talking about the underlying evidence. If a person doesn't, I don't care what laws you pass. If a person doesn't participate in a crime, they shouldn't be convicted of it.
If the crime was that is a crime, that participating in the Trump administration is a crime. What
Yeah,
if
I
that
think
was
that's
the law that
fucking
you passed?
cringe. That's cringe and gay.
But let's bring Destiny.
Steven, are you going to fight us, or are you just hanging out? Because if you're just hanging out, I got shit to do.
Oh,
No, but
wow. Cloud charging much? Here, this is okay. This is my position. Okay, then it was a little confusing because we got into the law shit. But the 14th Amendment provides for a prior oath taker that if they had engaged in insurrection or given aid to somebody who had engaged in insurrection, that prior oath taker could not hold future office. I think that when the next elective body comes in, I think that they should pass a congressional statute acknowledging that, because the Supreme Court ruled that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment just doesn't apply anymore unless Congress does something because they wanted to save Trump on that. So they should apply a law that says, hey, we think that this was an insurrectionist administration. And then from there, they can decide whether or not they want to convene a congressional commission to find out who had engaged in insurrection, or they could leave it up to the states to adjudicate it in whatever way they feel necessary. This wouldn't be a criminal proceeding. It would just be like an adjudicated finding that would prohibit you from holding future office. You wouldn't be convicted of a crime or sent to jail. You would just be prevented from holding another office.
Last night, you were expanding that definition to even people who had just participated. Number one, admin officials who had participated in the second Trump administration. Number two, any Republican representative who was MAGA in general. So I guess my question is, would you be, let's entertain it a little bit more than we were last night. Let's say that this was passable. Would you be okay with them limiting the scope to, number one, Trump, number two, any of his admin who had actually committed crimes that furthered, insurrection. Number three, people who like Josh Hawley, who participated in January 6th.
I think I would broaden it as wide as possible, because this is what I want. This is what I would want to happen. This is what I would want to happen. Okay. And when Biden had a really bad debate against Donald Trump, there was pressure from all sides of the party who felt like they were all going to get fucked if Biden was allowed to continue running. So ex-party members came out. Obama was pressuring behind the scenes. Current party members, Pelosi and everybody were pressuring him behind the scenes, leaking stuff to the media. There was a lot of pressure because the whole Democratic Party felt like they were going to get fucked if Biden continued in that race. That pressure does not exist on the Republican side. It should be the case that every single member of a political party feels bought into making sure that their party is not trying to destroy the fucking country. And I think everybody should feel, ideally, this comes from a place of honor and integrity. But absent that, it comes from a place of accountability, knowing that if your party's engaged in some shit like this and you know it, and you basically just keep your mouth shut or you openly support them, then I think that there should be accountability. And that accountability being you just can't run for future office. I don't even think that's that big of a penalty.
I mean, actually, Destiny, you could package that in with like the rhetoric of the Republicans. They're the anti-constitution party, right? The 14th Amendment, the first, second, third. You can go through most of the amendments and find the ways in which the MAGA are completely against the American Constitution. So they're trying to destroy the Constitution. They're trying to destroy America, and then you can use the 14th Amendment against them when in power because you are the party of the Constitution. So it's really
Sure, but if you're trying to do, but if you're trying to do things that are by the book, legal, without necessarily blowing everything up, like anti-constitution thing that might just be too broad of a thing. Like, I think there should be a committee or a commission just specifically focused on the Trump administration, and then they can set up.
Sure, but I mean rhetorically, in terms of like how you package the Democrat policies before the next election, and how you try and frame what the Republicans are. You're pro-constitution, they're anti-constitution. And that's also part of it when it comes to how you implement that with regards to the 14th Amendment.
Maybe I would just say the party of lawlessness. I understand the Constitution thing, but nobody understands the difference between like Constitution and law in the United States. And conservatives have fucked shit up because they when a conservative says, this was especially true in the January 6th thing, but it's true even now, when a conservative says constitutional, that's a dog whistle for break the law. So when a conservative says like, well, constitutionally we have this power, what they mean is we're going to ignore the Supreme Court, or we're going to ignore the judiciary, or not the judiciary, the legislature, because we have the power to do this from the Constitution. So constitutional has become a dog whistle for lawlessness. So I'd rather just say lawlessness. I understand your point though, but
May I just, because I'm probably gonna have to go in a minute, and I know that's gonna disappoint people who want the fireworks to fly. But we could do this later. / unless the schedules change, I think we're hanging out next Saturday. So my frustration that I think that Reason and I discussed in this conversation was when you were saying tit for tat. I imagined eye for an eye. I don't think you made the clarifications or caveats that Reason Riffs made. As a result,
it could be eye for an eye. I'm okay with eye for an eye. That's okay for me. I'm fine with that.
Okay, well then hold on. That's exactly what Reason. You see what the fuck I'm talking about?
No. But actually, Connor, he's saying exactly what you said. You said also sometimes eye for an eye might be tit for tat.
Then let's test
and he just said sometimes, right? So
let's
you're both
test that. Okay, so Stephen, as an example, you might not buy into the left or right binary, so entertain the hypothetical. Let's just assume a lefty assassinated Charlie Kirk. By eye for an eye logic, shouldn't a right winger assassinate a left wing media pundit if we're going with eye for an eye moral logic?
Well, I feel like we have a criminal system there to do the punishment, right? Like the guy who assassinated Charlie Kirk should probably be convicted and sentenced to whatever the capital punishment would be, right? Or
okay,
prison.
but Charlie's dead. So that's not eye for an eye. That's not the same thing for the same thing.
I don't know if I would say that, like, so if you guys talked a lot about tit for tat, it sounds like you also went over, like, technically the best system is called, I think it's like a slightly forgiving tit for tat.
Generous. Generous tit for tat. I mean, there's an even better one, actually.
It doesn't matter. Okay, it's not relevant. But, like, if something like that happens, then, I mean, like, you'd let it slide once or twice. But at some point, yeah, you would have to start knocking off people on the other side. Because you can't sit there and all of your political figures are just fucking dying. And you're like, well, we got to adhere to norms. At some point, you'd be like, okay, well, fuck it. I guess we're doing this.
Okay. Steven's not as retarded as I want him to be.
In a video game, right?
Not as what?
You're not as okay. Last night you were kind of spurging out a little bit, and I thought your position was way too extreme. However, effectively all you did was you re-articulated Reason Riff's perspective that we did over the past hour, which is effectively like, how do I say this? I said so. Reason asked, "What's an alternative to tit for tat?" And I said that it's not necessarily an effective way, but turning the other cheek in the Christian moral sense is an alternative. And he's like, okay, well, what happens if they ignore you turning the other cheek, where they're not shocked by their moral consciousness? Like, so for instance, January 6, 2021, and Trump not getting impeached. If they're not shocked by their moral consciousness, then what do you do at that point? And then we kind of arrived at generous tit for tat with the caveats that he articulated that you just re-articulated. However, sometimes when you're schizo and you're spurging out, it sounds like you just want revenge. It doesn't sound like you want generous tit for tat. You just want revenge.
Yeah, but the issue is we've been doing turn the other cheek for 2 or 3 decades. And then now when somebody's saying like,
they're not going to agree to that, and they're going to bring up a bunch of shit.
But because they don't agree doesn't make it not true.
Factually, there's a correct answer, though. There is a truthful statement there. You can't just say, when you do this thing of like, well, they're not going to agree about, okay, well, then fine. Let's just kill everybody. Let's all blow each other up.
No. Don't jump so far ahead. Don't jump so far ahead. So as an example, let's say we bring up January 6, 2021. Okay. And we say, hey, you guys threatened the existential core of the republic through a riot. And then you already know what they bring up, right? What do they bring up?
Yeah,
BLM. So the summer of love, billions of dollars in damage. January 6, 2021 was peaceful by comparison. He wasn't trying to overthrow the republic, blah, 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 blah. So in their mind, even if though they're stupid or delusional, they believe that they're engaging in tit for tat.
Sure, but then I would just ask them, who was the leader of BLM? Donald
that
Trump
one chick who took $3 million and bought a house with it.
No, so there was no, BLM was a collection of riots across the country that happened during fucking COVID. And most of the Democratic leadership had to call that out. Biden and Kamala had to say no more riots, no more violence when they were running in their election.
What's the next talking? Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't just be a smart ass. The next talking point is, of course,
bail fund.
No, it's the the bail fund, and then also that's a
bail
good
fund
one.
was a single tweet by Kamala,
and then
which had
the
literally- it's a bail fund,
media,
go ahead.
the fiery but mostly peaceful protest. That's the one that I was thinking about.
That's a CNN reporter.
Yeah.
Those aren't the same thing as the president of the United States, right?
I'm not saying these are equivalent. I'm saying that these people, number one, they have 80 IQ. Number two, they think they're engaged in tit for
resting
tat.
on those arguments, then the only answer is blowing shit up. If the argument is
No.
going to be we can't agree on factual realities with each other, then you just have to start knocking people off until you have enough people to have a consensus on reality. That's it.
No,
So your position is the maximalist, like loser, like we all give up and just start killing each other position. It can't be that we can't agree on simple basic facts.
No, reason actually has a solution that I think is better considered than what the fuck you just said, because you just said, oh, fuck it, let's go to civil war then, okay? What reason said is, as an example, there can be a legal proportional response to bad behavior. Fuck. Am I still here? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Did he disappear? Did he disconnect? I'm sorry.
No, I dropped something and it knocked my screen off temporarily. So what reason was saying, and by the way, this goes up with the gerrymandering thing, by the way, where effectively like right-wing states were arguing in order to gerrymander their own states. And then effectively Prop 50 came up. Prop 50 arguably is morally fucked up. Disenfranchising people via gerrymandering is fucked up, but it's proportional and it's legal and it sends across the right message. So you don't have to throw up your hands and say, okay, fuck it, civil war. You can come up with creative political solutions that actually punish the opposition that are still legal and defensive and reasonable.
Yeah, but isn't my
you don't like them.
Isn't my creative 14th Amendment solution of barring them from holding future office, isn't that actually preferable to like what actual eye for an eye, tit for tat would be? Like imagine
I think the response to that would be they go to the gun.
Okay, then let's say that I say, okay, well, then that shouldn't happen. It should just be that our next politician also says that we should start hanging Republican congressmen in the same way that Trump does.
Wait. I'm piling up a few issues here. I mean, because you kind of spoke on my behalf there, but kind of, and most of it you're right about. But I also have to delineate between. Wait, don't start. I also have to delineate between the rhetoric and the action. Right? What Democrats should be saying, and this is, I'm just looking at the studies here. This isn't just my hunch. That they should be very, very careful about getting the Republicans into a position where they can self-victimize and be the real snowflakes and melt under the sun, right? You have to be very cautious about sounding vengeful in your rhetoric, but your action should be pretty harsh. And so, like, and as harsh as their action has been, right? And actually, what Destiny's point here about going after them legally using the 14th Amendment, I think it sounds brilliant. I think it's proportional and it's justice. It's justice being served, and it can be framed that way as well. So it can be framed in a very neutral and fair way. The other point I want to make is we've got to stop feeling responsible for what these nutcases are doing with facts and then distorting them into some kind of cruel fiction of a nasty fairy tale. What they're doing is using Soviet methods of misinformation. And what are the ingredients of misinformation? They always find a little seed of truth. So there could have been a protest with that penis protest. They could say that Destiny had on stream yesterday, and this woman being carted away. They could have, the MAGA heads could have just said, there's 1,000 people behind her. They will start with one seed of truth that there was this woman protesting, and then they'll make some crazy story out of it. And they're always going to do that. They're just being Soviet about it. We're not responsible for that. So yeah, they're always going to do it, whatever you do. So you don't act based upon how they think they're going to frame it, because they're always going to frame it that way.
Okay, but what I heard, which reinforces my criticism, is be soft in your rhetoric, be harsh in your penalties. Stephen is harsh in his rhetoric and impractical in his penalties. So
but he's not a politician. He's a political pundit.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be one of the best debaters and best political thinkers in online politics. So raise the bar.
So well, it's not raise the bar.
Part of his proposition is impractical.
I have a different role. If I was a politician, my messaging is going to sound a lot different on things. I'm going to be a lot less combative with.
Well, that's why I said I was taking you seriously, but not literally, because I don't think your solutions are pragmatic, but I'm assuming that the emotion behind what you're saying is real and genuine.
Well, you can take me seriously, but
not literally.
Literally, you can take me literally, but taking me literally doesn't mean that I would say that every politician should copy verbatim, word for word, what I'm saying. That's not
sure.
Yeah.
Also, what part of what he's proposing is unpragmatic. Like, it's possible to
yesterday we were talking about
to go after all those people.
Yeah, but yesterday was more than the 14th Amendment. It was more.
You think barring 25% of representatives in the American Republic via 14th Amendment, January 6th Commission style legal proceeding is practical.
Yeah, you can do it. You don't even have to go that far. It's possible to just impeach them. You can just have each body impeach their own and impeach all these people out.
Number one, y'all motherfuckers need to worry about winning the midterms first. How about y'all worry about that shit first?
Sure,
like before we start planning
any solution being proposed is like after
quarter of
midterms.
the representatives of the United States. How about you motherfuckers just focus on winning the midterms?
On that. I think there's something to be said for, because this is where we're at right now. That's just driving me crazy. There's something to be said for you go to dinner with a friend and his wife shows up and she has like bruises on her face. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? But she's like tried to hide them with makeup. As fucked as that situation sounds, that situation is better than you're at dinner and your friend just fucking smacks his fucking wife in the face right in front of you and then goes on like nothing is happening. Because in one scenario, at least there's shame involved where the husband knows that like there's some fuck shit that he has to keep hidden. Like the Trump crypto scam should have been like an undercover journalist, you know, through investigative journalism uncovers this after years of digging, but it's all just out in the open. And we're just so far beyond anything that when you say, well, it should be reciprocal, like I would argue that even the unhinged shit I've said is not even really getting close to the damage and the behavior that this administration has exhibited.
So just out of curiosity, maybe you can answer this simply, and I do have to go soon. But what is the charge? So for instance, like I know that FARA violations are typically like, you know, charged for like foreign lobbyists who don't register.
What is the charge?
That's about what I know.
For the 14th Amendment thing,
what's the impeachment or what's the charge?
For the 14th Amendment thing, you don't need a criminal charge. Somebody just has to have been found as having been engaged in insurrection. So, for instance,
I'm asking specifically about the corruption because it's something that I'm interested in. Obviously, I harped on the Hunter Biden thing a billion times. So what would we charge Trump with?
I'm not even thinking of charges for Trump. I would just bring back the J6 thing, and I would bring back the Mar-a-Lago stuff.
Okay.
Is it? It's not the hatchet. Isn't there some law that says you can't use an office? In
order to obtain gifts and shit.
Yeah.
No, that's fuck yeah. Okay, cool.
Also, in theory, like with any other crypto scam, it could be like securities fraud or whatever, and you could do that. Whatever.
Well, but you would have to prove that he did some. I don't think having a crypto coin is a securities fraud.
Okay. I hate to run, but I have a family engagement that I need to go to. But I do parasocially each and every one of you. Reason Riffs is technically more sane than Destiny and argues tit for tat better than Destiny. And I'm looking forward to yelling at you guys in the future.
And thanks so much for coming on my show, Connor.
Hold on.
Really appreciate it.
Wait, no, I'm just curious. One final thing you need to understand, okay? Because I don't.
Dude, I should have disconnected right there. He's
like,
wait, hold on.
What is the point? What is the point of a tit for tat system? Like ultimately, what does a good functioning tit for tat system look like?
Well, I don't even know if you would answer it this way, but I would answer it this way based off of my conversation with Reason Riffs. The hopefully the ideal outcome of a tit for tat is a eventual return to normalcy.
Yeah, you're saying in other words, yeah, basically the idea is there is no tits or tats because everybody's just cooperating because they know that if they fuck around, that the other party's going to get it back. So when you say like an eye for an eye, like in my ideal society, it's an eye for an eye, and everybody's walking around with two eyes. Because why the fuck would you take some other dude's eye if he's going to take yours? You don't fuck around, you know? And I'm repeating a meme. I've heard this said. I don't know if it's actually true, but I'll repeat it because it's profound and it works here. An eye for an eye, theoretically, was supposed to be an upgrade at the time of how law and punishment was done back in the day. Because it was like if you stole something, the person fucking murdered you and maybe your family. But like an eye for an eye, a hand from a thief or whatever, is like you've done a crime and now there's a proportional response. You've done a bad thing and here's the proportional response. It was supposed to be an upgrade from just where I'm killing you because you've wronged me, you know? So. Right. Yeah,
but
the goal of a tit for tat is there is no tit for tat, and we all just cooperate. Ideally, that's why the
cooperation is tit for tat. That's the point.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, okay, but then getting to like an even higher morality, which once again, like earlier today, I was saying that I think that Republicans, similar to, I think they take God's name in vain by clothing themselves in righteousness and religion while doing the opposite of what their religion prescribes. I also think they take the Republic in vain, where they clothe themselves in the Constitution and republicanism and the history of the Republican Party while doing the opposite of what that philosophy dictates. And so the point is, though, that like if we were able to return to normal, let's say that Trump disappears, we don't have a cult leader. As a result, we're able to move into a better political sphere. Then the ideal is going to be we can turn the other cheek because we expect that it was like accidental. You fucked up. You hurt me. Now I can turn the other cheek. Then we can get into tit for tat. Then we can get into eye for an eye. My problem is that like what seems to be, or at least what my understanding was was that it seemed like you were advocating for eye for an eye instead of tit for tat. And anytime somebody brought up a complication with your specific tit for tat formula, instead of being like, yeah, you're right, actually that could fuck this up, I'm going to come up with a better proportional legal defensive solution, you were like, yeah, fuck it, let's kill each other, who gives a fuck? And that's like, that feels like eye for an eye and a rush to the bottom and a rush to anarchic violence.
Sure, I understand what you're saying there, and we just fundamentally disagree on this, I think, or whatever. But like the feeling that I'm trying to impress upon others from the lib left end, the feeling is just that like you have a person whose arms and legs have been chopped off, and now the person's like siphoning blood out of their body to take one of their kidneys, and then you're like, you know what? Fuck this guy. I'm gonna fucking chop his fucking hand off if he comes near me again. And you're like, excuse me, can we trim his fingernails first? You're gonna chop his fucking hand off? You're insane. Meanwhile, Trump is gearing up for another false indictment, another crypto scam, another murdering people in Venezuela. And it's like, holy shit, that's the issue that I have, is that people just don't seem to understand how far.
But that's the thing, right? The argument is against how it's been done so far. And the idea behind tit for tat is proportional, right? Non-cooperation if they don't cooperate. So you have to do it proportionately. It might be in a different way, but it's got to be of the same magnitude. It can't just be trimming the nails when you need to cut the hands off.
Analogies and tit for tat.
I disagree. I'm not advocating for proportional. Everything I've advocated for, including my most extreme things, is less proportional. If I were to advocate for proportional, it would be civil war. We'd be going to war.
I mean, in very creative ways, right? But I mean, in terms of the effect on their party, on their success, it should be proportional.
But hold on. This is where I think that if we had, I don't know, competent, intelligent legislators who were as competent and intelligent as Reason Riffs, then we would come up with creative solutions. So for instance, like we just passed the big, beautiful bill or whatever. Obviously government shutdown, all that kind of bullshit. But what would be negotiated is, especially once the Democrats have the majority in the House, effectively what you could do is you could fuck with the funding for Southcom, the military apparatus that is within South America. And you could say, until you have an AUMF, authorization for use of military force, until we get transparency through the intelligence reports of who the people that you've killed are, until we get cooperation from the military and intelligence agencies, we are withholding funding for Southcom. Like, we'll give you just enough in order to keep the soldiers alive and keep them operating, but you will not have money for Hellfires. You will not have money for drones. You will not have money for fuel until we get transparency from the executive branch about this thing. And I would view that as like a proportional, sane response to what's going on in South America. Whereas, once again, you're jumping to civil war.
It's good to hear that
you're away from Ukraine.
But you're just to be clear, that's not proportional, and you seem to have a huge issue with this, like a court telling you to stop doing it. Somebody, I don't remember who it was, somebody brought up an extreme example yesterday, but they were absolutely right. You're saying, like, some guy gets caught raping a woman, and you're like, excuse me, sir, you're not going to be allowed to rejoin society until you pull your dick out of her. And then once he does, you're like, okay, let's go back. And it's like,
okay, well, the other option is things that aren't going to fucking happen. So that's kind of where for me.
What things aren't going to happen?
Like you keep going. No, you go to these like extreme personal examples in order to get like the visceral emotional reaction. But we could just describe the things that we're describing.
We're just blowing up Venezuelans right now. We're just murdering them, and Trump is posting videos of it on Twitter.
And if we had an AUMF, it would be legal. But we don't have an AUMF. So that's the fight. That's the fight that needs to be fought.
No, it's already illegal. We don't need rules against it. It's already illegal right now. It's already illegal. It's not okay. They can't do it right now.
Okay, then somebody needs to sue the Trump administration, because what's happening is Congress is supposed to be directing warfare with, like, as far as declared wars go, that's Congress's responsibility. As far as what we've done for the past 30 or 40 years, we've used AUMFs in order to do military stuff, but then we've given the president emergency powers and authority to act in cases of terrorism. So what he did is he declared them narco-terrorists, and then he started killing them. So that needs to be litigated in a court of law.
It is.
But I was debating Kafka last week about this, about if Dems get power, and hopefully they do in 2028, what should their priority be? If they had a choice, is it between really going after the system and improving the US system, or is it going after and using, say, the 14th Amendment and going after the heads of these criminals who are in power right now? And I was for the latter. And I think the reason it's for the latter is because it follows tit for tat, and it leaves a message and a deterrence of, you can't do this and be criminal and not be in prison, or not face, at least not being in office. And I don't even think not being in office is enough. There must be a way to find to prosecute these people.
I was going to say, yeah,
when the
Kafka's
Dems get
position
power.
must
It has to be
included.
On that level.
Included. These people can't hold office, won't hold office again, and are impeached and removed from office. So
I gotta run.
Yeah.
I parasocially love you guys. I think you're
Love
pissing
you.
in the wind, but I think you're all excellent dudes, anyways. So
Thanks for
will
coming on
talk
to my
to
show,
you
Connor.
soon.
I really appreciate it.
Yep. Bye, guys.
Yeah, what's
Anyways, let me check on super chats real quick because you guys did donate a few times during the stream. I personally love you. Thank you for hanging out. Grassroots with the 10 says, what Destiny said was repulsive, and I say that as someone who thinks we should not have let the South back into Congress or grant them citizenship after the Civil War. Yup. Grassroots for $5 says that's exactly right. Revenge and punishment was Tiny's purpose. That's what it felt like. Grassroots with the 50. The pundit will say that their base says, and vice versa, and both groups would happily pay for the privilege of prostituting themselves. As long as they're all making money, they don't give a fuck. Grassroots with an insane 20 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you kindly for the support. Thank you to Hedonic C. Samuel for just got a year back pay for the phone stipend, sharing the wealth, grill, shallah. I think I read all these other ones, so I'm just going to thank everybody else who donated. Thank you, Grassroots, again for the 5. Thank you for the 20. Thank you to Quickly Crap Your Pants for becoming a member. Thank you to Grassroots for another few super chats. Thank you to Grassroots for the 50. Thank you for the 100. Thank you to Tagarung for the 5. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you to Sapient Green for the 100 DKK. Thank you to Christian Valeris for $100 via PayPal. And thank you to Christopher for 10 or 20 bucks. I forget, but it was a healthy chunk of cash via PayPal as well. Thank you. I could not do this stuff without you guys. Your financial support means the fucking world to me, and I hope that I'm giving you good content and I'm making your guys' lives entertaining. Entertaining. The world's a fucked up place. We talk about fucked up things, but I hope that your political autism vibes with my political autism, and together we have cool conversations and entertaining conversations, and it's worth it, not just from a viewership perspective, but also for you to occasionally back it with your dollars. And I cannot thank you enough. We pack a punch way above our size, and that's because of you guys. So Christian says, have a good day, Connor, in chat. See you next time. Thank you. Fell Runner says, great combo. Thank you kindly. Well, QC says, Connor did it to him again. Lol. I should have done it earlier. As soon as he showed up, I should have been like, boop. And then when he said, wait, I got a question before you leave, I should have been like, boop. Now, I'm not a runner, so I don't want to run, but that would have been mad funny. Christian Blair says, pay your bills, get a effing calendar. Okay, well, I will. Fellrunner says, I'm entertained. That's awesome. Christian says, and Bob Rog, Wiss, and dunce cap. I'm not getting the dunce cap. I'll get the Bob Ross wig. It's been a hell of a lot of streaming in the last 24 hours, base. Thanks, Samson. I appreciate you. Workday is always better with my ears in the stream. 07. Thank you, conservative liberalism. And then Fellrunner says, in a monitor stand that says Doobie. I got you. Monitor stand, 2 vertical monitors that are reasonably priced, a Bob Ross wig, paying my bills, and get a calendar. So, yeah. Thank you, Jonah, and thank you, Dice. I parasocially love you guys. Go enjoy another streamer. Have a great night. I parasocially love you. Bye for now.